If we hope to feed, sustainably and responsibly, the 9 billion people who are expected to share our planet by 2050, the time to change is now. DSM is purpose-led, performance-driven. Our ambition is to create brighter lives for all. We want to drive the change that will transform the animal nutrition and health industry by steering the global conversation and helping to solve the biggest challenges facing society. We're building a sustainable future in 6 key areas: improving the lifetime performance of farm animals, making efficient use of natural resources, reducing emissions from livestock, helping tackle antimicrobial resistance, reducing our reliance on marine resources, improving the quality of meat, milk, fish, and eggs while reducing food loss and waste. Our innovative science-based solutions enhance every level of the animal nutrition value chain. We are making animal production more sustainable so we can bring better food, nutrition, and health to all, within planetary boundaries. If not us, who? If not now, when? Are you ready? We make it possible.
U.S. soybean farmers are proud, resilient. Some even call us, yep, we admit it, stubborn. We keep our promises to our families, our community, and to the earth. Sustainability isn't just a label, it's our livelihood. Our grandfathers remember when drought and over-farming in the 1930s turned our land to dust. That was about 75 years ago when our country put into place some of the world's most stringent resource protection laws. Today, U.S. soybean farmers are partners in trust to protect the land. We approach our mission as if the world depends on us, because in many ways, it does. More soybeans are grown here than anywhere in the world. Roughly 80 million metric tons a year are raised on over 30 million hectares of land. As a result of sound science and continued research over the past 30 years, we have increased soybean yields by 55% on roughly the same amount of land. U.S. soybean farmers have reduced carbon emissions, energy use, greenhouse gas, and soil erosion. We're licensed to use pesticides, insured to protect workers' rights and safety, and our assurance programs are verified. We're meeting U.S. laws and international sustainability standards. And to validate our compliance, a team of 3,000 career conservation agents throughout the country and continual verification through surveys, interviews, field observations, and electronic data that we're operating our farms in compliance with stringent environmental laws. Our commitment is more than just a neighborly agreement. Independent peer-reviewed research verifies U.S. soy is sustainably produced, with comprehensive data demonstrating that U.S. producers are compliant with the vast majority of our hectares already subject to annual audit by the USDA. And because we are driven by a commitment to continuous improvement, we're incorporating soil testing, plant tissue analysis, satellite positioning that precisely adjusts crop inputs, and much more. Why? To ensure that every link in soybean production is sustainable, and to live up to our commitment as stewards of the land. If a U.S. soybean farm could tell its own story, it would be a legend, complete with dedication, resilience, compassion, and above all, successful, sustainable perseverance that lives to tell the story all over again. United States Soy, verified sustainable. Learn more about our U.S. Soy Sustainability Pledge at ussec.org.
U.S. soybean farming is more than a job for the families across the country that provide the soybeans that become animal feed, cooking oil, and much more. It's a way of life. Grown on thousands of acres across the United States, the quality of U.S. soy stays top of mind for all involved throughout the entire process, starting with a seed and finishing with the customer. For decades, U.S. soybean farmers have been caring for the land, water, and air that will be growing not just this year's crop, but future generations of soybeans too. By using sustainable practices, U.S. farmers have been able to produce more soybeans on less land while reducing harmful emissions and soil erosion. Many farmers also set aside land on their farms for wildlife and natural grasslands. Sustainability is important to U.S. farmers because they want to meet the needs of their customers while taking care of the natural resources for their children and others who will come after them. Before planting their fields, farmers work closely with their seed dealers to select the best varieties for their growing region and customers' needs. As soon as the ground warms up and the weather clears, U.S. farmers begin planting their carefully chosen seeds. Most practice conservation tillage or no-till planting to conserve their soil. Throughout the growing season, U.S. soybean farmers monitor their fields using the latest technology, making sure the developing plants are kept free of weeds, pests, and diseases to help provide their global customers with the highest quality of soybeans possible. Finally, harvest begins, and across the soybean growing region, combines roll into the fields. To prepare for this time of year, U.S. soybean farmers adjust their machinery to keep the harvested soybean crop free of any weed seeds or broken soybeans. These machines have the technical capability to gather information, such as yield, as the crop is harvested. Once the soybeans are harvested, most farmers sell their crop to a local elevator, which collects and stores the soybeans. The elevator will usually sell the soybeans to a processor. The soybean processor will take the raw soybeans and convert them into value-added products, such as meal and oil. These products are either used locally by livestock producers or food companies or loaded for transport and exported. Processors in the United States use the latest technologies to make sure that the end result is consistent, high-quality soybean meal and oil that customers expect from U.S. soy. To move soybeans, meal, and oil, the U.S. soybean industry is fortunate to have varying modes of transportation. The highways, rails, and lock and dam system are among the most sophisticated and reliable in the world, allowing U.S. soybeans, meal, and oil to reach many customers. And with the help of modern engineering, the United States has been able to harness the extensive river system to more efficiently move U.S. soybeans to export position. U.S. soy also has the benefit of national highways and a cross-continent railroad. So much care and investment is put into meeting customer needs with a reliable, consistent, sustainable, high-quality soybean supply. From planting to delivery, U.S. soybean farmers are proud to raise a high-quality product that is used here in the United States and around the world. And U.S. soy customers can be confident they're purchasing high-quality, reliable soybeans, meal, and oil backed by U.S. farmers and the soy industry.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Hope you all in good and healthy condition. Welcome to the second day of Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020. Well, before we start, we would like to remind you to please rename your display name with the format your name, your full name, and your institutions. All the microphone will be mute and controlled by the host or moderator. If you have any question during the presentation or during the conference, please go to ahaslides.com/IAC 2020. We already provide the links in the chat room. And don't forget, we as the organizer have two door prize and will announce the selected or lucky participant who will win 2 units of Mi Smart Band 4 at break time and closing session. Today, we have a 2 main session, a morning session and afternoon session. And the total of speakers for today is 9 speakers who are coming from Indonesia and overseas. The main topics for today are nutrition, ingredients, and manufacturing. And in the afternoon session, we will have a specific topic for Indonesian aquaculture industry. Well, to start this conference, we would like to invite our first moderator for today. He is a senior researcher from Batam Mariculture Development Center, and he also the Vice President of Indonesian Aquaculture Society and the Director of World Aquaculture Society Asian Pacific Chapter. Please welcome Dr. Romi Novriadi. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Ruli. Thank you for the nice introduction. I hope you can hear my voice clearly.
Yeah, good.
Can you hear it? Okay, thank you.
Let's go ahead.
Thank you. All right. The Honorable Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Chairman of the Indonesian Feed Mill Association, the Honorable Director General of Aquaculture, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Speakers, distinguished guests, fellow researchers and stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to the first Indonesia Aquafeed Conference 2020, and this is the second day for the conference. I hope this conference will increase your knowledge and skill in the area of the aquafeed formulation and also the diet manufacturing. This conference, hosted by the Indonesian Feed Mill Association and supported by the Indonesian Aquaculture Society, U.S. Soybean Council, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and also valuable sponsors. In this occasion, we will have outstanding presentation from our prominent presenters, whom I believe shall enrich our insight and knowledge regarding the aquafeed production. Before the presentation begin, allow me to introduce the speaker for today's session. We have 4 speakers today, as mentioned by Pak Ruli earlier. We will divide this session into two parts. The first session about the aquafeed nutrition, with all presenters connected with me at the Auburn University. First is Dr. Alan Davis. The second speaker is Dr. Fabio Soler from the Diana Aqua. And the third one is the Martin Guerin from Adisio. And the second session, we will discuss about the aquafeed manufacturing process. And we proudly present to you Mr. Jesse Michel from Wenger Industry. And each session will have their own question and answer, so please bear with me. Our first presenter, our first speaker is Dr. Alan Davis. Brief introduction about Dr. Alan Davis. Dr. Alan Davis is an aquatic animal nutritionist holding the position of professors with the School of Fisheries, Aquaculture, and Aquatic Sciences, Auburn University. Throughout his career, he has dedicated his research and teaching efforts to improve the technologies for the culture of marine fish, such as Florida pompano, red drum, red snapper, white sea bass, California yellowtail, and also the Pacific white shrimp. Also, he also developed the technology for freshwater, such as catfish and tilapia species, for stock enhancement and aquaculture production purposes. His primary activities right now have emphasized graduate student education, the development and improvement of commercial feeds and feed management strategies, as well as providing continuing education opportunities to the industry. Over his career, Dr. Alan Davis has co-authored over 200 scientific articles, 11 book chapters, and has contributed to over 75 articles and symposium proceedings. He served as associate editor for the Journal of the World Aquaculture Society and is on the editorial board for Aquaculture Nutrition. However, due to the health reason, Dr. Alan Davis cannot join us in live condition, but we have prepared the presentation videotape of Dr. Alan Davis. Let's pray for the quick and full recovery for Dr. Alan Davis. To the administration, please play the presentation videotape. Thank you.
Welcome. My name is Alan Davis. I'm with Auburn University School of Fisheries, Aquaculture, and Aquatic Sciences. Today, I'll be talking a little bit with you about the evolution of soy-optimized feeds for warm water fish and shrimp based on my experience and what we've been doing over the years within our laboratory. Now, just to give a little bit of background, if we think about world food production, we do need to meet the world requirements for high quality food sources that are both safe and sustainable. And in order to do that, all sectors of agriculture must work together to produce a sustainable solution. That means it's not just aquaculture. We need to work with our poultry industry, we need to work with the pig industry, the ruminant industry, and of course, we need to continue to expand our row crop production because that's the center of all our food sources for our agricultural animal. So it's very important that all aspects of agriculture move forward and increase their production. Of course, as part of aquaculture, we view ourselves as very sustainable, and sustainable means different things to different people. But from my perspective, if you look at from a nutritional perspective, that is, that in terms of protein to protein conversion, we're equal to or maybe slightly better than a lot of the animal production systems. If you compare us directly to poultry, for example, we're pretty much on par with protein to protein conversion. But if you compare us to other terrestrial animal proteins production systems, our production of protein per unit of energy is much better because we're dealing with poikilotheric animals that are in a water column, animals that do not maintain their temperature. Other advantages are that we use relatively little water, and a lot of the water that we use can be passed to other industries. So it can be used for row crops, or for example, aquaponics, where you have animals and plants together. We can also do multi-trophic production systems. And then also, we oftentimes utilize the marine environment or areas where the soil has been salinized for marine aquaculture production. And so these are major advantages, and I think that aquaculture wants to be around for the long term, so we are sustainable and we're continuing to work to improve that sustainability. We have a lot of strengths. Right now we're producing more seafood through aquaculture than the world fisheries are producing. And it's a very high quality product. We produce it using low quality proteins, converting them into a high valued product that's an improvement for human consumption. Lots of different species are produced right now with, as I said, well over 50% of seafood is being produced through aquaculture. Now, one of our weaknesses is that we are a major user of fish meal and a major user of fish oils. Realize that fish meal and fish oil is always going to be used by somebody. So whoever's willing to pay the highest price is going to use those ingredients. But right now, about 60% of the fish meal is being used by aquaculture. And that's something that is not sustainable. If we're going to continue to have high levels of fish meal inclusion, we can't continue to expand because fish meal and fish oil is pretty much a limited resource. Now, I find it interesting that shrimp are the biggest users of fish meal. Now, to me, that's quite odd because you don't see shrimp going around and grabbing fish and eating them. Usually it's the other way around, that a fish goes out and eats the shrimp. So there's not a natural occurrence of fish in the diet of shrimp. The reality is fish do not have a requirement for fish meal. No animal has a requirement for an ingredient. So it's just quite interesting that shrimp, because they're a valuable species, we use a lot of fish meal in those feed formulations, yet it's really not warranted in terms of nutrition. Now, if you look at my perspective, I think that fish meal actually should be labeled an alternative protein source. If you look at world production, right now the world is using somewhere between 50 and 60 million metric tons of aquaculture-based feeds. And if you look at how much soy is being used, there's about 15 million metric tons of soy. So this brings us to about 25% of the diet. That's a primary protein source. If you look at the amount of fish meal used, there's about 4.5 million metric tons of fish meal that are used by aquaculture. That would be about 7.5% of the diet on average across all species. So in my perspective, fish meal actually has been reduced considerably, and it's no longer the primary protein source. It's plant-based ingredients that are our primary protein sources. Now, if you look at animal protein, it has been and will continue to be reduced and replaced by plant-based proteins. A simple fact that we can't expand our animal-based production systems for protein sources. So we're going to have to move towards plant-based systems where it's much easier to expand production. Now, do not get me wrong, animal proteins are an extremely important component of the diet, and they're always going to be part of the diet. But there is a limitation of how much fish meal there is out there, and there's a limitation on how much animal protein there is. Consequently, we need to use them in areas that are really needed and reduce them in areas where we don't need them. If you look at oilseed production and compare that to fish meal over here on the right-hand side, you see that soybean meal is orders of magnitude larger. We have in the world somewhere between 6 and 7 million metric tons of fish meal available. We have over 336 million tons of soy out there. So the reality is a lot of these plant-based protein sources are actually much higher availability. They're at a lower cost and they can be expanded. Consequently, we need to move to them for our production systems. Now, quite often when I talk about plant-based diets or soy-based diets, people respond to me kind of like this little kid on the right. They're not real happy. But the reality is that most utilized plant protein sources are soybean. They're in all animal production. Currently they're 20-25% of our diet across the average for aquaculture. So despite their common inclusion, despite a huge amount of work, there are some issues with soybean meals. Or products. So for example, solvent extracted soybean meal, it's moderate or low level of protein. So if you're making a very high protein feed, that makes it harder to formulate. They're typically low in methionine. Now there are new varieties of soy where they're bringing the methionine levels up. They do have some anti-nutritional factors. People love to complain about the anti-nutritional factors, yet reality is they oftentimes don't cause major problems. But you do have phytate. You have non-starch polysaccharides, trypsin inhibitors, phytate, etc. Okay, and then there's perceived palatability issues where people oftentimes feel that soy is not going to be as consumed as easily as some other protein sources. So when I talk about trying to shift our feed formulations, me as a nutritionist, I see a very interesting path, one that has, a few challenges. There's some interesting things to look at the way, but it's quite simple. It's quite nice. It's very easy to run through that path. Unfortunately, when I talk to farmers and a lot of times other feed formulators, what they see is a barren environment. They see a desert that's full of plants. They're going to stick them. They feel that there's no choices out there, and it's not an easy path. The reality is this is just a perception. It's very easy to move down the path towards plant-based feeds as long as you have a proper perspective. Now, if you think about diets and technologies, These are all based on people's perspective. We all make our choices based on perspective. If you look at the figure in the middle, is there 4 columns or are there 3 columns? It just simply depends on your perspective. And what we find is that a lot of our nutritionists have come out of different schools of thought. And so I very, like to simplify things. So we'll just say it's the catfish school, and we'll say it's the salmonid school. Well, if you're dealing with catfish, you're typically looking at low levels of lipids in the diet. We're looking at high carbohydrate content. We're looking at moderate proteins, and we're looking at basically soy-based feed formulations. If we're talking about trout and salmonids, we're talking about high lipids. They tolerate extremely high levels of lipids. They're very good at metabolizing them. We're talking about relatively low level of carbohydrates, just enough to make sure that you got a pellet that holds together. We're talking higher protein levels, and we're talking animal meal based. And so if you're coming from a school from where salmonid influence, you have a much different perspective when you start formulating for the rest of the world. And to me, the salmon are the canary in the mine. The rest of the world is normal. So if you look at and think about this as a continuum, so whether or not it's soy or plant-based feed formulations, what I say is that we have a continuum of tolerance. We have some animals, Pacific white shrimp, the catfish, our tilapia, they're very tolerant to soy-based feed formulations, plant-based feeds. Catfish feeds, in terms of production diets, haven't had fish meal in them for a good 20 or 30 years in terms of production diets. They tolerate, 50% or more soybeans, so it's really processing that is the issue. If we look at those that are moderate tolerance, so this would be a lot of our marine species, and I view this as we probably don't have enough nutritional information. But for example, species I work with, the Florida pompano, we can go up to about 50% soybean meal in feed formulations. The California yellowtail, we've gone up to 30% soybean and about 15% soy protein concentrate. So again, 45 or 50% of the diet is coming from soy. And they like a high protein diet. That's the reason there's soy protein concentrate in there. White sea bass, somewhere around 30 to 40% of soybean meal, along with some soy protein concentrate. Then there's those animals that are less tolerant. So for example, our salmonids. But even our salmonids, and I'm not a trout or salmon nutritionist, but I'm told by my friends that they can have 20% soy in their feed formulations without any problem. So even there, where we say there's all these allergies and these responses, we still have a fair amount of soy in the feed formulations. So reality to me, it's a continuum. And if you're starting from the base where everything is allergic, you have allergic responses for the animals you're normally working with, well, you're going to think that's going to happen to other species. Vast majority of the species are very tolerant to soy-based feed formulations, as long as you have the nutrition proper. So if you look at low fish meal feeds, these are developed only because we have systematically learned requirements and restrictions to balance the nutrients. We need to know what the protein requirements in terms of amino acids. What's the first limiting amino acids? We need to know the lipid requirements in terms of essential fatty acids. What are important? Because if you take out the fish meal, you also take out the essential fatty acids. You take out fat-soluble vitamins, you take out trace minerals. There's lots of components that come out when you take that fish meal out. So we need to understand the nutrition. And if we don't understand the nutrition, and everybody uses the Ludwig barrel as an example here, where we show low levels of lysine. If you don't realize you have a low level of lysine, you're not going to get best performance. So we need to balance our nutritional profiles to give us the best performance. Now, to me, sustainable feeds or plant-based ingredients feeds are available for both freshwater and marine species. I work with a lot of different species, and by far and far, they're very tolerant once you understand the nutritional requirement and the restrictions. So let's take an example, some shrimp, Little Penaeus venami. We've been working with shrimp for the last 30 or 40 years. We typically, for all the species that we're working with, we start off in the wet lab, left-hand top picture, where you can control nutrition. Then I like to go to outdoor systems where we have some natural productivity or larger systems, and then go to pond production systems and demonstration. But it's a stepwise process, and there's a lot of research that goes into a feed formulation, moving from what X feed to what is the current feed today. Looking at shrimp, we started this a long time ago, so this publication is 2000. We started looking at replacing fish meal in Pacific white shrimp, and a number of people were looking at it this time and not having great results. We actually, happened to be working with some poultry byproduct meals because they do a very good job of replacing fish meal. And one of them was a co-extruded soybean poultry byproduct meal, and we got very good response by the animals. Actually, it did better on this diet than it did on our fish meal based diet. But when we looked into it, we found out that it was actually 90-some% soybean meal, and there was actually very little poultry byproduct meal in there. It was wet products that were being co-dried using soy as the carrier. And so the reality is there wasn't but maybe 5 or at most 10% of this poultry meal. The rest was basically soy. Yet we had a very good response. So that gave us our first indication, hey, we just need to figure out the nutrition, and we're going to do quite fine with replacing fish meal. So we went on to develop replacement strategies for fish meal. And what we chose to do is to sort of take the farmer down a path of what we'll feel is least resistance. So we first took out the fish meal and replaced it with poultry byproduct meal. We did that in the laboratory, and we did it in outdoor ponds. We then took the poultry byproduct meal out and left it with a plant-based feed formulation. So what we did is we took the farmer and the feed manufacturer down a road stepwise, because you're not going to make a large step. You got to go down stepwise. And so we took them to then basically a plant-based feed formulation. And then, of course, people want to look at this under different situations. So we looked at soy protein concentrate. We looked at a number of different combinations with soybean meal. So we looked at pea meal. We looked at distillers dried grains. We looked at poultry meal. And, of course, we looked at fish meal. So we gave lots of different ways in which you could use a high inclusion of plant-based ingredients. And then, of course, because people always complain, you're at a different density, you're at a different whatever. So we did this across a number of different densities. And then we finished that off with a summary reviewing what goes on. Now we continue to work with that. Just as an example, this is pond work from 17 to 45 shrimp per meter that we did some time ago, demonstrating the use of soy-based diet. And as you can see, we get very good feed conversions, pretty good survivals. More recently, we moved into higher densities because of the interest in Asia and Latin America to run high densities. So this is at 120 shrimp per meter. So this would be in what I'd call a mixotrophic system, or you might call it a biofloc system. It's not pushed to be a heterotrophic system. So it's more of a algae bacterial based, but it is what would be considered a biofloc type system because of the densities and the nutrient loading. But here you can see we took a 20% fish meal based diet and reduced down to 0. And this is using soy, and then add Nutravance, which is a enzyme treated soy. And then also we use corn protein concentrate to balance the amino acids. But you can see that we went all the way down to 0. And we had very good performance. We did this in the laboratory. Then we took this to our outdoor tank studies. And this is the example from outdoor tanks. We do get a little bit difference in terms of biomass, a slight difference in feed conversions at the 0 fish meal diet. What I tell people is that 95% of the time we don't have any differences, but about 5% of the time we will pick up minor differences, whether or not that's the animals or it's because we're very close, but not always perfect in terms of those feed formulations. But as you can see in this example, there's a little bit difference in terms of performance, but it's not much. And I'd argue it's well worth the cost. Now, also realize that going to an all plant-based feed formulation does not always make sense. Quite often having 5 to 8% of an animal protein, whether or not it's fish meal, poultry meal, meat and bone meal, some sort of animal protein source, quite often makes more sense into a feed formulation because it is more cost effective than going to an all plant-based ingredient. Now, in order to do this with different species, we need to, of course, look at the amino acid requirements. We quite often feel that lysine and methionine or the total sulfur amino acid requirement are the first limiting, but we run into a number of species where taurine is actually the first limiting. Then not only do we need to understand the amino acid requirements, but we need to understand how animals respond to different protein sources. On occasions, you get protein sources that they don't like, are unpalatable, or maybe they're just bland. So we may need to look at our addition of attractants. We may have undigestible components, so we may want to look at enzymes to enhance that. So there's a lot of different things that we can do to improve a feed formulation. And I'll give you a few examples here. So quite often when we're working with these alternative feeds, you run into a roadblock. Sometimes that roadblock is biological, sometimes that roadblock is bureaucratic. In this particular example, back in 2010, we ran into a biological and a bureaucratic roadblock. Working across a number of different marine species, looking at plant-based feed formulations, we ran into some issues. Across multiple species, we identified that taurine was actually the first limiting amino acid. So quite often when people go in and make replacement of ingredients, they don't realize that maybe there is a nutrient that you haven't thought about that might be the actual limitation, as opposed to blaming it on, in this case, soy, saying, well, there must be an allergic response or there must be an anti-nutrient. No, the reality is soy doesn't have any taurine. Therefore, we ran into a taurine requirement at relatively low replacements of animal protein. So we also found that in the US, it wasn't approved. Now, Europe and Asia, Australia had all approved the use of taurine, but in the US, we were not. So we had to move to have the USDA approve the use of taurine, which has now been approved. But that gave us researchers an opportunity to come around, so to speak, a flag, look at red drum, striped bass, trout, a number of different species. We looked at the response to taurine and the taurine requirement. So just to give you an example, here's with our Florida pompano, using both a poultry meal-based diet and a meat and bone meal-based diet, we identified taurine deficiencies because they do have some taurine, but it's not nearly as high as a fish meal that would have fish solubles in it, which has a fair amount of taurine in it. And so we were able to identify that requirement, and we did this across a number of different species within my laboratory and other laboratories. Now, of course, once you move through that wall, so to speak, you run into another one. And so we've continued to run into a wall where we're trying to get to 100% plant-based ingredients. And when we go down below 10% or so of animal protein, a lot of marine fish, we run into issues. And so we started looking at this in terms of the Florida pompano as the example. So we looked at amino acids, and of course we did identify taurine. We looked at lysine, methionine. We've got good numbers for them. We've looked at anti-nutritional factors, and that then led us to looking at histomorphological changes, to look at gut shifts, see if there's any histology differences there, or if you have enteritis being induced. So we looked at a lot of different soy sources. Now realize, if you think you have an anti-nutrient problem, you can go to specialized products to get rid of those anti-nutrients. So for example, if you want to go to a soy protein concentrate, you've removed a lot of the anti-nutrients. You can go to a enzyme treated soy. You can go to a fermented soy. And using these, you can kind of try and figure out what the issues are. And of course, you may also have palatability issues, lots of different things there. So I'm just going to show a little bit of that research. And this example here is with enzyme treated soy. We've also looked at fermented soy. But again, the thought process was, because a lot of my colleagues work with trout and salmon, they felt that our reason we're not doing well with our pompano is because we have enteritis, because there's issues. So we went to some of these specialty items to look at them. So in this example, as I said, we've looked at fermented, we've looked at soy protein concentrate. This example is enzyme treated soy. But that's treated to get rid of a lot of the anti-nutritional factors. So we replaced our poultry byproduct meal. And then we also looked at the addition of a squid hydrolysate, because potentially palatability could be an issue. And then since we're looking at a hydrolysate, we also looked at pH balancing. So we looked at our typical 15% fish meal diet, just to demonstrate that to people, our soybean meal and enzyme treated combination, then some squid hydrolysate. And then we also adjusted the squid hydrolysate, because if you got a response due to the squid hydrolysate, you don't know if it's due to the attractant properties or if it's due to the fact that you've acidified the diet and you're getting a response due to acidification. So quite often when we look at products that are going to acidify, we will also neutralize them to see if there's any major effects there. And we did look at growth, body composition, and distal morphology, just to give you an example of those diets in terms of ones that we're talking about. We do a lot of our research down at Claude Petit for marine species, and we have a number of outdoor systems to work with our Florida pompano there, or other marine species that we're working with. Now, here's their growth results graphically showing, and as you can see, statistically, there are no differences. But I can tell you that on a consistency basis, going from a 15% animal protein to 100% plant-based diet, we consistently do not get the same performance. Now, statistically, they may not be different, but repeatedly, those values are often there. So what I say, again, is that we're probably at 90 or 95%, but we're still missing a little something to make that final, that it doesn't look like we have a depression. And again, in this particular case, in most cases, it's not statistically different. Here, the poultry byproduct meal diet or the hydrolysate or the pH adjustment seem to have no differences across these feed formulations. Now, we had a PhD student, Rami, who worked on this project for about 4 years. And again, looking at a lot of different feed formulations, but he also looked at the distal histology. So he took gut samples. We did this for about 4 years, again, because since we're using high levels of soy, quite often people will say, hey, you probably have issues with enteritis. And so we spent a considerable amount of time looking at that. And just to show, I'm not a histology person, so I'm not going to go into this, but you can see that we've looked at the histology of the gut. He used semi-quantitative techniques to quantify what's going on in terms of thickness, the number of goblet cells, various characteristics of that microvilli. And in fact, you can quantify, and these are examples, different diets, and you can quantify and come up with slight differences. So statistically, you can differentiate if you do a good job on your analysis. But from a diagnostic standpoint, and I've talked to a number of vets, and we've had a number of people look at these slides, is yes, the gut morphology will change. But the gut morphology changes if you go from fish meal to poultry meal, if you go from poultry meal to a plant-based diet. You change the diet, and you will change the histology of the gut to a certain extent. The question is whether or not you've induced enteritis or you've induced a major issue. And we did not see where we had major issues. But we could shift the histology, as I said, based on diet, based on acidification. We could quantify some of these differences, but we never saw anything that we would say this is probably detrimental to the health of the animal. And we're using a lot of plant-based feed formulations in that work. So, under the conditions that Rami looked at, we looked at enzyme treated, we looked at fermented, we looked at isolated soybean meals, and all of them could be used in practical feed formulations. What I tell people is that, solvent extracted soybean meal is by far the cheapest of all the products. So if it works, use it. Unless you have an allergic response or a need to use a fermented or an enzyme treated, use the cheaper source. And if one of those is cheaper, then that's the one you should use. But quite often, if we need a high protein or a higher protein ingredient, then moving to enzyme treatment, moving to fermentation, moving to some isolation or specialized products such as soy protein concentrate, then that's a product that you move to because you need the higher level of protein, not because you have an allergic response. If you do have an allergic response, those are going to be better choices. But in a lot of the animals, we don't see that allergic response. And as I said, complete replacement of fish meal with animal protein, we're right there. Statistically, it's not different, but we see consistently less performance. Therefore, we think we still have to figure something out, whether or not it's an attractant, an amino acid, some other limiting nutrient. We have yet to figure that out. And as I said, We did see some shifts in the histology of the animal, but it wasn't enough to say this is what we think the reason is. Now, when we move to these plant-based ingredients, or almost all feed formulations have plant-based ingredients in them. You're going to use wheat or corn, so you got plant-based ingredients as a carbohydrate source, even if it's not there as a protein sources. We have phytate there, and that phytate inhibits protein digestion. It inhibits phosphorus availability and some of our trace minerals. So I'm a big believer in phytate or phytase, and there's some very good reviews out there that show the efficacy of phytase across a number of different species, and that it clearly does improve phosphorus availability, trace mineral availability, and it also improves our protein digestibility. So again, I'm a big believer in phytase. I'm going to show you a quick example here with one of the phytases that we've looked at. We've looked at several of them. This is just one example in shrimp. And what we did is we looked at a fish meal, so a fair amount of fish meal, 12%, and then a completely plant-based feed formulation. The reason we did this is we wanted to compare animal protein versus plant-based to see if there's a major difference in that phytase performance. We looked at digestibility and we looked at growth trials. And as you can see, protein digestibility, we gained about 5% in protein digestibility, and that's typically what I see at least across fish and shrimp. And then we also increased phosphorus availability by over 5%, depending on which numbers you want to look at. But in both cases where we had low levels of or no fish meal or 12% fish meal, we got a response. We also looked at this in our aquarium systems, looking at a growth trial, again looking at fish meal levels, and then looking at, in this case, super dosing. And in almost all the trials that we've done with both fish and shrimp, if you look at the growth data and the addition of phytases, we seldom see an improvement in growth. But we do see an improvement in phosphorus retention. We do oftentimes see an improvement or slight improvement in amino acid retentions. In this particular case, you can see that there's improvements of phosphorus and improvements in copper. Trace mineral absorption is very much improved when we're using phytases. And to me, you can use phosphorus to justify the economics, but its absorption of trace minerals, increase in protein digestibility, which are your main players, are very good advantage. So we've seen a number of uses of phytase in both fish and shrimp. As I said, I'm a big believer in that. Now, we've also looked at other carbohydrates and proteases, and so I'll share a little bit of that information. But as you move towards these high levels of plant-based ingredients, you end up with non-starch polysaccharides, for example, hemicellulose, xylanases, beta-glucans, mannans, that are at higher levels in the feed formulations. And consequently, it may be advantageous to have an enzyme system to help break those down. So this example, again, we've looked at a lot of different things. This is just one example of xylanase and a beta-glucanase using it in tilapia. And what we did with the tilapia is we actually did what we'll call a low fiber diet. So fish meal, poultry meal, soybean meal as a primary protein sources, and looked at different levels of supplementation. But then we also loaded the diet with distiller's grain solubles to give a higher level of fiber. So we could look at the effects both at low and high fiber contents. In this particular case, we run through a typical growth trial of those animals and look at performance. Now, combining the whole data set, looking at the effect of fiber, the enzyme level, and then the fiber by enzyme interaction, you see that there's no interaction with the fiber by enzyme, and the enzyme level is significant, and of course, fiber by itself doesn't show anything. Now, this is, again, with the data all together in both experiments, to me, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So we did split the data sets out. And if you look at the first data set with the low fiber content, you can see there's almost no differences across the board. Now, there are some slight trends there, but there's almost no differences. And if you look at where the response really is, it's in the high fiber feed formulations. And so to me, you're going to get your best bang when you have high levels of these compounds that the carbohydrates is going to degrade. So realize you need to look at the matrix of your feed formulation and use an appropriate enzyme that's going to be appropriate for that enzyme matrix. If you don't have compounds in those feed formulations that the enzyme is going to work on, you're probably not going to see a major effect. And we've looked at beta-mannans, we've looked at proteases and carbohydrates. I showed you an example of beta-xylans and beta-glucans. And in general, we don't see any differences across performance, but we do see improvements in digestion. So for example, improvements of protein digestibility quite often. And if you look at numerically, that is potentially going to save you some money in terms of feed formulations if you're formulating on a digestible protein basis. So I think that all of these products do have a place, but again, it is going to depend on the matrix of your feed formulation. So what we've seen in terms of across numerous studies looking at enzymes is that the diet formulation is an opportunity to increase digestibility while decreasing the cost of the formulation. So if you're formulating on a digestible protein basis, for example, using these enzymes can bring down that cost. Now, quite often we don't see, or at least in my laboratory, we have not seen these improvements in terms of growth, in terms of statistical differences. It's more on the digestibility and the theoretical side. But I do think that the use of enzymes is an opportunity to increase the use of plant-based ingredients in aquaculture feed formulations or improve the cost effectiveness of those feed formulations. Now, to me, sustainable feeds, as I said, work for both freshwater and marine species. And to me, by far, the majority of the species that we understand the nutrition, that we've worked with the feed formulations for, we can figure out how to make these increased levels of plant-based ingredients work for those feed formulations. And I think that's going to be the vast majority of our species in aquaculture. Now, one of the things I want to point out just very quickly is that developing a feed is only part of the equation. The feeds must also be properly applied. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but we do a lot of work where we look at what is, what I call the past feeding procedures and what we want to do now in the future to improve those. And I want to give you an example working with shrimp. A lot of times people don't understand shrimp. They're very messy eaters. They quite often pick up food and drop it somewhere else. They externally masticate. They don't come up to the surface. So they're really actually a fairly difficult animal to feed using traditional methods. We've been blessed with the opportunity to use acoustic systems. And we installed AQ1 system about 5 or 6 years ago at our facility, and we've been looking at the efficacy of it and developing different techniques with it. And it's a very interesting system because shrimp, when they chew on feed, when they break it, they actually make a noise, and you can pick that noise up and then use it to manage your feed. We've been using this both in our pond production systems as well as in our laboratory now. But just to give you an example, our traditional feed management, where we used to feed twice a day with shrimp, we would run about a 120-day production cycle. And we would get about 4,500 kilos per hectare, 26-gram shrimp, feed conversion of 1, and again, 110 to 120 days. Now we've gone to about 7,000 kilos. We're getting a bigger shrimp, 32 grams. We still have a feed conversion of 1-to-1, but we're doing it in 90 days. So essentially, we doubled the performance of the animals by going to automated systems. And so these automated acoustic tools really help with feed management. To a certain degree, they help with population estimates, but they also show you variation in feeding activity, which allows us as nutritionists to look at different things. And in 2020, we converted our entire facility to acoustic systems. So we're not only looking at it in our pond-based systems, but we're also using acoustics in the laboratory to look at different attractants and to try and look at the feeding behavior of shrimp without us interpreting it, just allowing them to make noise. And we think we're producing better diets. So as an example, here's just a pelleted versus extruded feed, and you can see the difference in terms of noise that is being produced. And that's simply because a pelleted feed is softer than an extruded feed, because an extruded feed is fibrous. It takes more energy to break through that pellet. So different sizes, different shapes gives us different energies. And then we're also using that to look at attractants. So this is an example where we're looking at a number of different attractants, but you can see there's a big difference in the slopes of those that feeding behavior. So the activity that occurs when these attractants that are added. And this is a much easier way to look at things than trying to do some visual observations. So in our current results, we see that within 10 or 15 minutes, there's an increase in uptake, but not always an increase overall, okay? So we're looking at this in the field, and we're also looking at this in our laboratory. As I said, in 2020, we converted the entire facility to AQ1 system. We just now harvested that data, so I don't have all the data back, but basically we looked at a plant-based diet, 8% poultry, 8% fish, or 12% fish meal and shrimp. And we let the shrimp decide how much to consume. So we gave them as much feed as they wanted because we're using acoustic system. So they had free choice of how much food to consume. And as you can see, there's absolutely no differences in terms of the growth rates. We have preliminary data. We haven't finalized all our data for the harvest, but it looks like our harvest production is pretty much the same. Survivals were the same. And so we saw, even though they had free choice, a high fish meal diet versus a plant-based diet, we didn't change the performance, and the shrimp didn't change how much they consumed. So what I'd have to say is, after about 20 years here at Auburn University, I'm still learning. I'm still looking forward to expanding our understanding of nutrition and sharing what we have done with all my participants. I would like to thank you for your time. Remember, I don't do this work myself. I have a very large lab, a number of graduate students in visiting sciences that participate in this research. And with that, I'd like to say thank you very much for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if anybody would like to drop me a note via email or give me a call. Thank you very much for your time.
For your talk. I just got the news from the U.S. Soybean Council that Dr. Davis will join with us for the question and answer session, and he will be more than happy to answer all your questions. So please don't forget to submit your question during the conference. Use the link, the esaslides.com/IAC2020. So once again, thank you, Dr. Davis. Our second speaker is Dr. Fabio Soler, experienced technical director with a demonstrated history of working in the aquaculture and aquafeed industry, skill in the environmental awareness, biotechnology, fisheries, science, nutrition, and also aquaculture. Strong community and social services professional with a doctor of philosophy, focus in the aquaculture nutrition from Auburn University. Dr. Soler, please join me to welcome Dr. Fabio Soler. Dr. Fabio, the floor is yours, and War Eagle. Dr. Fabio, are you there?
Okay, I'm here. Sorry, I was muted. Thank you very much, and
All right.
you too.
All right.
Let me share my screen here so we can start the presentation. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here this morning. Also, thank you, the organizers, for the invitation and for the time. I'm going to talk a little bit about reduction of fish meal in aquafeed. And when I'm talking about reduction of fish meal, I'm not only talking about removing fish meal, but also going to a lower quality fish meal and what happens to the palatability of the feed. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how improve this feed palatability. Okay. So first of all, it's important to say that aquaculture now is the biggest source of seafood to the world. So since 2012, aquaculture has surpassed the captured fisheries that has been stagnant because it has reached its limit. As you saw from Dr. Darani's presentation yesterday, she had a good presentation about this. And what gave the aquaculture this big boost since the 90s for the growth has been mostly things like this: training, okay, seminars, conferences, all of this. All the training that has been happening in the industry has been a big help to grow the industry. So let's talk about three main sectors that have been helping with this growth. So first of all, the feed. So the feed industry has been grown with number of factories everywhere. So seller people, a lot of nutrition knowledge coming from research, like Dr. Davis and anybody else, Dominic Bureau, all of them have been contributed with the research. And also the equipment, okay? Talking about, like, for example, Wenger, when Jesse present, you see that the development of the new equipment also has increased a lot the quality of the feed. So the water stability, the quality of the formulation is very important. On the farming technique, of course, the training for the farmers is very important. The production and knowledge, the reduction in losses from the production, okay, from farming. The specific feed available for different species of fish and shrimp. Okay, these have been very important. Another thing is logistics. As soon as logistics increase, the roads and trucks and everything, the ships and everything available and on time. So this reduce the losses from the transport of the animals and the feed, and also increases the capability of production. So this has been very important. And the last thing is the market demand. Market demand, as Dr. Dani was talking a little bit yesterday about the millennials, that the health awareness of people and the knowledge about the benefits of consuming seafood has been increasing a lot. So that's been boosted a lot, the aquaculture sector. So let's talk about a little bit about how animals perceive the environment. So we're talking about nutrition. We're talking about palatability here also. So you have to understand that fish and shrimp see the world differently from how we see. They are in the water, it's a liquid environment. So everything that is in water has to be, for them to detect, has to be soluble in the water. If you're talking about chemicals. If you're talking about how they sense it, so they use their chemoreceptors. So their whole body have taste buds. So if you look at the catfish picture on the left, on the bottom, you see they have over 175,000 taste buds on the outside of their body. So their whole body can sense where the feed is, where the prey item is, so they can go after it. And the same is for shrimp also. So in the right side here, you have a lobster, for example, and you can see that they have olfactory systems in their antennas, but they have chemoreceptors which taste the water all the time. So when you see the shrimp or the crab or the lobster manipulating the feed, they're not only manipulating the feed because they are playing with the feed, they're breaking the feed. No, they're sensing the feed for the mechanoreceptor. So they're feeling the texture of the feed to see if it's really a food item or if it's just like dirt or something on the bottom of the food, the pond. But also they're tasting it. Okay, so when they're touching it with their little claws, they're tasting it also. So that's how they feel the world. So when we're talking about an aquaculture setup, how the animals perceive feed and the feeding, it's a little bit different from the natural environment, okay? In natural environment, they depend a lot on like their lateral line for movement around them for like predators and preys. And also they depend on the chemicals diluted in the water, so soluble chemicals. So it's very important to notice that. When we're talking about aquaculture, that the animals are conditioned to the people being around them and feeding them. So they use also their vision and their, let's say, hearing to perceive there is people. Like they get used to time of the day that they're fed. So they know they're fed like morning and late afternoon. So morning and late afternoon, they'll be ready by the edge of the pond waiting for somebody to feed them. They see people walking by the pond. They know the feed is coming, okay? So they get used to that. So sometimes, depending on the species, the palatability works differently because of that, because they get trained to whatever comes into the water is feed, they just swallow it, okay? If you think about carp, you think about tilapia, it's very easy for them to eat like that. Shrimp is a little bit different because they need also the mechanical stimulus, so something hitting the water, so they feed, when it hits the water, it makes that noise, it makes that splash. The animals detect that as feeding time. And also the chemical stimulus, meaning the soluble part of the feed has to be there. So they detect that as feed. They feel the taste in the water. So they know something is happening. There's food there. So they'll go find it. So talking about a little bit about the new feed formulation. Okay, we're talking like Dr. Davis was talking about, Dr. Dominique Bureau was talking about yesterday also. When we talk about the new formulation, so a lot of plant protein, okay? Reduction of animal protein, reduction of fish meal because of sustainability, because of many things. So what brings the flavor to the diet actually are comprised. So if you use like only fish meal, all these soluble compounds are there. So that's why fish meal is considered like, the best ingredient for feed. But you can add it back, or it can be also there in other different products. So for example, fats, with phospholipids can be an indicator for as food, for example, for crustaceans. Pheromones I put under fats because they're derived from fat. Okay, so but it is an indication also for some shrimp and some other fish like that feed is available. Quaternary ammonium bases, so betaine, thiamine, creatine, are present in animal and plant ingredients. So indicate also there's food. Biogenic amines. Biogenic amines are very interesting for example, crustaceans. So fish, shrimp, crab, lobsters, because they're used to eating also animals that are dead already. Okay, so they're scavengers. So putrescine, cadaverine, spermine, which are let's say byproducts of the degradation of amino acids. So meaning bacteria is being breaking down those amino acids, or even the enzyme of the body of the animal that died, and they can perceive that in the water. Okay, it can be a good stimulation for feed, so an attractant, but in excess in the body of the animal is a stressor. Okay, it causes oxidation, is very dangerous. So the limit is very dangerous. Organic acids, also from the animal, degradation of animal or plant protein. Nucleotides and nucleosides, so ATP, AMP, IMP, the DNA from the animals or the plants that are available in the environment. And of course, amino acids and peptides, because as we remember, the main source of for growth of those animals is amino acids, okay, and peptides, short peptides. Peptides are just a small sequence of amino acids, okay? It's not a full protein, it's a big protein. It's just like 2 to 4 amino acids bound together. That's, let's say, a peptide. So when we talk about what's available in the market, we talked about, Dr. Div was talking about a lot of plant protein, okay? Let's think about that. All those raw material, we talk about fish meal, we talk about poultry meal, we talk about soybean meal. All of them has to be processed somehow to be used in the diet, okay? They cannot be just used as is, okay? The equipment we use nowadays to manufacture diet cannot support this kind of ingredients. So they go through our grinding first, all of them, okay, to reduce the size. So going to the left side here, you have some cooking and pressing. For example, if you're making a fish meal or a poultry meal, okay, or a squid meal or shrimp meal anyways. So you have a cooking, then you have a pressing to remove the water and the oil. The water and the oil will be sold separately. Okay, and then there's a drying, you have the fish meal or the poultry meal. So that's the protein part. The oil will be sold separately as a fish oil or poultry oil. And then the soluble part, so the water that's being removed, is sold as a fish soluble, for example. Okay, it's concentrated and filtrated and sold as a fish soluble. That's where most of the flavor of the fish meal is. Okay, if you think of for example, a high quality like a prime fish meal, you have the soluble put back in the meal and cold dried. That's why it's very good at attractant for fish and palatant for fish. Okay. Now another product you can use, for example, available in the market is like silage. You know, fish silage or even poultry silage. What happens is you get the raw materials like usually ground fresh meat, and you use some acid, and also the enzyme from the body of the animal helps on the breaking down this protein, and then there's a concentration stabilization with acids, so it doesn't degrade, and that's the silage. Okay, very simple. When we're talking about soluble and fish soluble or animal soluble and silage, so this is very difficult to know what's gonna get at the end of the production. Okay, of course it's gonna be some soluble protein, but the size of the peptides and the amount of amino acid available, it's very different. Okay, you will never know because it's not controlled, specifically controlled the production. But when we talk about the hydrolysates, so on the right side here, hydrolysates are very similar to, let's say, a soluble or a silage. The difference is enzymes are used. So the raw material is ground and enzymes are applied. Also, after the enzyme applied to break down this protein into the size of amino acid or peptides you want, this can be controlled by the kind of enzymes, the amount of enzyme used. There's a pasteurization step. The pasteurization step is a very crucial step for the production because it stops the enzyme from acting, meaning that it doesn't let all the protein be broken down into like free amino acid. And I'll explain why the free amino acid, only free amino acid is not good soon. But also it also sterilizes the product, okay? So it removes all the pathogens from the product. So after that, the stabilization and filtration with organic acids, antioxidants, and anti-molds are added, and those prolong the shelf life of this product, even if it's a liquid or a powder, it doesn't matter. And then you have the hydrolysate that can be used in diet. So when you look at several ingredients that you can use in a feed formulation, okay, all these ingredients are usually combined to produce a feed. So you have fish meal, squid meal, krill meal. Those are like the standard for fish feed. So the orange bar are the amount of protein in one of these ingredients. So you can use this as a reference to balance and produce the feed that you want for the amount of protein. If you want like a 40% protein, you can use some fish meal and some wheat that has like low protein, like a 12% protein, and you balance in other different ingredients so you have this 40% diet. But you cannot forget about the amino acid profile. Okay, if you are lacking some amino acid, some essential amino acids, the animals will not grow, okay, because they're deficient in the amino acids. The other thing which we usually don't look at is the soluble protein and the small peptides. So if you look at the fish meal, for example, it has about 18% soluble protein and 4% small peptides below 1 kilodalton. Kilodalton is just the way to measure the size of the peptide, okay? So don't worry about this nomenclature. It's just small peptides. So free amino acid and small peptides up to 4 amino acids, for example, because those can be absorbed easily by the animal. And then you can use that different products. If you're reducing the fish meal, you can use other products. So for example, like blood meal, it has a lot of soluble protein to give some flavor to the feed, but it has small amount of low peptides, okay, small peptides. You can use soy, of course, you can use wheat, you can use some concentrated protein concentrates. And as Dr. Davis was saying, and Dr. Dominic Bureau was talking about yesterday, having plant proteins, plant ingredients in the diet now, it's crucial, because if you're manufacturing feed, doesn't matter if you're pelletizing or extruding, you do have to use a binder, and the binder is starch. So the gelatinized starch has to be there. So if you're talking about pellets, you can use about 15 to 18% starch in the feed to make this binding. But if you're talking about extrusion, you need about 20%. So you do need those ingredients. Those ingredients are very important, and they're also very sustainable. Okay, they're very readily available. They're much cheaper than any other animal protein. So those are usually also used to balance the cost of the feed. On the right side here, you have hydrolysates. Why I'm putting hydrolysates here? Because if you look at for example, a liquid hydrolysate has only 22% protein, but the majority of this protein is liquid protein, it's a soluble protein, sorry, and small size peptides. The same for a powder hydrolysate. So when you have this very high amount of soluble protein and small peptides, you can easily balance your diet for the formulation. And I'll show some research that shows what's the result when you add some of those chemicals to the diet. Okay, let's say chemicals, those molecules to the diets. So to understand what happens when we're talking about, let me get the pointer here, using when you have a lot of big protein and small peptides in the diet or free amino acids. So this is the membrane of a cell. So let's say it's the gut of the animal. The right side here, when you have these pink dots, this, let's say, is the inside of the gut. And on the bottom here is inside the body of the animal. So they had to transport this protein for the inside the body of the animal. When you have small peptides, 2 to 4 amino acid chains, it can go through the membrane as through diffusion through the membrane. So we can use those 3 simple diffusion mechanisms here. So proteins to go through the membrane without having to use any energy or having to do anything special. It just goes through because of difference of concentration in one side and the other side of the membrane cell, okay? The cell membrane, sorry. Now, when you talk about amino acids, free amino acids, so if you're talking about crystalline amino acids, or even free amino acids that come from the hydrolysate, the silage, or the fish soluble, from the protein that you're using in the diet itself, and from the digestion of the animal, it has to go through a pump, okay? So this here. And a pump, as you can see, it uses energy. Not only energy, but also, if you look on the right side here, you have different transporters, specific transporters just for amino acids. So let's imagine we have a lot of this red amino acid here on the right side. let's say this is an essential amino acid and it's very limiting in the diet. But this amino acid can only use this transporter to go into the body. But it's competing with all those amino acids to go through this transporter. So what happens is when you overload the diet with just one specific crystalline amino acid or a lot of free amino acids from ingredients, you can outcompete some essential amino acids, and then you have a deficient growth, okay, in the animal. So it doesn't mean that the feed is not balanced, the amino acid is not there, okay? It is there, it's just that there's a competition for transporter. So then you have a deficiency on these amino acids. So just to understand a little bit what happens. So let's look at this trial here. This is a trial with the European sea bass. We've done many, many years trials with the European sea bass. We still do over 10 years of trials to understand how the soluble protein and the small peptides work on bringing palatability to the diet and helping with the growth of the animal. So we're talking only, here we're only looking at the SGR of this animal, okay? So on the left side here, you have a diet that's 50% prime fish meal. So those animals are very picky. When you start reducing the fish meal or you change to a lower grade fish meal, those animals don't like to eat the diet. So we changed this diet from 50% prime fish meal to a 20% standard fish meal. So we reduce the amount and reduce the quality of the fish meal also. So when you do that, you see that the decrease in growth is about 87%. Of course, if you do this, if you reduce the fish meal and the quality, you lose the palatability of the diet because these animals is just too picky. Okay, if you're talking about tilapia or carp or catfish or shrimp, they are not this picky. So it's a little bit different how they react, but I'll show a little bit more. Now, if you get this diet that has 20% fish meal, the low grade fish meal, and add only 0.3% of a powder hydrolysate, so it's very small amount. So you saved a lot of cost here, right? You have to improve, you have to, invest a little bit of money here to put 0.3%, which is almost nothing, and you gain back 57% of this 87% you lost here in the diet, okay, in growth. If you add only 0.5%, you're already at 83% of this 87, so it's only 4% difference here now in growth you have. There's no statistical difference between this growth and this growth here, okay? So just saying that 0.5% already, you gain back everything you lost from reducing the fish meal here and reducing the cost of your feed also, okay? So for many, many years doing trials like this, looking at what happens when you reduce the fish meal and when you increase the soluble protein from like hydrolysates, for example, here, we can make graphs showing the growth, so SGR here on the left, and the FCR, okay, the conversion ratio for the animals. And what this shows is if you look at the green area here, so it means that anything in this area here, when you reduce the fish meal and replace by hydrolysate, you have the same growth, okay? So meaning, a diet that has 18% fish meal here, highlighted. If you reduce to 0% fish meal, but you add 8% of hydrolysate powder, you have exactly the same growth. So you reduce by 100% your fish meal, only add 8% of hydrolysate, and you have exactly the same growth, okay? Same thing here, looking on the right side for FCR. FCR is even more dramatic, the gain you have with the hydrolysate powder. So if you replace 20% of the fish meal, so you have 0% fish meal, only add 6% of a powder hydrolysate, you have exactly the same feed conversion, okay? And here we're talking about 0.95 to 1 FCR, okay? So it's a very good FCR, only adding some soluble protein and the small peptides. So talking a little bit about trials done, for example, in sea bass. So this is the Asian sea bass. So let's look what we have here. We have a diet that has 10% fish meal. And then we just add, it's the same diet, okay? Only add 3% of liquid hydrolysate or 5% of a liquid hydrolysate. So if you look at the dotted line here, the red dashed line here on the top, this is the regression for the growth. So you see, as you add the hydrolysate, you see the increase in growth, okay? So you look at the red line on top here. And when you look at the green line here on the bottom, this shows how much you're increasing in small peptides. So as you increase the small peptide size amount, you see that the response in growth is very similar. But not only that, when we're talking about peptides, we are talking about a lot of bioactive peptides that stimulate the immune system. So this red line, the solid red line, shows the phagocytic activity in these animals. So show that this animal is very strong health-wise, okay? And also, if you look on the bottom here, we have FCR for those diets, 1.13 going down to 0.98, meaning that the digestibility of this diet with the palatability increase is much better. Now in tilapia, we know we can use diet with 0% fish meal, and they grow similarly when you have a little bit of fish meal. So in this diet, this is commercial feed that has 5% fish meal. There's two parts of this trial here. There's one part is a 27 degrees C. So this is a regular temperature for tilapia. And this is during the winter. So at 20 degrees C, that's when we have a very high decrease in growth, okay? So we're looking here, for example, at growth. So when we add 2% of a liquid hydrolysate on the diet that has 5% fish meal, at normal temperature, you don't see much of a difference in growth. You have, okay, there's an increase in 4%. Okay, so it's a gain already with only 2% of a liquid hydrolysate, but it's not like a big increase you see as, for example, on the sea bass side. But you're increasing here on the green line here, the small peptides. And what happens when you increase the small peptides, as I said before, increase also the health of the animal. So when you come to a lower temperature, that the animals are eating less, growing less, adding this 2% of hydrolysate, you have a 23% increase in growth. Okay, so a very big increase in growth with the same amount of the small peptides. So there's a correlation here between peptides and growth. And similarly, we see also in shrimp. So we have two diets here comparing. So 5% fish meal diet with 5% squid paste, because squid paste is highly used in shrimp feed, mostly for the farmer. The farmer like it dark, the farmer like the smell, okay? If you remove the fish meal and put the 3% of a liquid hydrolysate, this is what happened. First of all, looking at the red line here, the dotted red line here, you have an increase in growth, okay? It's small, but there is an increase in weekly gain. This is done in aquarium, so there's no natural productivity that provides any feed. So you see that it's a 0.9 to 1 grams per week that the animals are growing. This is typical for aquarium trials. So because we increased here the small peptides, so there's a small increase in growth, but you see a very big increase in lysozyme activity. This is health, okay? This reflects in health. This reflects in every trial we do with disease challenge. When you increase the lysozyme activity, you see much better survival of the animals. So to conclude all this I showed now from these trials. So when you have an ingredient, for example, that has soluble protein, short peptides, free amino acids, organic acids, nucleotides, for example, this is all you find in a liquid hydrolysate or a powder hydrolysate. All this is very important when you want to reduce the fish meal inclusion in the diet. You want to improve the quality of the feed also. You want to reduce the quality of this. You want to use like a byproduct fish meal to reduce cost, because we know the farmers still like a lot of fish meal in the diet in Asia. Okay, which is a paradox, knowing that we are so advanced here in Asia. I'm talking about from Thailand, and we're so advanced when we talk about stocking density and farming management. You know, it's very paradoxical, this seeing that they don't want the reduction of fish meal. The other thing is when you want to increase the palatability of the diet. Okay, we're talking about also doing challenging conditions. So we're talking about production performance, health status of the animal. So you can bring it all into the diet just from bringing one ingredient in a small quantity, okay? 1 to 3%, it's more than enough to bring all these benefits to the diet, okay? So I end here, thank you very much again. This is my contact, so my email address is right here. If you guys have any question, any comment, want to know more, have more information about this kind of trials, please get in contact with me. And thank you very much, Romy. Thank you very much for all the organizers for sharing this time with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fabio, for the very interesting talk today. And welcome, Dr. Alan Davis, in our room right now. And before I introduce the third speaker, please remember that we're gonna have the question and answer after this third presenter. Please use the link provided by the committee in the chat room to write down your question. Our third speaker is Martin Guerin. Martin Guerin also graduated from Auburn University, Master of Science in Fish Nutrition, and holder of master level degrees in agricultural sciences and business management from French universities. He has worked for more than 30 years in the aquafeed and feed additive industry, including more than 20 years working in Asia. After having headed for 14 years the aqua nutrition division of one of the leading Asian feed mill milling groups, overseeing commercial aquafeed formulation, quality control, research and development, and the technical support activities, as well as setting up 2 research farms, he spent the next 3 years as the private technical consultant in aqua nutrition, providing advice to commercial feed operation and feed additive companies, including Adiseo. 2 years ago, he joined with the Adiseo as a regional technical manager aquaculture to support Adiseo customers in Asia Pacific and the India subcontinent. He is a familiar face in the Asian aquaculture industry, having contributed to numerous technical conferences and seminars and visit hundreds of farm and aqua feed mills in the region with the aim to provide technical solution to this. Please join me to welcome Martin Guerin. Martin, the floor is yours and war eagle.
War eagle. Good morning, Dr. Rami.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the organizers to give me a chance today to speak about how to optimize lipid digestion and utilization in aquaculture feeds. Next, please. When you look at lipids, there's many categories of lipids and with many different roles. You start with the fatty acids, which can be saturated, unsaturated, omega-3, omega-6 fatty acids, all parts of other larger lipids like mono, di, or triglycerides, or you find them in phospholipids. You have cholesterols and steroids, and then you have fat-soluble vitamins. All those lipids will have different roles and functions. Typically, the basic lipids have very rich in energy. They provide 1.7 times more energy than protein and 2.3 times more than carbohydrate. Glycerides are also very important for storing energy in the adipose tissue. Lipids play a key role in cell membrane structure and permeability and are involved in the inflammation, anti-inflammation mechanism, as well as antioxidant function. They involve in immunity, health, metabolic function, brain function, vision. And then also you find them in hormones and playing a role in cell-to-cell communication. Finally, in the area of reproduction, larval development, they play also a critical role. Next. Let's talk about how those lipids are digested and transported. Next. So the key challenge, is illustrated by the top left photo here. You can see oil really does not mix well with water. The problem is lipids have to be digested in an aqueous environment, which is inside the gut of the fish and the shrimp. So how does it happen? Well, you have a number of actors there. Of course, you have the basic lipids, the glycerides and fatty acids. Then you have the lipase, which is the enzyme that will hydrolyze the triglycerides into free fatty acids. Then bile salts, phospholipids, and other emulsifier will emulsify those lipids into micelles, which are small globules of oil, which can then be absorbed through the cell membrane of the epithelial cells, where they will further reassemble into glycerides. And all those lipids will then be assembled in chylomicrons or very low density lipoproteins with the help of lipoproteins. And there the sterols are also transferred, and then they will be transported to the organs. Next. So one issue with lipids is that the digestibility is highly variable, and that digestibility varies with the lipid type, the source, the level, with the types of formulation that you're using, with the level of non-starch polysaccharides that you may have from the plant materials in the diet, with the age and the condition of the animal, with the water condition, especially temperature, which plays a role on solubility, and then to the gut health. If you look at the table in the middle, which is taken from a review done a few years back, looking at differences in digestibility for many species of fish, and looking what's the range of digestibility, you can see for rainbow trout, here, I hope my pointer is showing. In rainbow trout, you have a range of 45% digestibility to more than 90% digestibility, depending on the lipid type. You have a similar results even with less than 40% digestibility in tilapia and in carp. So in shrimp, Dr. American also a few years back showed that feeding shrimp with palm oil and tuna oil led to observing very important differences in digestibility, especially of saturated fat, which are poorly digestible compared to the polyunsaturated fat, which are much more digestible. The photo at the bottom right, it really illustrates, the problem. If you're going to try to digest saturated fat, like butter or tallow, they are relatively hard at room temperature. At those temperatures, that means very difficult to be solubilized them into micelles at those temperatures compared to plant oil or fish oil, which is a very liquid product, much more soluble and easy to emulsify. Next. So again, once they are digested, the lipids need to be transported. And in fish, like in mammals, lipids are transported by the chylomicrons or very low density lipoprotein via the lymphatic system. But they are also transported to the liver via the VLDL, but also LDL and high density lipoprotein through the plasma, which associate lipoprotein, cholesterol, and glyceride. And there, phospholipids play a very important role because they are the component that forms the outer shell of those chylomicrons in coordination with the lipoproteins that are present. So they play a critical role in not just the digestion, but also the transport and the mobilization of fat. Next. So let's look at what are the strategy that we could try to do as a nutritionist to improve lipid digestibility and utilization. First strategy is with the help of lysophospholipid. So if you look at a lysophospholipid, we have a product called Aqualyso that is basically we produce the lysophospholipid is produced by enzymatic hydrolysis of lecithin, which is typical phospholipid, which has a glycerol trunk, a phosphate group, and then 2 fatty acids. And then there's a phospholipase A2, which is naturally occurring in fish. You find it in the gut, that will hydrolyze this and separate the phospholipid and remove 1 fatty acid. So suddenly in this molecule, the water-soluble part composed of the glycerol and the phosphate has more weight compared to the lipophilic part, which is the fatty acid attached to the glycerol. This has a very important advantage because that means that molecule is much more water-loving and soluble and can be a much better emulsifier of lipids, of oil within an aqueous environment, within a water environment, which is what you find in the gut. So we have a product called Aqualyso, which is has a high concentration of this lysophospholipid, which is natural, derived from vegetable origin, and very easy to use. It's with a free-flowing characteristic and very stable under processing condition. Next, please. Next, please. So again, this is a slide to illustrate the better emulsion capabilities of lysophospholipids, which have a HLB value of 10 compared to lecithin, which is about 8. HLB value stands for hydrolipophilic balance, which measures the emulsifier potency. And what it results is that lysophospholipid can emulsify lipids into much smaller lipid micelles. And this capability of producing much smaller micelles means there's a much higher level of surface area to expose the lipids to the lipase activity, then which acts much faster. And finally, those very small micelles are more easily absorbed through the gut lining. Next, please. So in the gut lining, those lysophospholipid also can play a role because they, like phospholipid, they will integrate themselves into the membrane. And because they are of only one fatty acids in the space between inside the lipid membrane, they are more flexible and give more mobility, more flexibility to the membrane, and that allows some nutrients, small nutrients like electrolytes, amino acids to pass through more easily by passive diffusion. So lysophospholipid can also improve absorption, not just of lipid, but of non-lipidic nutrients. Next, please. So just to summarize, this type of lysophospholipids will be enhancing the digestion of lipids, accelerating the absorption of fats, and also improving nutrient absorption. This is all nice and theoretical, but how does it translate into reality? Next, please. So we have run some trials with a number of species. Here's one we did with a sea bass feed, where we added 1 kilo per ton of our Aqualyso product to the diet, into a sea bass diet, and observed very nice improvement in growth, FCR, and also with a sparing effect on protein, which led to better protein efficiency ratio. So we heard about the 5% improvement for those parameters. Next, please. In tilapia, lysophospholipid also have been tested. This is a trial where 0.5 or 1 kilo of lysolecithin was added to tilapia feed with 35% protein and just 30% fat. Looking at the growth over 8 weeks in tanks, and the higher dosage with 1 kilo led again to a similar type of improvement, like in the last trial, to about 5 to 6% improvement in growth, FCR, and protein efficiency ratio. Next slide. We have other trial results, but for the sake of this presentation, which we have limited time, I'll go to the next strategy, which is to use bile salts. Thank you. Next. So one thing to understand is that, when today aquaculture feeds tend to replace a lot more fish meal with plant diets, like plant protein, like soybean meal. And this can reduce to reduction in digestibility of nutrient. So if you look at protein digestibility in the left graph, you can see that when you reduce fish meal from 56% to about 50%, you have just a minor drop in protein digestibility. And after that, when you reduce the inclusion of fish meal, you have no change in protein digestibility. However, when it comes to lipid digestibility, you observe a much higher drop in digestibility, close to about a drop of 12% to 14% in digestibility of lipids, which also translate into a reduction in digestibility of energy, which is here in this bottom gray line. One reason that seems to be happening is that actually when you feed these high plant protein diets, it has been observed in the gut of salmon that you have a reduction into the of the bile acid levels, bile salt levels in the intestine, in the hind intestine of the trout fed those high plant diets. It is probably because the animal, the fish, are unable to reabsorb and recycle those bile salt and release more bile salt into the intestine. Next slide. So biosalt, if you are supplying high plant diets, you have a risk of not getting the level of biosalts that you would want to see in the digestive tract. They play a very important role in fight digestion in vertebrates, including fish. In terms of molecule, they are very close to cholesterol, and they share the same steroid structure. And actually, the liver of fish produces bile salt from cholesterol. In fish, the principal bile salts are cholic acids and deoxycholic acids, and they are typically the bile acids are conjugated with taurine and other amines to form those bile salts. Next slide. In the gut, they play a crucial role in fight digestion, and they are very good emulsifiers. So they will, like phospholipid, assemble themselves to form small micelles around the lipids here. And they are a cofactor of lipase because they have a very good, very high HLB value from 20 to 25, which means they are very good emulsifier of lipids in aqueous environment. And because of this, they provide a lot of flexibility to these micelles, and that allows the lipase to access the lipids, the glycerides inside those micelles. The liver, as I mentioned earlier, is a primary site for production of those bile acids from cholesterol. Next slide, please. So, in addition to improving digestibility and playing a key role in digestibility of fats, they are also involved in other metabolic activities. They tend to accelerate the rate of protein hydrolysis and also modulate secretion of mucus in fish. They have a role in regulating fluid and electrolyte absorption, and they play a role of signaling molecules that can activate cell signaling pathways for lipid, glucose, and energy metabolism. In addition, they also regulate liver growth and have an important role in liver detoxification because they help solubilize organic ions and heavy metals, which are excreted via the bile duct. So you prevent the accumulation of these toxic components in the liver. Finally, in shrimp, although you don't find bile salts in shrimp, they are an effective emulsifier in the gut of shrimp. And because the bile salts have a very common same structure as cholesterol, they seem to be sparing cholesterol and replacing and be able to be used to produce molting hormone. Next slide, please. So we have run some trials in shrimp with our product Lipogest, which contains purified bile salts, about 20%. And in this trial, we had controlled diets with normal levels of cholesterol, 0.125% of cholesterol with 0.25 gram per kilo of cholesterol from purified source, relatively high level of omega-3 fatty acids provided by the fish meal and the fish oil, and high level of phospholipid, 1.1% from marine ingredient, and 1.5% lecithin supplementation. In this diet, we produce a negative control diet with lower level of fish oil and lecithin, less 0.5% fish oil, less 0.5% lecithin, which led to lower levels of phospholipid and omega-3 fatty acids. And we remove the cholesterol supplementation. So to this negative control, we had three treatment diets, one with Lipogest added at 1.25 kilo of Lipogest per ton of feed, which results in providing 250 milligram of bile salts to the diet, and similar levels of bile salts derived from pure cholic acid added to the diet, and also completed commercial product from with bile salts coming from pig origin. Next slide, please. So this is a diet with about 18% of fish meal and 34% of soybean meal. And you can see that the negative control diet has a reduced level of lecithin, 0.5% less, and 0.5% less fish oil, and 0.025% less cholesterol. This was a trial done in Indonesia, in Jepara. Thank you. Next. So these are the results, and if you focus on the results with a negative control or a low fat control diet and the diet supplemented with lipogest, you can see you have a very nice improvement in growth rate, plus 14%, in FCR, minus 16%, and again, like with phospholipid, you have a sparing effect on protein because you have less protein used for energy, so the protein is better utilized, so the protein efficiency ratio improved by 20%. And to a performance level which was similar to the high control, to the high level of phospholipids and omega-3 fatty acids and cholesterol. And the performance was better than the pig origin salt, bile salt. So with just a low inclusion rate, you can really compensate for a deficit in omega-3, phospholipid, and cholesterol, which helps you save money on formulation costs. Next slide. We have run some other trials in fish. One of them was done with Pangasus, with a Pangasus integrator, which was already using our product in the starter feed, but we look at the grower feed, adding the product at the level of 170 ppm of bovine bile salts in the diet. With that level, we achieve a reduction in FCR of 4.3%, an improvement in growth of almost 4%. So another benefit that we don't have data, but which was reported to us by the integrators, that when they processed the fish, they found a less reduced level of visceral fat, which improved the filleting yield. Next slide. So you have better fat utilization. So the third strategy that you can look at improving utilization of fats in your diet is enzyme. So when you are using diets with high plant materials, they contribute to a lot of non-starch polysaccharide. And among those non-starch polysaccharides, you have arabinoxylans, which are complex carbohydrates, which are not digestible, but also form a gel inside the gut of the fish. And this gel tends to produce a cage effect around all the nutrients that need to be digested by the digestive enzyme of the fish. And if you're going to add a phytase will not be able to access it. So with the help of carbohydrates, especially xylanase and arabinofuranolidase, which are the two enzymes that you need to hydrolyze those arabinoxylans, you're able to open this cage and allow the digestive enzyme of the fish to access the nutrients like phytate, like protein, like complex carbohydrates, so they can be digested and used by the fish. Next slide. Next slide, please. So we have run some number of trials. One of them we run in Thailand at Kasetsart University, where we fed a diet with a positive control with 7% fish meal, where we added our product Rovabio Advanced L, supplemented with another with a phytase, external phytase, and a negative control diet with 0% fish meal. And we found systematically an improvement in digestibility of the lipids, not by a much high amount, 3% in this case, but here only just 1%. But interestingly, we also found a much better improvement in digestibility of other nutrients like phosphorus, crude protein, fiber, and digestible energy. So although enzymes are a good way to improve the lipid digestibility, they work better on the other nutrients. Next slide, please. And actually, when you use them in practice, this is a trial that we run recently in a private research facility in Indonesia, where we added the enzyme to a low protein diet with only 30% protein, with lower energy level, and a higher protein with 32% protein and with slightly higher 3,200 kilocalories of digestible energy. And we added the enzyme at 200 milliliter per ton of feed to these diets, and we observed a very nice improvement in growth and FCR. And the best was actually with the high protein, high energy diet, where we saw a 22% improvement in body weight gain and almost 12% reduction in FCR. Next slide, please. So just to summarize, here I've presented you 3 different possible tools where you can try to optimize the utilization of the lipids in your feed. One way is to use lysophospholipids, which allow you to improve digestibility and absorption of lipids and the transport and utilization in the organs, which leads to better feed performance with better growth and FCR, reduce energy feed costs, and you spend less money on energy if you can use these products to reduce your energy levels. And you have also a protein sparing effect because you have better utilization of energy from lipids, so less energy used from protein. Now, when you use bile salts, you can also get the same mode of action and get the same benefits, but you have another mode of action is in shrimp. You can replace cholesterol and provide a precursor to the molting hormone, which will help you reduce cholesterol costs, supplementation costs. Another additional benefit with with bile salts is that you reduce the amount of visceral fat and can improve hepatic health. Finally, the third tool is at your disposition are enzymes, which are very good at improving digestibility and absorption, but not just lipids, of all nutrients, especially protein, energy, and phosphorus, because they are able to fight the cage effect caused by the non-starch polysaccharides that you derive from plant materials, like especially in the rice bran, wheat bran, you find a lot. You still find also them in soybean meal from the fiber in soybean meal. And that leads to improve feed performance and reduce feed cost. And that's all I could talk to you this morning. And I really thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you so much for the talk. And now we go to the question and answers. In our system, there are more than 20 questions to Dr. Alan Davis, to Dr. Fabio Soler, and also to Martin Guerin. So yeah, we can start from the first question to Dr. Alan Davis. Hi, Dr. Alan. Are you here joining us right now?
Yeah, and I'm unmuted and.
All right. Thank you so much for your presence. Thank you so much.
Pleasure to be here. Sorry I couldn't be here earlier.
It's good to see you right now. I hope you are in the good condition.
Oh, I'm fine.
All right.
Let's see, in terms of high soy diets for high density, have you ever tried with more than, so for us managing, I think it's around 150 to 170 shrimp per meter squared is basically the upper density that we can easily manage. And so that's the top that we've gone to in terms of soy-based, very high soy-based diets. And up to that point, we've seen no major issues. But just because of our systems, we've never gone higher than that. But I wouldn't expect that it would make an issue. Realize that when I was younger, we used to do, I think 1,000 per meter. We had some records for highest density with clear water systems, and we've fed soy-based feeds then too. I don't think that there's going to be any major differences as at the higher densities than there are at the lower densities.
All right, thank you. Now we go to the second question from the uh, Joko Susilo, I think. Uh, by reducing fish source or meat and oil in the diet and replaced by soy extraction process, how about the feed palatability and also how is the smell of the feed? Dr. Davis?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Anyway, I
is
apologize.
yeah, this is
Uh,
about the feed
so
palatability.
realize that what you smell is not what a fish or a shrimp or any aquatic animal smells. So a lot of the times what we're doing in things that we perceive that not necessarily correlated to what the animal perceives. Clearly, as you shift ingredients, you're going to change the level of attractants, palatability, and those do need to be taken into account. We do see that, in short term, the initial consumption. So we're talking, within 10 or 15 minutes, that you may get a reduction in consumption, but over, for example, a half an hour or an hour, the consumption rates are similar. But you do have to take into account when you have lower levels of aquatic, meals in terms of tractability and palatability, but those are very easily managed.
So there's also a question from the Dr. Edison Sade from the Hasanuddin University to Dr. Davis. The intensive use of soybeans as the raw material for aquafeed, whether it is not competing with the needs of soybeans for humans, what do you think about this, Dr. Davis?
All right. So, as a generality, all agriculture products that are used in animal feeds are byproducts or not consumed by humans. If you want to make money, it's far more profitable to sell soybeans to humans than it is as animal feed. So, really, almost all products, you can say you're in competition with human production, but it doesn't really matter what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if it's corn, it doesn't matter if it's rice, it doesn't matter if it's soy. If it's used in agriculture, it's being used because it's in overproduction, not because there's a demand for human consumption. So I disagree with that statement across, all agricultural products.
All right. I hope it answered the question from the Edison Sade. And the next question to Dr. Allen, is it possible to produce zero fish meal in the diet for marine herbivorous species such as rabbit fish? Or we should put a minimum portion like a 5% inclusion level of fish meal?
So, I mean, that's an interesting question. If I got that correctly, for the rabbit fish, the rabbit fish is a herbivore, but the work that I've seen, they still need quite a bit of animal protein. So whether or not that's a nutritional issue that we haven't identified, or whether it's truly not really a herbivore, depends on probably your view of what its natural eating habits are. But some animals, we just haven't figured out how to take out all the animal byproducts, whether it's fish meal or poultry meal or something else, whether or not it's, some of the stuff that Fabio talked about or earlier speakers that we need to worry about. Some of those things just haven't been identified.
So another question from Thailand, Dr. Allen, is whether the use of soy protein with a high inclusion level of soy protein in feed will have an effect to the white phases syndrome in shrimp. What is your opinion about this?
Well, there's actually there was a review. There's several publications on white feces. I guess the review that I just saw was on another disease. Sorry. But there is no data that correlates any ingredient or any feed that I know of in terms of inducing the white feces. White feces is a disease, and so it's induced by other things. So no, I haven't seen any data, and we've done soy-based feeds for almost 20 years now, and we've never seen white feces at our facility. There's lots and lots of facilities around the world where soy is used at very high levels and you don't see white feces.
So
Can I comment on this?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I think the evidence, there's not studies, I think today there's no clear studies on this. I think we need to be a little bit careful and I think probably it deserves a better study, because we know that different diets will change the bacterial microbiota of the shrimp, of the animals. So indirectly, high soybean diets may have an effect on microbiota and may have an effect on occurrence of pathogenic bacteria. So I think, to me, it still remains to be further studied, so that, I appreciate and I realize Dr. Davis' comment that there's no studies that really confirm it. But I think you might want
there's clearly any change in the diet and is going to result in a change in the microbial community of any animal. Microbial community is based on, lots of complex things. So the problem is are you going to induce something on a regular basis? There is actually a study that looked at the microbial community and the disease resistance in a range of diets that included plant-based and animal-based, and yeah, they concluded that the bacterial community was changed. And you're absolutely right, that may, give you predisposition for something, but they couldn't identify with any of their disease challenges that there was a significant effect of the actual, diet change from animal-based to plant-based in that particular study. So, the question is whether or not white feces is induced by a dietary problem. And if it was induced by a dietary problem, you'd see it across the industry in many different places. So I'm not going to say that I agree with you, or I'll agree with you that the diet and shifts in the diet could contribute to any disease occurrence through microbial changes, gut changes in the gut morphology, lots of different reasons. But as a primary agent, it's not likely.
Thank you, Dr. Davis and Martin, for the comments. And another question to Dr. Davis: have you ever do some research or might be heard about the difference in FCR between the use of fermented soybean meal and non-fermented soy protein on the Vaname feed?
So, in theory, at least, fermenting any product is going to increase digestibility. I haven't seen any conclusive data that I've seen that conclusively says that there is an improvement and that's cost-effective improvement. I don't disagree that there may be some improvement of any fermentation process. There's surely a shift in the, carbohydrates, and that's where that probably is coming from. There's also a subsequent increase in protein, but that protein increase, portion of that is from that fermentation, but also a portion of that is simply because you've changed the carbohydrates or you reduce the carbohydrates to increase the protein. So, from a theoretical standpoint, I think there may be an advantage there. But from a clear, major, consistency of studies, I haven't seen that data that would convince me that it clearly is. But yeah, I don't disagree that that's one of the potential advantages. Also, if you're looking at fermented products as a generality, you also acidified that product. That has effects. And you've also, so there's a number of things that can happen with a fermented product. So it's not just, does it improve digestibility or does it improve the protein level? There's other considerations that you may have to take into account.
I think the next question is more general question about the marine carnivorous fish. What is the actual maximum inclusion level for soy protein for marine carnivorous fish? Whether it is also affect the palatability if we use more soy protein in the feed?
Well, the problem is there's how many, species out there, and they all have different palatabilities. So you just have to look at the particular species you're working with. When you shift from a marine ingredient to a less palatable or a bland ingredient, you need to take into consideration palatability, but you can't say where that occurs. There's a lot of diet matrix things, so there's not just a single number. But soy protein concentrates typically can be used at 10 to 15% of the diet. I don't particularly like them at real high levels of the diet, but I think it just depends on the species. So it's kind of hard to answer that question because there's too many species out there.
So there's one question from Danny. Which is better in the result for fermented soy protein process? Is it enzyme treated soy or bacteria treated soy?
Excuse me. I mean, they both are different products doing different things. So I think it depends on what you're trying to do, with the product. The way I look at these, and maybe it's oversimplification, if, regular solvent extracted soybean meal, which typically is going to be the cheapest, does the job, there's no reason not to use it. If I have an allergic response, or if I want to bring in acidification, or if I want to bring in some of the products that might be done with fermentation, then I can move to a fermented. If I'm worried about, for example, the non-starch polysaccharides, and I want to have them digested by an enzyme so that they're not going to cause an allergic response or possibly reduce digestion, if I'm dealing with a salmon or a trout, then having an enzyme treated is going to have an advantage. So I think those are all different products. They all have different functions in the market, depending on what your need is.
And actually, what is the main cause? Why the fish weight is less but the growth rate is normal? So what is the main cause of this situation?
Can you repeat that, Rami? You kind of broke up on my end.
Yeah, there is one question from Handy. He said that what is the main cause? Why the fish weight is less, but at the same time the growth size is normal?
The fish weight is less, but the growth is the same.
Yeah,
That doesn't make sense to me.
Davis, I think he's
but you
saying
can-
about the length of the animal.
Well, I mean,
versus the
length, the fish is always going to grow in length. Whether it grows in terms of weight is another story. You can also have animals put on more water or less water, so and have less visceral fat and things like that. But weight and weight is the same thing. So I'm not sure I understand that question. But quite often people ask, why does feed intake or feed conversion shift? And feed intake may change due to growth rates, or did the growth rate change due to feed intake? I don't know which one that one answers. So,
Yeah, I think it's your explanation is clear. And there's a tendencies question for the next one. Which one is better, using enzyme treated soy in diet formulation or fermented soy?
and I think I addressed that earlier. They serve different functions. So I think it just depends on what you're looking for. An enzyme treated soy, if you've got an allergic response to soy, so if you're a trout or a salmon, that's going to be a good choice. Or looking at a fermented soy, which would also decrease the response if you have an allergic response, but then you're bringing in acidification and some other factors. So I think it just depends on what your goal is. To say one is better than the other is, I don't think, real appropriate. They're just slightly different products with different properties.
Yeah, the last question is, I think it just emphasized what you said earlier in your presentation, whether there are any actual problems with the fish intestine if we use the high inclusion level of soy protein in the diet formulation.
Well, there's differing opinions on some things. If you have an animal that has no problems with plant-based ingredients, to me the digestibilities are the same. I don't see any major issues. In theory, you may not recover cholesterol or bile salts or some other things, but that data is not real firm. Reality is, if soy or some of our plant-based ingredients absorbed cholesterol, I wouldn't have a problem I have right now, because I wouldn't have a cholesterol buildup, and most of the U.S. wouldn't have cholesterol buildup. There are differences that they're going to affect, but whether or not they're cost effective in terms of performance and whether or not inhibits your performance is another question. But in general, species we work with, we get very good response as long as you stay within the constraints of whatever animal you're working with.
Thank you, Dr. Aaron Davis. It is nice to see you in your office again. I know this 11 p.m. I think in Auburn, right? Or
Yeah, it's early.
Yeah, please stay safe and stay healthy. Next, we go to Dr. Fabio Solar about the hydrolysate one. Do you think that the hydrolysate protein can serve also as the protein source in the diet formulation, Dr. Fabio?
So actually, hydrolysate, we use a very small amount. It's about 2%, 1%, 2% of the diet only. So if you're looking at using a liquid hydrolysate, which is 22% protein only, and you use only 2% in the diet, there will be like 0.4% of protein in the diet. So it's not a big contribution. The biggest contribution is on the palatability and the stimulation of the immune system. Okay, so that's the problem when feed millers are looking into the product. They look at the protein basis of the product because we don't have another way to look at soluble protein or peptide in the diet. It's very difficult to show that, but this is the goal, is to show that it's not the protein that's the acting there, is the peptide and the free amino acids.
Right. We also have a recent publication with Dr. Davis about the use of the squid hydrolysates. It's only 1, 2, and 4% in diet formulation. And next question, Dr. Solar, do you suggest a combination of plant protein source and hydrolysate is good to improve the palatability of the diet?
So I guess, as Dr. Davis was talking, it depends on the species, and some animals are more accepting for plant proteins, and some are less. So of course, it will depend on the trials, but trials that we do with your customer, with the farmer. But it's always pretty much that's what happens when you reduce the protein coming from fish meal or animal protein. You start removing a little bit of the soluble proteins and the small peptides. So that's what you have to bring back for the palatability. So of course, if you use a lot of plant protein and you want to bring back the performance of the animal, adding a little bit of any soluble protein with small peptides will bring back the palatability if you have the problem.
So actually, do you consider the hydrolysate protein is for palatability or protein source or to enhance the digestibility of the diet?
So it's mostly palatability. Okay, the goal to use hydrolysate is to create palatability, bring the palatability into the feed. But as a consequence of how the material is produced, you also have a little bit of the growth gain because, of course, the animals are eating better and more, and also the digestibility because of the organic acids and the small peptides. They help with the transport of other nutrients into the gut. Okay, when they're transported, when they go to the gut, they don't go by themselves. So they transport other kind of protein and other things, other nutrients. So that all works together. Okay, so also increasing, like I said, the immune system of the animal.
All right, so you know that to produce the hydrolysate, you use a lot of, in the big quantity of the byproduct fish, right? So the next question there is I think from Edison Sade. What is your opinion, Dr. Fabio, about the aquaculture to meet the needs of fish meal in the for aquaculture sector also? So yeah.
Okay, let me see. I don't know if I really understand the question, but let's say when we're talking about a silage or a hydrolysate or like a co-product fish meal, we're talking about using byproducts. Okay, we're talking about we have the tuna, we have the sardine, we have whatever fish it is, the shrimp and the squid that is used for human consumption. So they are produced for human consumption. The leftovers, so meaning talking about guts. So the squid paste is, for example, is the guts of the squid that humans are not going to consume. The fish, the silage is done mostly with the guts. Also, the hydrolysates are done with the guts of the animals. You don't use the whole animal for that because you don't want to compete with the human nutrition. But this is sort of like a recycling the waste, right? Because if you don't do this to this kind of product, there's nothing else you can do. You're going to throw it in the dump. So you're processing this and giving it a value to this product, which is a waste. It's not a good way to say it, but it is a waste from the filleting unit, fillet production, or even canning of tuna, for example, and sardine.
So the next question to you is, whether it is possible to use the protein hydrolysate in the larvae culture, in the larvae diet.
Definitely. It's actually in the larval feed, it's very important to have a lot of soluble protein because those animals are very, when in the larval stages, they have a very rudimentary digestive system. So their enzymes are not 100% ready. Their digestive system is not 100% ready to get like very complex proteins. So when you have small peptides and small soluble proteins, it's much easier to be digested. So it helps with the digestion of other ingredients also. Okay, so it's very, very important to have this. So that's why, for example, when you look at a diet like for a PL feed, like so for post-larvae, so shrimp post-larvae, when you look at fish, let's not talk about tilapia because they're different, but let's talk about salmon or flounder, for example. They use mostly fish meal and squid and krill, a lot of those products that are very expensive, and because they have a lot of those good quality proteins and small size peptides and soluble proteins. So that's why if you want to reduce that, you want to use a little bit more like a wheat to make, because we need binding, you need some extrusion, you need some wheat, you need some soy there in the feed, in the formulation to reduce the cost. Then you can bring something like a hydrolysate to bring that flavor back and the soluble protein back.
All right, we know that the hydrolysate products always in the liquid form, right? But there's a question from Sani. There is also a hydrolysate in the form of powder. What is the fillers that you add to turn the hydrolysate from the liquid form into the powder form? How is the stability in the water and it is easy to dissolve? That's the question for you, Dr. Fabio.
Actually, we do have liquid and powder hydrolysates. The only difference between liquid and powder hydrolysate is it's dry. You know, it's spray dried. So you get a liquid hydrolysate, you spray dry. So if you're talking about powder hydrolysate, over 95% of the protein is soluble protein, because it's just, you could just get the soluble protein that's in the liquid hydrolysate and just spray dry. Okay, so it's exactly the same product. There is no filler. The only thing that we have to add to preserve it, because it's a soluble, it's a very sensitive protein for like a degradation by bacteria, we put and also oxidation. So we use antioxidants. So vitamin C, for example, is used. Some other antioxidants like BHA. We use anti-mold to make sure there's no mold growing, because it's very easy for mold to grow because it's easy protein, it's digested protein already. So it's a source of nutrient for mold and bacteria. So we use organic acids also. So when you acidify those products, you drive the pH like down to 3.2, for example. Nothing grows because it's just too acidic for the bacteria or anything to grow. So yeah, it's the same product, it's just dried. So nothing is added other than those preservatives and antioxidants.
Yeah, we also know that there is a molecular carrier that helps nutrient to be more absorbable in the fish digestion tract. So what do you think when we replace the fish meal inclusion level, does this also affect this molecular carrier to carry the nutrient to the digestion tract?
So it's a question that this question is a little bit difficult to answer because it depends on the quality of the fish meal, right? Because if you're talking like about a prime quality fish meal, it's one that has a lot of soluble put back and co-dried. So you have a lot of these small peptides. If you talk about a co-product fish meal, which is a byproduct of processing fish, it's mostly guts and everything, you don't have the same quality of the fish meal, you don't have the same amount of soluble protein. So it works differently. Just like when you talk about plant protein, right? Plant protein, if you think about a soybean or a wheat grain, or even a corn little grain, what they are, they're just a seed for another plant to grow. So there's no soluble protein there because it's dry, right? It's supposed to be dry to go back in the soil to grow another plant. So that's what we're eating. We're eating the seed. So that's why they're very different from like animal protein. But yeah, I understand that the peptides do help carrying some nutrients. So this has to happen, for example, if you use like complex proteins from any animal or plant protein, it has to be digested by the animal, right? So the enzyme inside the animal has to do that job to make the small peptides and the free amino acids. If you provide that already in the diet, it makes it just easier for the animal. So it helps on the transporter for sure.
So is it possible to use this protein hydrolysis as a top coating on the diet?
Yeah, of course. For fish, we usually say to top coat. We say to mostly top coat for fish because fish don't break down the feed, right? It has to be on the outside for them to taste it. If it's inside the feed, they'll taste a little bit, but it's bound inside the feed. It's hidden inside the feed, like encapsulated. So for fish, we say put on the outside, top coat. That's the best way. For shrimp, because shrimp break down the pellet, it's good to have inside. So it's not only on the outside, and when they get to the inside, there's no flavor. So it's good to be mixed in the feed, in the whole feed. But it's a very good question.
So after we use the protein hydrolysis in the diet, what is the important parameter for the health status of the fish or shrimp that can be observed after we treat the diet with this protein hydrolysis?
You can look at any, even like immunoglobulin or any indicator of immune system. We tried many things. We tried COD, we tried oxygen burst, we tried we do lysozyme a lot just because it's easy. It's an easy procedure. You can do IgG, you can do other immunoglobulins. So you can do many things to see. You can do many trials and many different, use many methodologies to see different things. The one we use the most is lysozyme because it's present in all animals, the same kind of protein, the lysozyme. So it's just easier because shrimp don't have immunoglobulin or anything else. So if we standardize to only one, it's easy to test in all animals. So that's why we do a lysozyme, which is just using the spectrophotometer in a test kit.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Fabio. Are you in Thailand right now or somewhere?
I am. I'm in Bangkok, yeah.
Yeah, so you are in the very good day there over there.
Yeah, it's been cold this week.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Fabio, for the nice
Thank you very much.
talk and also for the nice answer for the question. So next we move to Martin Guerin. Hello, Martin.
Yes, hello.
Yes, there is an anonymous question. Is there any recommended dose for enzyme use like a phytase and NSP for shrimp?
Well, when it comes to shrimp, supplementation of shrimp feed with enzyme, I think I'm still a bit on the fence there. I think there's indication that enzyme will work, but in order to practically apply them and to be commercially successful, I think it's you have challenges. Enzymes are very unstable. They get destroyed, damaged by heat. If you look at shrimp processing, you're going to have to apply the enzyme post pelleting. So then you are going to have the enzyme to make sure it's not going to leach out, and knowing that shrimp eat quite slowly, you may have quite a bit of this enzyme leaching. So it boils down to what is the right enzyme, the right dose that you can apply, and how to prevent that leaching. So I think today you don't see really much enzymes applied in shrimp feeds. Doesn't mean that there is no possibility for the future, but I think we need to look at what will be commercially possible and practical.
Yes, Martin, we saw that in your presentation, you mentioned about the strategies to improve the lipid digestibility in order to overcome the problem when we try to reduce the inclusion level of fish meal. Is there any study of the effect on this fish meal replacement to the shrimp resistance and also the immune system? We know that the shrimp do not have any innate immune system, and adaptive immune system only rely on the molecular immune system. Is there any effect to the health status or immunity of the shrimp when we try to replace the fish meal, high inclusion level of fish meal, and on the lipid digestibility?
Well, when it comes to health, I think yes. I mean, you have to be careful. Now, if you look at a lot of these nutrition studies, you have to understand that they are done in a controlled environment. So you don't have all the stress factor and the pathogens that are found in the commercial environment. So it's difficult from let's say health from the nutritional study to demonstrate this health effect. But we have seen that when you feed high plant protein diets, if you supply some additives, you can improve overall performance of the shrimp. Whether you can change the gut microbiota. So there's potentially some impact of this plant protein. But it's not just about the anti-nutritional factors. It's about also mycotoxin and other products. But when you look at anti-nutritional factors, yes, phytic acid, for example, will reduce digestibility of zinc, not just phosphorus, but also zinc. So that may relate it to zinc is involved in some antioxidant enzyme that may lead to issues. So it's about the overall formulation of how do you compensate for those nutrients. So yes, you have a potential for an effect on the health of the shrimp if you do not address all these nutritional challenges.
So Martin, there is one question from Arif Siburian. What do you think about using carnitine as a strategy to improve the lipid utilization?
Well, carnitine can improve lipid catabolism and has led in some studies to improvement in protein retention. But I think it's a lot of fluctuating results and not very consistent. And in the addition, carnitine is very expensive. So we have never tried. We feel that today with we have commercially available products. You look at bile acids, they are very good natural emulsifiers. You look at lysophospholipid, they are very good natural emulsifier. So to improve and they also have additional roles than just the catabolism of lipids. So yeah, we have not looked at it. So I mean, I cannot comment about it, but I would tend to go for this type of natural solutions.
Is it worth it to analyze this carnitine?
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat?
Is it worth it to analyze the effectivity of using carnitine for this?
Well, I mean, you can source a carnitine. You can buy carnitine, but it's pretty expensive. It's using so
yeah.
I mean, is it going to be cost effective? Probably not. From what I mean, it's the price is much higher than this other lipid utilization additives. But it can be tested. Not a problem. There have been studies that have been done with fish and things like this with positive results. So, but I don't have direct experience testing carnitine, so I would not be able to tell you.
Okay. So the next question is coming from Hasanuddin University. There's Dr. Edison Sade. How effective the use of cholesterol in the diet formulation to shrimp, to crustacea or shrimp?
Well, I mean, cholesterol, is needed for molting, and it's if you look at the typical shrimp diet, in the earlier years, you were looking at quite high level of cholesterol added to the diet. Partly was from the raw materials, and cholesterol was supplemented. Today, if you look at the studies, it looks like monodon needs about 0.2% of cholesterol, maybe vanillin less than that, 0.15%. So very often you get that cholesterol from raw materials. But if you don't have it, and now that we are replacing more and more fish meal, and you have zero fish meal diets, you may have a deficit. So in that case, supplementation might be useful. But we have done some studies. Basically, if you replace 1 gram of cholesterol with 1 gram of bile salts, because they have the same cholesterol, you get the same beneficial results. So we have seen a very good one-on-one replacement of cholesterol. So yeah, you can do that.
All right. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Dr. Alan Davis, and thank you, Dr. Fabio, for the nice talk and presentation today. Thank you so much for attending. And ladies and gentlemen, please join with me to give a big applause for all the speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for from our Indonesian Aquafit Committee conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, as we mentioned earlier, the next session is about feed manufacturing process. We have Mr. Jesse Michel as the speaker. Mr. Jesse, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, so let me introduce yourself a little bit. So, Mr. Jesse Michel currently serves as the director of sales for Wenger Aquafit division for Southeast Asia and Australia, based at the Wenger World headquarters in Sabeta, United States of America. Jesse has spent the past 20 years in varying capacities at Wenger, and Jesse also a board member of SATS, Stronger America Through Seafood, based in the US, who advocates for increased aquaculture production in the US. Jesse considers Asia as his second home, and he enjoys traveling extensively around Asia, furthering his relationship with the aquaculture industry here in Asia. Thank you, Jesse. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Jesse Michel. The floor is yours, Mr. Jesse. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you all for attending and having me. As Dr. Davis said, I wish we could be there in person, but obviously due to COVID, that's not going to be the case this year. So hopefully next year we'll be with you around this time for this event next year. Today we're going to talk a little bit about extrusion in aquafeed and more specifically density control. Density control is very important, obviously, in aquafeed. So we will discuss that a little bit in detail. And you'll notice my information on that screen. If you ever have a question you want to ask offline, please contact me, call me, email me anytime. Next slide, please. So this slide is just shows you a little bit what extrusion looked like through the years. Obviously, a lot has changed since 1948. As technology advances, equipment advances, capacities increase, we've come a long ways. Go ahead, next slide, please. First part we need to talk about with extrusion is the preconditioner designs. Generally in the market, everybody either runs a single screw preconditioner or a double shafted preconditioner. Wenger offers two different models, one that is a single shaft and one that is a dual shaft. We'll talk about those here shortly. Next, please. So the objectives of preconditioning, basically we want to have a good raw material, good mixed raw material coming into the preconditioner. And in the preconditioner, we want to hydrate the material, mix it very well with low coefficient of variation, and heat it to the point where the starches start gelatinizing, and it will extrude much better that way if we have good proper preconditioning. Next, please. So the first model we'll look at is our high intensity preconditioner. So it's a dual shaft preconditioner with separate motors and separate VFDs or inverters on each motor. With this, we can turn the paddles or turn the shafts in an unlimited number or different ways, forward, reverse. So with this, we can have very good control over retention time. We can also have very low coefficient of variation, so 2.65% or less on the coefficient of variation. We get more beater contacts, which provides more mechanical shear, better mixing. And with all this, we also get better steam absorption as well. Double shafted preconditioners would be best if you have high slurries, high oils, high fresh meat if you're in the pet food industry. Basically, the more water, the more oil, the more liquid you have in the preconditioner, the more the need is there for the double shafted preconditioner. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this just shows you a photo comparing the old technology. So our old DDC technology was still double shafted, but it had one motor that turned both shafts. So it was very limited in what it could do as far as mixing intensity. In our technical center, we introduced 30% oil into the preconditioner with a mash. And as you can see, the photo on the left with all the clumps was going to extrude a little bit more difficult because of the clumps. It's not a good mixture, probably not evenly hydrated, could have some dye plugging and some other problems as well. So as you can see, proper preconditioning is very important for a good final product. Next slide, please. Next, we have our version of the single shaft preconditioner. We're the only one in the industry that uses a tapered design for our single shaft preconditioners. The taper design allows a very good mixing because as you go in from a very large diameter inlet of the preconditioner, as the feed goes to the discharge of the preconditioner, it compresses, you get very good steam absorption, very good water inclusion, and you get very good mixing with a lot of mechanical shear. With this preconditioner, we can get coefficient of variations 2.5% and less, which is very good. Next slide, please. Next, we have, we'll just talk about some of the advancements of the preconditioners in general. Welded paddles. So prior to the two latest preconditioners, we could index our paddles depending on if we wanted forward, reverse, what we wanted for retention time. With the welded paddles, it makes a cleaner surface. There's not crevices for product to build up. We can control, we have very, very flexible retention time as far as altering that. Winger's stance on retention time, I know it's still a big talking point in the aquafeed industry, but Winger has found that if you have good mixing, you have good hydration, good starch gelatinization, and as long as that product is up to temperature, a specified temperature, retention time really isn't as important as it used to be, at least with modern preconditioners. We've added a vent control system. This can go on top of the preconditioner and eliminates the steam and particulate that used to escape from the preconditioner vent. As I said previously, we can get increased cook, much higher, up to, in certain applications, 40–50% cook just off of the preconditioner. And the modern preconditioners greatly outperform the old single style and the old single motor dual shaft designs considerably. And we're always striving for being more green. What green means to Winger is less startup and shutdown waste. So we're constantly trying to make that a priority as well. Next slide, please. So this graph just gives you an idea of the preconditioner design and the coefficient of variation and the cook that goes along with that. So as you can see, the DDC is kind of where our competitors are basically putting on copied DDCs onto their machines now. And with that, you still had good coefficient of variation at 5, almost 5%. But with modern preconditioner technology, you can get much better mixing in the preconditioner. Next slide, please. So we'll go into extruders next. We have, obviously, there's two styles of extruders in the market: twin screw and single screw. Next slide, please. Single screw extruder is the extrusion process of choice. It's not as good a pump as a twin screw extruder would be because of the single shaft and single set of screws. So it's good for standard aquatic feeds, both floating and sinking. As long as the feed's not too small, so anything above 1 millimeter or 1.2 millimeter in diameter, it does a good job on. It does an okay job as long as you don't go above 12% internal fat in the recipe. With single screws, you have to take out the screws a lot of times, not always, take out the screws between runs and re-index the screws for the next run. So For the first run we were on, maybe we wanted not a lot of mechanical energy, so we took out shear locks. It was just a basic conveying screw setup. And then if we went into a low-fat floating feed, maybe we wanted more mechanical energy, so we would have to take the screws out and re-index them to provide more mechanical shear into that screw profile. And Winger offers single screw extruders up to, at this point, 30,000 kg per hour. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is just a graph, informational only, that shows the Winger single screw extruders and the maximum capacities of each. Next slide, please. So twin screw, as we said earlier, is a much better pump because of the intermeshing screws. So we can go much higher with fat content with that. So anything above 17% is ideal in a twin screw. The twin screw can make wonderful product under 17%. So just because we list these as it's the extrusion process of choice, basically think of it as the twin screw can do everything a single screw can do, plus what we have listed here. So ultra high levels of internal fat, it's good for. High levels of slurry or solubles, any kind of moisture. If we want very uniform size and shape. If we want micro feed, so feed below 1.2 millimeter, twin screw works best for that. Greater ingredient flexibility. We've had customers that will put in basically plastic from the ocean with some silica to make a building product. So essentially, as long as it's not harder than steel, you can basically run it through an extruder for the most part, as long as it has good size reduction. And Winger does have 2 twin screw extruders that are made specifically for the aqua industry and that are unique to the aqua industry. Next slide, please. This chart is just again, very similar to the single screw. It just lists the maximum capacities. And these are sinking rates here for the twin screws. Next slide, please. So next we'll get into bulk density. So why is bulk density important? I'm sure everybody in this webinar today fully understands the importance of bulk density. But basically, if you want to make shrimp feed, you want fast sinking feed. If you want catfish, tilapia, pangasius, you want to have a good floating feed that lasts a while. Next slide, please. So this chart just gives us a correlation between bulk density and buoyancy. So these are measured. These are kind of what Winger targets for our customers. So if you come to us and want a fast sinking feed that's going into fresh water, we want to design the process so it'll be greater than 600 grams per liter. And obviously, as you move to saltwater, seawater, higher salinity, it takes a little bit more to make that product sink. So this chart is just informational for your use only, basically. Next slide, please. So what do we have in our hardware toolbox? I'll put it that way, to produce a floating feed or a sinking feed, or manipulate the process to make it float or sink. Kind of the old school way of doing things is using a vented barrel. So you would replace one of the barrels with one that had an external vent to the atmosphere on it. And as the product moves through that, a lot of that flash off you would see at the die, that it escapes steam and the heat and everything escapes from that vent. All that pressure escapes. So basically, after the vented barrel, the extruder acts as a former, so it can make very dense product. And this can be with or without vacuum. The only problem with this is it greatly reduces capacity. Depending on the situation, it can reduce capacity from 20 to 50%. So not an ideal choice, especially cost per ton for your investment. Another old way of doing things is basically two extruders. You have a cooking extruder that processes the mash, and after it's done, instead of going out a die with kibble holes, it feeds into a second extruder that all it does is form the product. So it can create very high sinking feed that way. We can also have a restriction valve inside of the extruder. Winger calls this the mid-barrel valve. This can be used to manipulate the feed for both floating and sinking. This is as it describes, it's mid-barrel. It's kind of right in the center, and it's a very manual process. So it requires some manipulation to get it to meet the requirements that you need. And it also can be very high maintenance, kind of a maintenance headache. Another way we can manipulate is restriction valve at the end of an extruder. So we call that the back pressure valve. Basically, we'll discuss more about the back pressure valve here shortly. You can also use a pressure chamber at the extruder die. This can often be referred to as an EDMS system. Basically, the chamber, it works well. It requires a lot of maintenance because the seals have to be intact and tight at all times to create the pressure. And it works very well, but it can be kind of a maintenance headache as well too. Next slide, please. So to go over the back pressure valve, basically it's what you see vertically there at the end of the extruder right before the die. Next slide, please. The back pressure valve is used to make online adjustments. So as the extruder is running, you can open or close the orifice inside of the extruder. By doing that, you can create more restriction or less restriction, and that can greatly affect mechanical energy and bulk density. That online adjustment of SME does have an effect on cook, density, shape, water stability, and oil absorption. So basically, the smaller the cell structure, the higher the mechanical energy, the more water stable it is, and the higher oil absorption it can take at the end. Very important for like salmon feed, for example. With the back pressure valve, we can divert off-spec product. So we don't want to send wet under processed product to the dryer. That can be kind of a hygiene problem. So we can divert the product down to the floor before the die into a tub or tote that we can then reuse in our formulation so we don't have any waste. It allows us, excuse me, it allows us to service the die and knife and conveyor without completely stopping the extruder. Again, you can divert product to the floor or to a tote on the floor and do some minor maintenance on the die knife conveyor area. And with it, we can eliminate extruder configuration changes. So before the back pressure valve, Winger would put, we called them bullet dies on the end of the extruder. And the bullet dies would be in varying lengths and shape or diameters, but it would basically form like a tip of a bullet. And the operators, once they got knowledgeable, they knew what size bullet went with what recipe. But to find that that correlation between this formulation, final product, and what size bullet die can take some time. So before a back pressure valve, the operator would have to put a bullet die on, put the die back on the extruder, test it. If it didn't work, shut the extruder down, pull the die off of the extruder, change the bullet die, put it all back together, and try it again. So the back pressure valve eliminated the need for all of that. Next slide, please. This just shows the back pressure valve positions. So startup bypass, the product goes to the tub on the floor until the product meets specifications. Then on the BPV control, you change it to operation. Product starts flowing into the extruder die. And when it's time to shut down, you put it in die relief. It goes to the tote on the floor again, It relieves pressure off of the die, so the operator can take the die off of the extruder without all that pressure there, which is kind of a safety hazard. Next slide, please. This chart just shows you the correlation between the back pressure valve, manipulating it, the effect on bulk density and mechanical energy. So as expected, if the farther we close that back pressure valve, the smaller that orifice becomes. Our specific mechanical energy is going to go way up because of the barrel restriction, and therefore bulk density will go down. Next slide, please. So what effects does die restriction have? Obviously, it can change extruder barrel fill. It can change the barrel pressure. It can change specific mechanical energy input, and it can also affect extrudate expansion and therefore product buoyancy, or whether it'll float or sink. Next slide, please. So if we have insufficient die restriction, we can get low product cook because there's not a lot of mechanical energy. Lower product cook, lower mechanical energy. The extruder acts like a former, so we have a heavier product density. If we don't have even pressure on the die plate, we can have non-uniform die flow. So we can have long shorts, product that just doesn't come out, holes that basically are doing nothing because there's not even die pressure with product. Because we don't have much die restriction, we can have low extruder main drive load, and obviously then we have low extruder barrel pressure. Next slide, please. So when we have too much die restriction, kind of the opposite happens. So our extruder main drive motor load will go up. We can have higher barrel pressures, which can be a danger if you don't have the proper safety devices in place. It can decrease the throughput. We can get lower product densities, and because we have that product is going through that restriction with such force, we can have very high extrudate velocity, which is not good on the final product as well. Next slide, please. So a little bit about automation. Because we only had 30 minutes, we had to kind of condense everything down. Automation is a very important part, winger feels, of the extrusion and drying process. So some of the features we can do with what we call advanced controls, automatic density control. This ties back into our density discussion. The operator basically plugs in the target bulk density on the automation, and the extruder, we have equipment that checks bulk density, reports back to the automation, and makes changes automatically so the end product hits our target bulk density. So it takes a lot of the load and guesswork off of the operators. We have dryer energy control systems, which we can reuse dryer exhaust air until the point of saturation. This can greatly save on boiler or steam boiler usage or gas, depending on your heat source. And we also have systems called feed forward, where the dryer is notified of the incoming product and moisture and what you want for the exit moisture, and the dryer can make those changes automatically. Next slide, please. So again, since we only had 30 minutes, I appreciate the time we had, but I would be remiss if I didn't go through some of the other important considerations when we're producing quality aqua feed. I mentioned automation. It kind of ties the whole process together. Conveying, Winger highly recommends pneumatic conveying whenever possible. We've found it works in almost all circumstances, and there's many benefits to pneumatic conveying. Drying, if we don't have proper and uniform drying, we can have moistures that vary widely. So we could have product that's too wet and too high a water activity that may mold in the bag, which is not good. We could also, if all the product is too low of moisture, we could be selling that feed at 8% moisture instead of 6%. And with that extra moisture comes little cost as far as producing it with moisture. And in the drying process, we also look for gentle drying, so we can have a lot of fines generated if we don't do it properly. So there's a lot of importance in the drying. Coating, not a lot of coating on floating feed for the most part. Some do it a little bit with shrimp, but mainly the salmon and Mediterranean feed industry. Post-coating cooling, we want to get the product down to ambient temperature as quickly as possible. And waste recovery system that can take all of the startup and shutdown waste and reuse that. So we are basically green, no startup and shutdown waste. Next slide, please. Going through these real quickly here. I know I'm kind of short on running long on time. Wingers kind of has a clean feed, clean water initiative that deals with recirculating aquaculture feed. Next slide, please. So what is RAS? I'm not going to go through all this. I'm sure all of you have heard of recirculating aquaculture. Very popular right now in parts of Asia, US, and Europe. Indoor aquaculture, land-based, very intensive form of farming, low water usage, high stocking densities. With that, we have to have product. Our feed has to be very stable, water durable, or water stability, pellet durability. We often get requests for water stability greater than 6 hours, which is no problem and is often important in RAS. Next slide, please. So again, I won't go through all this, but a lot of the requirements for RAS, they use automatic feeders. So we need to have low fines generation. The product needs to be very water stable, very durable to withstand the automatic feeders. No leakage. Basically, the product just needs to stay together as long as possible. Next slide, please. This is just a quick view of a turbidity testing we did on the single screw feed, Aquafeed we bought from industry against some of our pilot feed made on our twin screws. And you can see how water stable that product is on the left compared to the right. So would hold up much better under conditions that the aquaculture industry sees. Next slide, please. Want to touch just briefly on inline sampling. Inline sampling has become very popular in the salmon industry, and I think it's going to be more popular in other sectors as time goes on. Basically, it's just online measurement of bulk density, product moisture, temperature, image capturing. All this can be reported back to the automation systems. Please go out and visit Source Technology's website when you have some time. They're a Winger-owned company out of Denmark, and they have a very wide array of products that they can sell to work on our competitor equipment. It doesn't matter whose equipment you have, you can take advantage of their products. Next slide, please. So I just want to say thank you again for having me here. Here's my contact details again. Again, wish I could be there in person. Hopefully next year that's possible. And I look forward to some questions. And just to let you know on the questions, I'm just a dumb salesman, so I'm not going to probably have the answers to all your questions, but I promise you that I can find the answers for you and get back to you. So if I can't answer your questions, please shoot me an email and I promise I will get you the answer.
All right. Thank you, Jesse, for the nice presentation today. And because of due to the time, we will only select the best question from the audience. We will limit the presentation time, and also for this session until 10 minutes past 12 Indonesian time, Jakarta time. So, all right. So Jesse, one question from the anonymous. We have an issue with the unexpected expansion, and pellets started to float instead of sinking following drying. Any advice?
I would be curious. It's odd that I would suspect, not knowing the situation, I would suspect that if they would take a measurement bulk density off the extruder, several bulk densities, and then do it again after drying, I would almost bet that the bulk density that they are producing is right on the cusp of floating or sinking. And when you're right on that edge of floating and sinking, you could have some product that obviously floats and then have some that sink. So that chart I gave, those are the target numbers. It's nice to go above those numbers if you want to sink, or well below those numbers if you want to float. So my guess is that the final product is right on the edge of floating and sinking, and they need to make some changes to the process to make sure that feed coming off the extruder has a higher bulk density if they want it to sink 100%.
All right, thank you. There is a question from Mr. Hasiholan for shrimp extruder feed. So to produce the shrimp extruded feed with the diameter of 2 millimeter,
yes,
which one you recommended, the single or double screw?
So the winger stance, because of the strict requirements of shrimp feed and uniform size, every pellet needs to be the same size and length, diameter and length. And because it's the requirements for shrimp feed are so stringent, Winger recommends and generally will only sell twin screw extruders for shrimp feed. That being said, Winger has a division based in Brazil called Maverick that sells single screws for the shrimp feed industry. So I can certainly provide more details with that later if somebody wants to know about that. But I can provide both the Maverick, which is single screw shrimp, and then the twin screw Winger solution. But Winger recommends twin screw.
So another question from Michael Hartanto. Please kindly inform about the working pressure at the die for floating, semi-floating, and sinking feed. How many bar or kilogram per centimeter square, and how to control it easily if we do not have this the tools to control.
Yeah. So you should check with your extruder manufacturer. There are pressure sensors available for finding out exactly what that pressure is. This is one of those questions that I'm not going to be able to answer like I should. I would have to get back to you with those details. So if you could, please send me an email with that question and I can have those answers to you tomorrow. But I apologize, I don't have those answers right now.
So I think this is a more general question to you, Jesse. What is the advantage of using this extruder compared to pelleting machine for shrimp feed?
Okay, so obviously...
Sorry, Jesse. This is for automatic feeder. But when we use the automatic feeder for shrimp production, yeah, automatic. Which one what is the benefit of extruded feed compared to the pelleting?
So the benefits of extruded feed. So pelleting makes a very dense product. Sinks every time, no problems. The problem with pelleting is it requires a lot of binders to make an effective pellet. And even with those binders, that pellet is not very durable and not very water stable. I know they've improved water stability greatly in the pelleting industry, but that pellet is still not as durable and not as stable as an extruded pellet. So when you're feeding with an automatic feeder, if you put a pelleted pellet in there, there's a greater chance of fines, pellet breakage, uneven product. I know some will tell you that shrimp are very picky about the diameter and sharp edges and everything of a pellet. So if you have breakage, that can be of concern. It leaks nutrients. It just causes a bunch of problems. With extruded feed, because it can be very water stable, when you feed that product, put it through the automatic feeder, it withstands being run through the automatic feeder without breaking up and without causing fines. And then when it gets in the water, it stays together for much longer than a pelleted pellet. Therefore, when the shrimp go to eat that pellet, when they get to it, it's still very nice, uniform diameter, uniform length, no sharp edges, and I mean, that pretty much sums up the main differences. That and extrusion can produce floating feed, obviously, where pelleting can't, but that has nothing to do with shrimp. I just want to throw that in there.
All right, Jesse, there is one question from Hasanuddin. We know that the micronutrients will reduce because of the heat on the extruder process. How to produce the diet using an extruder without disrupt the quality of the diet?
Yeah, so that's kind of been, I don't know that there's any way you're going to get around that. So generally what people in the industry do is they will over add vitamins, for example, or minerals to ensure that I can provide. I mean, I have a chart that if you want to email me, I'd be happy to provide that shows nutrient loss after extrusion. We really want to pasteurize the product, so get above 90 C. So when we feed that product, it's safe to the aquatic species we're feeding it to. So therefore, we have to get to 90 C. We can make it lower than 90 C, but we risk bacteria and microbes and other things that can cause harm to the aquaculture animal, whatever we're farming. So the solution to that has just been either add it in coating. You can, coat that mineral or vitamin at the end if it's available in liquid form, coat it and then oil coat over it. Or if you need, just add extra at the preconditioner. And that way, if you're going to lose 20%, you have to put in 120%. So that way, exactly, you're going to get the 100% nutrients that you need.
All right. So probably last question, Jesse. We know that extruded feed for shrimp production is not popular in Indonesia. Most of the feed mills using the pelleting machine. So how to convince the feed mills in Indonesia that the extruded feed is the best choice for the future production of shrimp?
That's a good question. And believe me, it's one that I've been trying to make the case in Indonesia for quite some time, and other Southeast Asian countries. Probably the best I could do would be to point them to other markets in the world. So pelleted feed used to be the only way shrimp feed was made, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. With the advent of people moving to extrusion for shrimp feed, we're seeing entire countries that have switched completely over to extruded shrimp feed. So, we have several customers in India, which is still primarily doing pelleted feed. We have several customers in India who they're farmers, so they'll produce both extruded and pelleted feed to meet their customer demands. The shrimp farmers are coming back to the feed manufacturers and letting them know that the extruded feed has better FCR, and it's just a better product. They see it. I mean, they feed less because it has better nutrients. It stays together. It does a better job of gelatinization of starches and keeping everything bound together. So they're seeing an increase in extruded feed, and then a decrease in pelleted feed. I don't know if I can, other than providing, you buying some extruded feed and some pelleted feed and showing the farmers the difference. Other than that, just talking about what the differences are, what the farmer wants. Maybe the farmer only his specifications, pelleted feed is just fine. But as the market ages and matures, we will find more shrimp farmers in Indonesia that want quality, that want a better FCR. They want a pellet that sticks together and holds together. And in order to get that, you have to move to extruded feed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jesse. Ladies and gentlemen, all the audience, finally we come to the end of the presentation. We would like to say thank you again to all the speakers, Dr. Alan Davis, Dr. Fabio Soler, Martin Guerin, and Jesse Michel for the informative and interesting talk today, and to all the participants of the conference for your active participation. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everyone here. So I turn the conference to the admin, to Pak Ruli. Are you still there?
Yes.
All right. Thank you,
you.
Barley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Romy Nofriadi, for your moderation and all the speakers for the valuable presentation. We really appreciate since we understand that some of speakers is already at late night at their location. It was a great session and interactive discussion. Before we take a break, please turn on your camera so we can take a group photo with all of the participants. The organizer, please capture the screen, and for all the participants, show your best smile. Okay, wait 30 seconds. Since we have 124, so will be 5 screen capture. You can raise your thumbs. Okay. Thank you, everyone. After this, we will take a break, and during the break time, we will play the video from the sponsor. Thank you for our sponsor, Edisio, Diana Aqua, and DSM. And we also have a video from United States Soybean Export Council. And see you on the next session at 1 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Greetings, hello aquaculturists, this is Marta Mamora, Technical Sales Aquaculture for Adisio here in Indonesia. We are very happy to participate the program of Indonesia Aquafeed Conference and look forward to share vision how Adisio is looking in aquaculture and addressing solutions which are specific to achieve sustainable and profitable business in aquaculture. We are very proud to be a part of Adisio Group, which is a large of international group with more than 1.4 billion US dollar sales, with 4,000 customers around the world, more than 2,000 employees worldwide, present in more than 110 countries and operating 10 research centers with strong activity in innovation and R&D. Adisio developing solutions and services for customers involved in the livestock industry, farmer and feed mill, with bring solutions for palatability, delivering essential nutrients like amino acid and vitamins, enhancing feed digestibility with enzyme, providing additives that deliver a better health by better nutrition, and then feed preservation and mycotoxin management solution. The aquaculture unit is very specific and dedicated to this industry with a strong team of experienced and professional with many years of professional and technical background. With aquaculture unit, Adisio is trying to address the key trends of aquaculture, which are health, nutrition, and environment. In the area of health, as we know that disease is a concern #1 issue in aquaculture, and this industry faces many diverse pathogens like bacteria, virus, and parasite, and today become more complex syndrome that not easy to tackle. We need to find a solution without using any antibiotics by growing up the needs of functional feed, and we, Adisio, have additives that can help company to produce that kind of feed with a solution to reduce the impact from the disease. For nutrition core, we have digestive and palatability enhancer product and also balancing nutrition product. For environment core, we have farm care products. So our vision is to deliver solutions for a sustainable and profitable aquaculture with specific spacious product strategy in area health, digestion, palatability, farm care, feed quality, and spatial nutrition. We also support our customer with aqua specialist technical services that we have a very experienced team in aqua nutrition that will help customer to optimize feed formulation and feed processing condition as well as QA and QC based performance. We also have experienced aqua health professional that help customer to optimize disease prevention program, better biosecurity, and use additive and complementary farm care solution. Finally, we can deliver lab support, nurse, and engineering support that Adisio already bring in the livestock industry. Specific solutions are achieved by innovation and R&D and long collaboration with the public institution. And last year, Adisio decided to invest R&D facility that start in St. John Island, Singapore, and have state-art facility for digestibility trial and very precise nutrition study. We also contribute and done research, lot of research, over 20 years of applied research in aquaculture, nutrition, and health. For now, I want to introduce some product that already run in Indonesia market. Health program, we have Sanacor GM. Sanacor GM is a natural product that already formulated in the complex formulation. Sanacor GM can reduce the impact of the disease that can cause by bacteria and parasite on the productivity. Sanacor GM work in a more than one mode action and empowering preventive strategy. Sanacor GM used as a preventive strategy to against white feces syndrome. Sanacor GM have antibacterial mode action, quorum sensing inhibition, and antiparasitic in here for the EHV spores. Based on the field result, we can see that Sanacor GM can improve the survival rate around 44%, the average body weight around 35%, and reduce the FCR around 25%. All this result is come from the recent farm trial and the commercial use in our customer in Indonesia. For the application, we also provide farm application program that may be specified for each customer. Digestion program, we have some product like Lipogest, come from Balsalt. Aqualyso is lysophospholipid based product, and we have an enzyme. Rofabio is NSP enzyme. It is come from natural compound that can enhance digestibility and metabolic activity. Why? Because we believe the aqua formulation have to reduce feed cost by optimize nutrient utilization and support novel formulation based on less marine ingredient. We have an interesting result using Lipogest, where Lipogest can optimize lipid nutrition and reduce the feed cost. In this trial, we have 3 diet. First is have a good level of cholesterol, omega-3 fatty acid, and phospholipid. The second one about less than half the level, and the third one using Lipogest around 1.25 gram per kg feed. Here we can see that Lipogest can optimize lipid nutrition and reduce the feed cost. Even when use less fish oil and less lecithin, we can still maintain the growth and the FCR. For palatability program, we have Aquabite. Aquabite is a natural compound that based on hydrolyzed marine protein and selected peptide. Aquabite is a powder form, and Aquabite can enhance the feed appetite and feed intake, and also support novel formulation based on the less marine ingredient. We have an interesting result that we have done in Indonesia for the catfish by low inclusion around 2 kg per ton feed. Aquafeed can help increase the feeding response time by a factor of 2, and when we try to increase again to 5 kg per metric ton feed, it increased the feeding response by a factor of 4. Here we can see that Aquafeed can boost the feed appetite from the fish, and also based on the peptide inside the Aquafeed, it can facilitate to fish meal replacement. I believe it is too short to share our vision and how we trace a solution for aquaculture. So for more information, please do not hesitate to contact me with the email below. Thank you and have a nice day.
If we hope to feed, sustainably and responsibly, the 9 billion people who are expected to share our planet by 2050, the time to change is now. DSM is purpose-led, performance-driven. Our ambition is to create brighter lives for all. We want to drive the change that will transform the animal nutrition and health industry by steering the global conversation and helping to solve the biggest challenges facing society. We're building a sustainable future in 6 key areas: improving the lifetime performance of farm animals, making efficient use of natural resources, reducing emissions from livestock, helping tackle antimicrobial resistance, reducing our reliance on marine resources, improving the quality of meat, milk, fish, and eggs while reducing food loss and waste. Our innovative science-based solutions enhance every level of the animal nutrition value chain. We are making animal production more sustainable so we can bring better food, nutrition, and health to all, within planetary boundaries. If not us, who? If not now, when? Are you ready? We make it possible.
U.S. soybean farmers are proud, resilient. Some even call us, yep, we admit it, stubborn. We keep our promises to our families, our community, and to the earth. Sustainability isn't just a label, it's our livelihood. Our grandfathers remember when drought and over-farming in the 1930s turned our land to dust. That was about 75 years ago when our country put into place some of the world's most stringent resource protection laws. Today, U.S. soybean farmers are partners in trust to protect the land. We approach our mission as if the world depends on us, because in many ways, it does. More soybeans are grown here than anywhere in the world. Roughly 80 million metric tons a year are raised on over 30 million hectares of land. As a result of sound science and continued research over the past 30 years, we have increased soybean yields by 55% on roughly the same amount of land. U.S. soybean farmers have reduced carbon emissions, energy use, greenhouse gas, and soil erosion. We're licensed to use pesticides, insured to protect workers' rights and safety, and our assurance programs are verified. We're meeting U.S. laws and international sustainability standards. And to validate our compliance, a team of 3,000 career conservation agents throughout the country and continual verification through surveys, interviews, field observations, and electronic data that we're operating our farms in compliance with stringent environmental laws. Our commitment is more than just a neighborly agreement. Independent peer-reviewed research verifies U.S. soy is sustainably produced, with comprehensive data demonstrating that U.S. producers are compliant with the vast majority of our hectares already subject to annual audit by the USDA. And because we are driven by a commitment to continuous improvement, we're incorporating soil testing, plant tissue analysis, satellite positioning that precisely adjusts crop inputs, and much more. Why? To ensure that every link in soybean production is sustainable and to live up to our commitment as stewards of the land. If a U.S. soybean farm could tell its own story, it would be a legend, complete with dedication, resilience, compassion, and above all, successful, sustainable perseverance that lives to tell the story all over again. United States Soy, verified sustainable. Learn more about our U.S. Soy Sustainability Pledge at ussec.org.
U.S. soybean farming is more than a job for the families across the country that provide the soybeans that become animal feed, cooking oil, and much more. It's a way of life. Grown on thousands of acres across the United States, the quality of U.S. soy stays top of mind for all involved throughout the entire process, starting with a seed and finishing with the customer. For decades, U.S. soybean farmers have been caring for the land, water, and air that will be growing not just this year's crop, but future generations of soybeans too. By using sustainable practices, U.S. farmers have been able to produce more soybeans on less land while reducing harmful emissions and soil erosion. Many farmers also set aside land on their farms for wildlife and natural grasslands. Sustainability is important to U.S. farmers because they want to meet the needs of their customers while taking care of the natural resources for their children and others who will come after them. Before planting their fields, farmers work closely with their seed dealers to select the best varieties for their growing region and customers' needs. As soon as the ground warms up and the weather clears, U.S. farmers begin planting their carefully chosen seeds. Most practice conservation tillage or no-till planting to conserve their soil. Throughout the growing season, U.S. soybean farmers monitor their fields using the latest technology, making sure the developing plants are kept free of weeds, pests, and diseases to help provide their global customers with the highest quality of soybeans possible. Finally, harvest begins, and across the soybean growing region, combines roll into the fields. To prepare for this time of year, U.S. soybean farmers adjust their machinery to keep the harvested soybean crop free of any weed seeds or broken soybeans. These machines have the technical capability to gather information, such as yield, as the crop is harvested. Once the soybeans are harvested, most farmers sell their crop to a local elevator, which collects and stores the soybeans. The elevator will usually sell the soybeans to a processor. The soybean processor will take the raw soybeans and convert them into value-added products, such as meal and oil. These products are either used locally by livestock producers or food companies or loaded for transport and exported. processors in the United States use the latest technologies to make sure that the end result is consistent, high-quality soybean meal and oil that customers expect from U.S. soy. To move soybeans, meal, and oil, the U.S. soybean industry is fortunate to have varying modes of transportation. The highways, rails, and lock and dam system are among the most sophisticated and reliable in the world, allowing U.S. soybeans, meal, and oil to reach many customers. And with the help of modern engineering, the United States has been able to harness the extensive river system to more efficiently move U.S. soybeans to export position. U.S. soy also has the benefit of national highways and a cross-continent railroad. So much care and investment is put into meeting customer needs with a reliable, consistent, sustainable, high-quality soybean supply. From planting to delivery, U.S. soybean farmers are proud to raise a high-quality product that is used here in the United States and around the world. And U.S. soy customers can be confident they're purchasing high-quality, reliable soybeans, meal, and oil backed by U.S. farmers and the soy industry.
Try to remember to get the rinse egg. But we forgot last night, and I focused on making sure we had it so that.
And this week, we're in Mexico, in the state of Chiapas, with a group of people from the U.S. soy family. We're here for an aquaculture educational opportunity and really here to help show the soybean farmers in the U.S. where their checkoff dollars are being invested, how they're being invested, and ultimately where a lot of their soybean meal ends up. Today we're at Regal Springs. We had the opportunity to go and see their hatchery, to see their grow out ponds in a lake, in a reservoir here in Chiapas, and now also seeing the processing plant. And it's just crucial to be able to see firsthand how relationships have been formed in international marketing programs where ultimately we're creating a preference and building demand for U.S. soy.
Taking time off the farm, especially in the winter and coming down to Mexico, has been a great experience because I not only get to see and talk to the people who we're giving our USB checkoff dollars to, but to see it in action and how these fish grow and how useful U.S. soybean meal, especially in Mexico, is on these farms. And the research they're doing and how they put it in place has been truly amazing to watch, because as an Iowa soybean farmer, I don't get to be around fish or fish farms hardly at all. So to see these different aspects of soybean use, especially in the fish farms, is really truly amazing.
Aquaculture is the fastest growing utilization area for soy today, and especially U.S. soy. And when we take a look at aquaculture and where we see opportunity and where we see growth potential, we see a lot of that opportunity being in Latin America. Latin America has a pretty good aquaculture industry to date, but it's due for some huge growth. And with that growth will come a vast increase of use of U.S. soy and soybean meal and other various products, because we've got great market share here in this region.
Also finding out that this industry has grown by 10% pretty much all over the world. So there's a great advantage to getting into these markets and doing the research and expending the dollars to find out how we can increase our soybean export market that way too.
It's a fact that in order for us as consumers around the world to be able to consume seafood the way that we want to, and with our population growing the way that it's predicted to grow, we have to have aquaculture, and we have to have sustainable aquaculture in order to supply the world with the seafood demand that there is today and in the future.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to stay joining us for the second session of conference for today. Today, this afternoon session, we will have 5 speakers that will introduced by our moderator later. Before we start the second session, we would like to announce the participant, the lucky participant, who wins the door prize Smart Band, Xiaomi Smart Band 4, Zefania Januar from GPMT Group. Zefania Januar from GPMT Group. For Zefania Januar, please send the detail of your information to the organizer. Okay. Okay, I would like to re-announce the winners of the first door prize, Xiaomi Smart Band 4. The door prize goes to Januar Pribadi, Technical Manager of Grobes Indo Makmur. And let's start to the second session, the last session of this conference, that will moderate by the Secretary General of Indonesian Aquaculture Society. He also the former chairman of Indonesian Aquafeed Mill Association. Please welcome Mr. Denny Indrajaya.
Selamat siang, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Peace be on you, all of you. Sesuai dengan, saya mungkin campur ya bahasa Indonesia dan Inggris karena sessionnya sudah Indonesian presenters, 5 Indonesian presenters in the last I think from 1 o'clock until 4 o'clock is the last session for our 2 days Indonesian Aquaculture Feed Conference 2020. So we start now based on our rundowns. First presenter, starting with Mrs. Dr. Seni Helmiati, Master of Science. Ready? Bu Seni?
Ready, sir.
Okay, after that, after Bu Seni, we will start with Professor Dr. Muhammad Agus Suprayudi. Professor Dr. Muhammad Agus Suprayudi.
Yeah, hello. I'm in.
Yeah, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry. Audience, because a little bit problem with the internet connection. Now we start with the short CV of Dr. Seni Helmiati. She has graduated from Gajah Mada University in aquaculture, and also but Master of Science in Animal Husbandry at in Gajah Mada University, and then PhD from Gajah Mada University. And her research focus on nutrisi and pakan ikan, pakan alami, natural and feed, and then alternative feed. Okay, please, time for you start to show your presentation. Please, Ibu Dr. Seni Helmiati.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, committee, for the opportunity that has been given to me. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to introduce myself. I'm Seni Helmiati from Department of Fisheries, Faculty of Agriculture. Will deliver a presentation on the result of the research entitled Exploration of Local Ingredient for Aquafeed. May I deliver with bahasa or okay?
Okay, Ibu, Dr. Seni, you can speak in bahasa. No worries.
Okay. Ya, terima kasih. Ini mungkin saya menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia karena mungkin beberapa audiens ada yang berasal dari ataupun yang berkepentingan dengan pakan mandiri. Jadi yang akan saya sampaikan ini juga berdasarkan dari hasil studi dan objektif di lapangan selama mendampingi pakan mandiri di Yogyakarta. Lanjut. Next. Ya, dalam presentasi ini pokok bahasan yang akan saya sampaikan berkaitan dengan pendahuluan, kemudian keberadaan tepung ikan dalam kegiatan aquakultur, kemudian beberapa bahan pakan alternatif yang sering digunakan sebagai pengganti tepung ikan maupun tepung kedelai, kemudian eksplorasi ataupun menggali beberapa bahan pakan lokal yang kemudian diharapkan dapat menjadi pengganti ataupun nanti menjadi bahan tambahan ataupun substitusi yang lain, sehingga harapannya dapat mengurangi kebutuhan dari tepung ikan maupun tepung kedelai. Dan yang terakhir saya akan menyampaikan terkait dengan ringkasan dalam paparan siang hari ini. Next, yeah. Seperti kita ketahui bahwa kegiatan aquakultur memang menjadi salah satu porsi terbesar gitu ya, dan dari segi kualitas maupun kuantitasnya tergantung pada pakan, bahkan 60-70% biaya pakan ini tergantung biaya produksi dari kegiatan aquakultur ini tergantung dari pakan. Dan di sini memang tepung ikan ini menjadi salah satu hal yang paling utama untuk pembuatan pakan ikan, akan tetapi dengan perkembangan waktu, dengan kebutuhan ataupun supply and demand yang sangat tinggi ini menyebabkan harga pakan menjadi meningkat, terutama tepung ikan yang berasal dari luar negeri ataupun dari impor. Lanjut. Nah, kita bisa melihat dari paparan gambar di sini dari beberapa penelitian ataupun di sini Taken and Median memprediksi bahwa kebutuhan akan tepung ikan ini akan mengalami penurunan. Mengapa menurun? Karena memang beberapa spesies ini diberi pakan dengan mengurangi tepung ikan sebagai bahan utamanya. Nah, demikian juga dengan kebutuhan dari tepung ikan maupun minyak ikan secara keseluruhan ini ya, dari jumlahnya menjadi menurun, kemudian beberapa waktu terakhir beberapa penelitian juga kemudian mencoba untuk mencari alternatif ataupun bergeser sedikit ya untuk mencoba mencari beberapa bahan pakan beralih pada kacang-kacangan, polong-polongan ataupun bahkan dari tepung daun yang kemudian itu diharapkan bisa mengganti tepung ikan maupun dari minyak ikan itu sendiri. Nah, penggunaan tepung kedelai pun kemudian menjadi salah satu pilihan. Akan tetapi dengan berjalannya waktu gitu ya, ini menjadi salah satu juga kendala gitu ya, karena memang kemudian menyebabkan demand and supply-nya juga semakin meningkat. Apalagi kalau di Indonesia mungkin masih sedikit bersaing dengan kebutuhan manusia ataupun untuk kegiatan pangan. Nah, dengan demikian banyak kemudian studi-studi ataupun penelitian yang kemudian mencoba untuk kemudian mencari alternatif bahan lain yang kemudian melihat ya sisi dari kecernaannya, kemudian juga efek terhadap pertumbuhan, itu juga dengan efek terhadap kesehatan ataupun fisiologis dari ikan itu sendiri, bahkan sampai pada kualitas daging ikan yang dihasilkan. Lanjut. Ya, di sini kemudian ada beberapa gambaran alternatif ataupun dari beberapa bahan pakan. Ini saya ambil dari biomin.net. Memang sebagai pengganti tepung ikan ada beberapa bahan yang kemudian direkomendasikan, misalnya dari plant-based protein source, kemudian dari terrestrial ataupun marine animal source, ada juga dari byproduct ataupun dari larva insek, ya, insek larvae. Akan tetapi banyak pertimbangan yang kemudian harus diketahui, misalnya dari kandungan nutriennya, dari protein, kemudian lemak, karbohidrat dan beberapa bahan yang lain, kemudian juga customer acceptability, artinya bagaimana kemudian para konsumen itu bisa menerima jika ikan yang dikonsumsi misalnya ini berasal dari pakan yang bukan dari yang biasanya diberikan misalnya, ataupun kemudian availabilitas ataupun ketersediaan harga dan kemudian efek pada pertumbuhan sekaligus efek pada fisiologis ikan terutama pada tingkat kesehatannya. Lanjut. Ya, ini saya sampaikan beberapa local ingredient dari riset yang pernah kami lakukan dan juga berdasarkan dari data di lapangan selama mendampingi di pakan mandiri. Ada beberapa yang ingin saya sampaikan di sini yang berasal dari animal source, kemudian fish byproduct dan plant-based protein source. Mungkin lanjut saja. Ya, untuk animal source ini berasal dari emerita meal atau kita sering menyebutnya sebagai undur-undur laut ya. Next. Ya. Ini sebagai gambaran undur-undur laut yang biasa digunakan oleh para petani ataupun pembuat pakan di skala pakan mandiri. Jadi untuk emerita ini memang jumlahnya ataupun kemelimpahannya sangat banyak ketika pada musim kemarau ya, sekitar bulan Juni, dan ini banyak sekali sebarannya terutama di daerah pesisir Jawa bagian selatan ya, kalau di Yogyakarta di sekitar Bantul dan Kulon Progo, kemudian kalau di Jawa Tengah itu sekitar Purworejo ataupun daerah Cilacap. Dan ini kalau melihat dari fekunditasnya ini cukup tinggi sehingga memang menjadi sangat potensial untuk kemudian digunakan sebagai pakan tambahan ataupun bahan pakan untuk ikan. Lanjut. Ya, ini saya sampaikan kandungan nutrien dari emerita meal ataupun dari undur-undur laut. Di sini memang untuk kisaran dari crude protein ini cukup tinggi, akan tetapi kemudian crude fibernya juga masih tinggi. Nah, ini kemungkinan diduga ataupun dari beberapa penelitian yang lain ini ada kitosan dan kitin yang kemudian ini menjadi salah satu hal yang mungkin perlu diteliti lebih lanjut supaya nanti bisa digunakan lebih lanjut untuk feed aditif ya ataupun untuk kegiatan yang lainnya. Nah, ini saya sampaikan penelitian dari Nur Laili ya tahun 2012. Dia mencoba untuk mengganti tepung ikan dengan tepung undur-undur laut gitu ya dengan persentase 0, 25, 50%, 75% sampai 100%. Dan dari hasil penelitiannya lanjut. Nah, ini yang dievaluasi di sini adalah tingkat kecernaan pakan pada nila merah gitu ya. Terlihat bahwa pada perlakuan dengan penambahan tepung emerita gitu ya ataupun undur-undur laut mempunyai tingkat digestibilitas gitu ya ataupun tingkat kecernaan yang cukup baik gitu ya. Sehingga memang kalau dalam beberapa penelitian disebutkan tingkat kecernaan itu berkisar sekitar 75-95%, sehingga dengan nilai di sini ini berarti bahan pakan tersebut mempunyai tingkat kecernaan yang baik, sehingga kisaran ya, sekitar 25-75%, karena dari hasil penelitian ini memperlihatkan bahwa tepung undur-undur laut ini bisa ditambahkan dalam formulasi pakan untuk nila merah. Lanjut. Ya, berikutnya ini maggot BSF ini mungkin para audiens juga sudah sangat mengenal. Dari beberapa penelitian juga teman-teman dari balai juga sudah banyak mengembangkan, bahkan mungkin lebih canggih gitu ya. Akan tetapi di tingkat petani ini banyak modifikasi dari para pembudidaya kemudian untuk menyediakan bahan baku secara mandiri dengan memanfaatkan media-media berupa byproduct ataupun limbah, misalnya dari dedak ataupun dari ampas tahu maupun ampas kelapa. Untuk prosesnya ini sangat mudah gitu ya, mencampur dengan perbandingan 1:1, kemudian kita letakkan dalam suatu kontainer atau wadah, ya, kita tutup bagian atasnya dengan suatu media di mana sebagai tempat untuk meletakkan telur bagi serangga tersebut, gitu ya. Setelah itu, selang beberapa hari, ya, setelah itu dalam 1 hari bisa menetas, gitu ya. Telurnya bertelur kemudian menetas dalam waktu 1-2 hari kemudian menetas, dan ini bisa kita gunakan dalam bentuk fresh berupa mini maggot yang kita berikan pada larva ataupun nanti sampai maksimal umur 20 hari ini kita bisa gunakan sebagai pakan ataupun ukuran big maggot sebagai sumber tepung maggot. Lanjut. Dari hasil beberapa penelitian kami, ini kami mencoba untuk menganalisis gitu ya dari kandungan nutrien dari beberapa media yang berpengaruh terhadap kualitas dari maggot yang dihasilkan ya. Di sini memang terlihat pada coconut waste dan tofu waste ya, ampas tahu dan ampas kelapa ini memang terlihat cukup tinggi. Mungkin berbeda dengan pengalaman ataupun dari teman-teman dari balai gitu ya, yang sumber dari medianya dari bungkil kelapa sawit atau mungkin dari jenis limbah yang lain, memang ada sedikit perbedaan. Nah, ini yang kami peroleh bahwa memang perbedaan dari media yang diberikan ataupun yang digunakan sebagai tempat hidup dari maggot BSF ini mempengaruhi dari kualitas ataupun kandungan nutrien dari maggot yang dihasilkan. Lanjut. Nah, kemudian ini tepung silase ikan gitu ya, kita menyebutnya tepsil, itu mungkin ini juga sebenarnya sudah banyak yang mengembangkan, akan tetapi kadang informasi terkait dengan tepsil ini menjadi sangat penting untuk kemudian dikembangkan lagi. Jadi ini adalah memanfaatkan dari trash fish gitu ya, ataupun kita bisa memanfaatkan dari byproduct dari kepala, kemudian dari tulang ataupun duri, kemudian juga dari viscera ataupun dari bagian saluran pencernaan ikan, ya, yang kita kemudian fermentasi secara anaerob menggunakan probiotik, gitu ya, dan kita peram ataupun fermentasi selama 7 hari. Setelah itu kemudian kita bisa keringkan, ataupun kalau ingin menggunakan ataupun dibuat menjadi tepung silase ikan, kita bisa menambahkan filler gitu ya. Kalau di tingkat petani mungkin dengan penambahan filler, misalnya berupa dadak ataupun dengan polar, ini jauh lebih mudah dibandingkan kalau kita kemudian misalnya dengan spray dry gitu ya. Sehingga kualitas dari ini ya, kita bisa melihat kualitas dari silase ikan maupun tepung silase ikan ini juga hasilnya hampir sama gitu ya, sehingga menjadi salah satu poin penting gitu ya untuk kemudian digunakan sebagai salah satu bahan pakan ya, sebagai pengganti tepung ikan. Memang sebagai catatan di sini adalah proses untuk kemudian membuatnya ini menjadi hal yang perlu kemudian dipertimbangkan. Lanjut. Ya, kemudian beralih pada plant-based protein source gitu ya. Di sini adalah moringa leaf meal, mungkin Bapak Ibu semua sudah mengetahuinya karena bahan ini juga sering digunakan sebagai herbal gitu ya, ataupun obat alternatif gitu ya. Jadi untuk moringa ataupun kita sering menyebut sebagai daun kelor ya, ini cukup banyak sebarannya. Kalau di Indonesia sendiri juga cukup banyak di daerah, kalau di Jawa Tengah di daerah Blora, kemudian di daerah Madura maupun Nusa Tenggara Timur ya. Nah, dari beberapa kajian yang ini saya informasi dari teman-teman di pertanian gitu ya, memang dalam 3 hektar gitu ya bisa menghasilkan sekitar 500 kg gitu ya untuk dari yield ataupun dari bahan yang kita gunakan sebagai tepung daun kelor ya. Dan kalau dijual gitu ya, karena banyak sekali di toko-toko online gitu ya yang menjual untuk produk murni moringa leaf meal, itu kisarannya adalah 250.000 per kilogram ya. Sehingga ini cukup menjanjikan kalau kemudian kita coba untuk kita berikan ataupun kita tambahkan dalam formulasi pakan. Lanjut. Nah, akan tetapi ada beberapa hal yang kemudian perlu kita perhatikan gitu ya. Ada hal-hal yang kemudian menjadi suatu pembatas gitu ya. Misalnya terutama yang berasal dari leaf meal gitu ya, ataupun tepung daun. Ini misalnya ada anti-nutritional factor gitu ya, ataupun kita kenal misalnya ada fenol, ada tanin, ada asam fitat ataupun HCN, dan kemudian profil dari asam amino ataupun asam lemaknya juga cukup berbeda dengan sangat berbeda dengan yang hewan gitu ya, karena mungkin kelengkapan profilnya gitu ya, profilnya tidak begitu lengkap. Kemudian ada kandungan mineral dan palatabilitas yang ini menjadi sangat penting, karena dari tepung daun ini biasanya memang kandungan serat ya yang bisa mempengaruhi tingkat palatabilitas. Begitu juga dengan adanya mikotoksin ya, ini berasal dari tumbuhan itu sendiri. Kalau tidak persiapkan dengan baik ataupun tidak dipelihara dengan baik, ini juga akan menjadi pembawa mikotoksin pada tepung daun tersebut. Sehingga kalau kita ketahui bersama bahwa ini menjadi hal yang sangat penting, karena kalau dari faktor pembatas ini tidak diperhatikan, ini bisa berpengaruh terhadap pertumbuhan ataupun juga pada tingkat kesehatan. Hal yang paling ekstrim adalah pada tingkat kematian. Lanjut. Ya. Nah, untuk mencoba mengurangi beberapa pembatas tadi, ada upaya untuk kemudian melakukan teknik pengolahan dari tepung daun kelor, misalnya dengan ekstraksi menggunakan etanol, yang itu dari beberapa penelitian juga dapat mengurangi dari tanin, lektin, tripsin inhibitor maupun saponin serta fitase. Kemudian juga misalnya kita bisa melakukan dengan perendaman, pengeringan, kemudian juga dengan grinding ataupun menggiling ya menjadi partikel yang kecil, atau juga misalnya dengan ekstraksi ya tadi ya etanol ataupun dengan air, hidrolisis maupun kegiatan enzimatik ya, perlakuan enzimatik maupun fermentasi baik menggunakan yeast ataupun bakteria. Lanjut. Nah, ini dari penelitian Faradia tahun 2018. Jadi ini menggunakan moringa leaf meal komersial gitu ya, kemudian dicampurkan dengan komersial probiotik gitu ya. Tampak memang dari hasil fermentasinya juga berhasil di sini ya, artinya dari kandungan nutriennya juga cukup baik dan mengalami peningkatan. Nah, ini diaplikasikan pada nila merah gitu ya. Nah, di sini mengganti ya tepung ikan gitu ya dengan fermented moringa leaf meal ya, dengan perlakuan 0, 5, 10 dan 20%. Lanjut. Ya, di sini tampak memang fermented moringa leaf meal ini bisa meningkatkan pertumbuhan dari nila merah gitu ya. Kita lihat di sini pada 10% gitu ya. Ini juga cukup tinggi peningkatan pertumbuhannya. Memang tetapi kalau kita melihat dari FCR-nya juga cukup baik gitu ya. Sehingga memang menjadi suatu peluang ya bagi kita sebagai mungkin pembudidaya atau pembuat pakan, ini bisa ditambahkan dalam pakan kisaran 5 sampai 15% atau mungkin tepatnya sekitar 10%. Lanjut. Ya, kemudian ini fermentasi menggunakan campuran bakteri dari Bacillus spt2a, kemudian Bacillus spt3p1 dan Lactobacillus rhamnosus GL11. Ini campuran bakteri ini yang merupakan produk yang dihasilkan dari laboratorium penyakit dan kesehatan di Departemen Perikanan UGM. Ya, di sini kita bisa melihat untuk proses fermentasinya. Jadi proses fermentasi ini berhenti pada hari ke-7 ataupun pada jam ke-168 gitu ya. Sehingga kita bisa melihat di sini tingkat kandungan nutrien dari beberapa misalnya dari protein gitu ya yang mengalami peningkatan, kemudian juga dari antinutrien ini juga mengalami penurunan. Jadi proses fermentasi menggunakan campuran bakteri ini dapat meningkatkan kandungan protein, kemudian abu, total lipid, kalsium dan fosfor pada tepung daun kelor. Begitu juga dapat mengurangi antinutrien pada tepung daun kelor. Lanjut. Ya, ini dicoba diaplikasikan pada nila merah, ya. Kita menggunakan mengganti tepung ikan dengan fermented moringa leaf meal pada skala 10, 0, 10, 20 dan 30%. Lanjut. Ya. Kita melihat memang dari tingkat pertumbuhannya ini mengalami peningkatan berdasarkan dari selama 60 hari pemeliharaan gitu ya, walaupun secara statistik memang tidak menunjukkan beda nyata. Nah, kemudian kalau kita melihat dari keseluruhan parameter, memang di sini untuk feed digestibility ataupun tingkat pencernaannya dengan pemberian ataupun substitusi hingga 30% ini juga cukup baik, akan tetapi masih menjadi catatan masih di bawah standar yang biasanya tingkat pencernaan baik itu 75 sampai 95%. Tapi ini cukup menjamin untuk kemudian ikan itu tumbuh. Lanjut. Ya. Kemudian kalau melihat dari hematokrit ataupun leukokrit, ini untuk fermented moringa leaf meal ini mengalami peningkatan ya dari waktu pengamatan per 30 hari, di 30 hari pertama, kemudian 30 hari kedua, ini juga mengalami peningkatan pada hematokritnya, kemudian juga leukokritnya, ya, sehingga ini untuk FMLM ini cukup baik ya untuk kemudian bisa menjaga fisiologis dari nila merah yang dibudidayakan. Lanjut. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah lemna meal ataupun tepung lemna. Ini mungkin sudah banyak juga penelitian tentang lemna. Kalau kita melihat dari kandungan nutriennya ini berkisar sekitar 24,91% dan ini merupakan nilai yang cukup baik atau apabila digunakan sebagai bahan pakan. Kemudian kita coba untuk aplikasikan pada beberapa perlakuan. Di sini kita mencoba untuk mengganti soybean meal ataupun tepung kedelai dengan lemna meal ya, dengan 0, 5, 10 dan 15% pada pakan nila merah. Lanjut. Nah, kalau melihat dari keseluruhan, memang rata-rata hasil secara statistik tidak menunjukkan beda nyata, akan tetapi kita bisa melihat pada SCR gitu ya, ini cukup baik gitu ya di level 5 sampai 10% gitu ya. Ini ada kesalahan dalam penulisan gitu ya, mohon maaf. Nah, ini sehingga harapannya lemna meal ini ya dapat mengganti kebutuhan dari soybean meal hingga 10% dalam pakan nila merah. Lanjut. Nah, ini yang sedang penelitiannya sedang berjalan. Kami mencoba untuk melakukan penelitian pada fermented lemna meal, kemudian pistia ataupun kita sering menyebutnya kayu apu ataupun apu-apu, yang ini juga banyak tumbuh sebagai tumbuhan air. Kemudian juga ada kulit kopi pulp gitu ya, dan kemudian kulit ini ya kacang hijau gitu ya. Kebetulan saat ini sedang berjalan penelitiannya. Memang ini kami masih pada tahap uji coba dari ataupun menguji dari kandungan nutrien bahan pakan. Nah, ini masih banyak catatan ataupun hal yang perlu kami lakukan lebih lanjut untuk kemudian bisa memberikan kontribusi terhadap petani terutama sehingga menjadi suatu alternatif bahan pakan bagi kegiatan pakan mandiri. Lanjut, sebagai penutup ini kami sampaikan bahwa terdapat beberapa bahan pakan lokal yang kemudian dapat digunakan sebagai pengganti gitu ya untuk tepung ikan maupun tepung kedelai, dan memang membutuhkan suatu upaya untuk mengolah beberapa bahan pakan tersebut sehingga bisa menghasilkan kandungan nutrien yang baik bagi kebutuhan ikan. Sehingga menjadi penting untuk para akademisi ataupun peneliti meneliti lebih mendalam terkait dengan aplikasi beberapa bahan pakan lokal ini, terutama terkait dengan ketersediaan ya sebagai bahan pakan maupun aplikasi misalnya untuk substitusi ataupun replacement gitu ya, kemudian atau juga untuk feed aditif sehingga kita bisa mengetahui efek terhadap pertumbuhan maupun kesehatan ikan. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, terima kasih Ibu Dr. Seni Helmiati. Pas 30 menit. Luar biasa. Lanjut. Bagaimana Pak Profesor Muhammad Agus Suprayudi, sudah siapkah? Silakan. Sebelum beliau berbicara, saya akan memperkenalkan Profesor Dr. Muhammad Agus Suprayudi, mengajar sebagai dosen di Department of Aquaculture, Fakultas Perikanan dan Marine Science, ya, Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Universitas IPB. Beliau pernah menjabat sebagai technical assistant untuk shrimp feed technology di perusahaan atau tambak udang terbesar di dunia, yaitu di Pasena dan juga pernah di Billiton, sehingga beliau juga banyak mempunyai pengalaman yang luar biasa di industri pakan CP, Charum Pokpan Indonesia, dan kemudian beliau menjadi tetap menjadi fish nutritionist sebagai kepala lab, dan sekarang beliau masih sebagai Head of Aquafeed Technology, Monokoyo Corporation. Dan beliau mempunyai pendidikan yang luar biasa. S1 diselesaikan di IPB Bogor, kemudian Master of Science di bidang Biochemistry juga di Bogor, IPB Bogor, dan PhD Fish Nutrition, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, Japan. Silakan, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Agus Suprayudi, it's time for you to show your presentation. Please, welcome.
Okay, Pak Denny, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to share my little knowledge and experience in the field of fish nutrition. And also, first of all, I would like to say my regards to all friends here, colleagues, and all participants. Okay, because of most of the audiences, I think it's Indonesian, so let me share my presentation in Bahasa. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Pada kesempatan yang berbahagia ini saya akan men-share topik, judulnya adalah makan ikan itu harus baik. The question is, baik itu untuk siapa? Nah, itu kira-kira topiknya. Lanjut. Nah, sebagai latar belakang, kita tahu bahwa pakan ini sebagai limiting factor ya dalam kegiatan aquaculture, di mana pakan itu berkontribusi hampir 65% dari total biaya produksi. Dan khusus untuk ikan air tawar ini luar biasa, Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini bisa mencapai 85-90% dari biaya produksi. Hal lain yang menyebabkan pakan ini menjadi crucial adalah waste-nya berupa nitrogen, fosfor, dan sulfur yang juga dapat berdampak negatif terhadap ikan itu sendiri. Oleh karena itu, mau tidak mau, pakan yang diberikan itu harus berkualitas baik. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau kita lihat bicara quality, saya coba definisikan apa itu pakan. Di sini adalah edible material atau sesuatu yang dapat dimakan, yang dapat mendukung fungsi pakan tersebut secara maksimal. Sebagai apa? Sebagai pemasok energi dan nutrients, Untuk apa? Untuk menjalankan fungsinya untuk maintenance, ya, tumbuh kembang dan menjaga kesehatan. Jadi a good quality of feed harus mengandung 4 unsur ini. Lanjut, Bapak Ibu. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau kita lihat apa sih kebutuhan pakan, ya, dari di sini dari mulai makronutrien sampai mikronutrien. Di sini kita lihat ya mulai dari protein. Protein itu ada sekitar 10 asam amino juga yang mesti dipenuhi. Terus juga lipid, ya, dari mulai sebagai energy source, ya, dia juga harus mensuplai essential fatty acid, ya, baik linolenik, arakidonik, ya, linolenik, EPA, DHA yang sangat penting buat ikan itu sendiri, dan juga dia harus mengandung karbohidrat tentunya sebagai energy source. Ya, kemudian juga dia harus mengandung vitamin dan mineral sebagai kofaktor dan enzim yang sebagai fasilitator dan regulator dari metabolisme. Ya, kemudian di pakan itu juga harus saat ini mungkin ada beberapa tambahan yang kita kenal dengan feed additive sebagai atraktan, peningkatan kecernaan. Saya kelompokkan di sini ada juga sebagai growth promoter, ada juga sebagai imunostimulan. Jadi ini puzzle ini mesti diaduk-aduk sedemikian rupa hingga menghasilkan suatu gambar yang bagus, yang tentunya dapat mendukung 4 fungsi tadi. Lanjut. Nah, kalau puzzle tersebut bisa kita buat menjadi gambar yang bagus, maka tentunya kita lihat di sini, dia akan memberikan suatu titik pertumbuhan yang maksimum pada dosis nutrien yang optimum. Di mana pada kondisi suboptimal, ya, jadi di kiri atau di kanan yang optimum ini, ya, di sini akan menurunkan fungsi dari pakan tersebut sebagai penopang 4 fungsi tadi. Sebagai apa ya? Sebagai maintenance, ya, sebagai tumbuh kembang, kemudian juga reproduction dan peningkatan kesehatan. Nah, jadi walaupun semua nutrien yang tadi kita gambarkan pada slide sebelum itu terdapat dalam pakan, belum tentu dia memberikan suatu ekspresi yang terbaik yang digambarkan dalam pertumbuhan yang maksimum. Nah, pertanyaannya adalah, ya, mungkinkah pakan memberikan suatu cekaman metabolis atau rasa tidak nyaman pada ikan? Nah, ini saya pikir yang mesti kita jawab, ya. Jadi walaupun semua tadi komplit, makronutrien, mikronutrien, ya, kemudian makromineral, mikromineral juga ditambahkan dengan feed additive, balancing energi dan lain-lain, belum tentu dia memberikan rasa nyaman jika balance tidak tetap, sehingga akan menimbulkan oksidatif stres yang akan menimbulkan cekaman pada ikan. Lanjut. Nah, kita definisikan dulu apa itu oksidatif stres, yaitu suatu kondisi yang disebabkan oleh ketidakseimbangan antara produksi dan akumulasi ROS, reaktif oksigen spesies, di dalam sel dan jaringan dengan kemampuan sistem biologis untuk mendetoknya. Kalau kita lihat ROS itu dari apa? Ada yang berbentuk oksigen singlet, ya, ada yang superoxide, ada hidrogen peroxide, dan ada hidroksil peroxide. Nah, kalau kita lihat di gambar ini sebelah kanan, jika ada nutrien imbalance, terutama di mitokondria dalam production of energy, ini akan menimbulkan cekaman yang akan menghasilkan radikal bebas. Radikal bebas jika dengan oksigen singlet, dia akan membentuk superoxide. Nah, superoxide ini jika tidak ditengarai, dia akan membentuk hidrogen peroksida yang akhirnya akan memberikan cekaman fisiologis pada sel tersebut. Apa indikasinya? Indikasinya itu akan meningkatnya adalah senyawa yang dibentuk oleh sel yang sedang berada dalam cekaman, yaitu malondialdehyde, ya, dan juga aktivitas SOD. Nah, kemudian juga beberapa enzim-enzim yang terkait dengan antioksidan. Lanjut. Halo. 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 Hilang slide-nya. Halo.
technical issue. We will restart because we have Hello, everyone. Sorry for the technical issue. So we will restart the presentation from Mr. Agus Suprayudi. So I will pass the time to our moderator, Mr. Denny Indrajaya.
Ya, halo. Selamat siang. Maaf, tadi ada internet problems. But now we start again. Professor Muhammad Agus Suprayogi, please starting again your presentation to all of us. Please, Pak Agus.
Ya, Pak Denny.
Okay, starting for you. It's time for you again. Sorry for disturbing.
Oke, tunggu.
Yes.
Ya, oke.
Oxidative stress.
Bisa dilanjut, Pak. Next slide. Baik, Bapak Ibu, saya lanjut. Nah, di sini saya memberi gambaran ya suatu apa ya kira-kira kita ambil ya satu nutrien ya yang akan menimbulkan metabolic stress. Nah, di sini kita lihat contoh nih pada saat ini pandemi corona nih banyak kondisi ikan sulit keluar. Ini tentunya ini akan memicu bagaimana kita melakukan efisiensi di segala bidang. Sebagai contoh, ini ada misalnya kita coba mereduce cost dengan meningkatkan karbohidrat in the diet ya. Nah, apa yang terjadi jika ikan itu terpapar karbohidrat tinggi? Nah, di sini kita lihat akan meningkatkan berbagai macam enzim yang metabolisme karbohidrat seperti glukokinase, piruvatinase, dan fosfofruktokinase yang yang pada akhirnya ini akan menimbulkan timbunan glikogen dan lipid di hati, jadi lipid marble, jadi terjadi penumpukan lemak di hati. Nah, ini akan memicu terjadinya reaktif oksigen species ya, yang at the end dia akan menyebabkan sel itu menjadi kehilangan fleksibilitas membrannya dan akan menjadi rusak. Nah, kalau selnya rusak, maka kemampuan ya organ tersebut untuk mendetok ya enzim-enzim yang menghasilkan enzim-enzim antioksidan seperti superoxide dismutase, katalase, dan juga kemampuan imunnya seperti aktivitas lysosome itu akan turun. Nah, inilah kita kira gambaran bagaimana jika terjadi imbalance di nutrien di pakan. Lanjut. Kalau saya boleh singkat, di sini jika terjadi hiperglikemia atau terpapar glukosa darah tinggi, terjadi akumulasi glukogen, terjadi liver hipertrofi, liver dysfunction, imun sistem depression, dan akhirnya menurunkan pertumbuhan. Kalau pertumbuhan sudah menurun, ini easy to diserang penyakit ya, kemudian akan outbreak penyakitnya. Itu kira-kira gambaran salah satu bagaimana peran nutrien terhadap kenyamanan ikan yang kita pelihara. Lanjut. Nah, di sini Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya ada 3 publikasi ya, 3 publikasi yang memang terbaru ini yang dikaitkan dengan efek dari pakan terhadap reaktif oksigen spesies ini atau indikator-indikatornya. Nah, ini ada satu diterbitkan di Aquaculture ya, yang kedua nih di Aquaculture Research ya. Baik, lanjut. Nah, dari publikasi tersebut kita lihat pada pakan-pakan, pada ikan ya, ini kita lihat di sini ada normal tanpa intervensi, yang di sini feed A2 dengan intervensi. Nanti kita lihat bahwa pakan yang tidak diintervensi, artinya kadar glukosanya tinggi, menyebabkan turunnya kinerja antioksidan yang ditandai dengan tingginya malondialdehyde yang seperti saya katakan tadi, dan rendahnya superoxide dismutase. Turunnya juga ini juga akan menyebabnya turunnya kemampuan imun yang diindikasikan dengan rendahnya lysosome activity. Dan ternyata tidak sampai di situ, dia juga berpengaruh ke growth hormone, di mana growth hormone tertekan dengan tingginya kadar somatostatin. Dan yang lebih lanjut lagi, dampak lebih lanjut, dampak sampingnya, ini juga mempengaruhi ekspresi gen. Ya, di sini kita lihat gen ekspresi yang terkait dengan insulin-like growth factor IGF-1 dan glukosa transporter ini menurun semua dibandingkan dengan yang tidak terpapar glukosa pada kondisi yang sama. Nah, ini yang di atas tadi adalah dampak terhadap kondisi seluler. Sekarang bagaimana terhadap growth-nya? Ya, ini pada ikan nila, Bapak Ibu sekalian, mungkin Bapak nanti bisa download literaturnya. Pada ikan nila kita lihat yang terpapar hiperglisemia ini average daily gain-nya ini lebih rendah daripada yang tidak terpapar. Demikian juga feed conversion-nya dan protein retention. Jadi jelas terlihat bahwa imbalance nutrien itu akan menyebabkan cekaman fisiologis yang akan menyebabkan stress cell yang diindikasikan dengan kinerja pertumbuhan yang menurun. Itu kira-kira gambaran di slide ini. Kemudian yang kedua adalah lanjut. Nah, ini tadi imbalance nutrien. Sekarang bagaimana jika ada anti-nutrition factor? Di sini saya coba yang kita publikasi di Aquaculture Research tentang biji karet ya. Di sini kita lihat bahwa ternyata anti-nutrition factor ini juga akan menekan kinerja antioksidan yang seperti digambarkan dengan rendahnya MDA dan sodium oxide dismutase. Nah, ini terlihat pada ikan yang terpapar cyanida atau HCN pada 7,92 ppm. Sedangkan ikan-ikan yang tidak terpapar dengan HCN yang tinggi, ini terlihat peningkatan kinerja antioksidan yang pada akhirnya akan meningkatkan pertumbuhan. Lanjut. Nah, tadi ada good for whom. Jadi jawaban yang pertama, fish should be good for whom. Jadi di sini jawaban yang pertamanya buat siapa? Ya tentunya buat ikan. Ikan itu harus berasa nyaman, jangan sampai ikan itu tidak berasa nyaman. Next, pertanyaannya, bisakah kita membuat pakan yang tidak menimbulkan stres fisiologis? Jawabannya bisa. Nah, ini banyak sekali kalau kita buat pakan, kita terbitkan literatur seperti tadi publikasi yang saya buat, itu terlihat bisa semua. Easy. Tidak sulit kita membuat pakan yang tidak menimbulkan physiological stress. Lanjut. Nah, yang kedua, di samping buat ikan, pakan yang baik itu harus baik juga buat lingkungan. Lanjut. Kita lihat di sini bahwa ikan ya yang diberi pakan akan mengeluarkan 3 macam limbah ya, atau waste dari insang, dari urin, dan dari feces. Nah, di sini saya tidak memasukkan uneaten feed karena memang saya ingin yang pakan yang dimakan saja. Ya. Nah, kita lihat dari sini bahwa ketiga limbah ini akan meningkatkan ya senyawa-senyawaan yang larut dalam air yang akan berdampak negatif terhadap ikan itu sendiri seperti nitrogen, sulfur, dan fosfat. Nah, tentunya dengan semakin buruknya kualitas air diperlukan effort. Saya kasih effortnya plus nih untuk memperbaiki kualitas air. Jadi harus kualitas air ini dengan semakin buruknya pakan, buruknya kualitas air, juga akhirnya cost untuk memperbaiki kualitas air itu juga semakin meningkat. Jadi kita harus memilih pakan yang digestibility-nya bagus, ya, yang pembuangan fesesnya rendah, utilisasinya bagus, digambarkan dengan ekskresi nitrogen waste lewat gill itu juga rendah. Nah, inilah yang menjadi harus menjadi pakan yang dibuat. Lanjut. Nah, tadi sudah saya jelaskan ya, tingginya waste itu kalau dari feces itu adalah levelnya digestibility. Ini yang disebut dengan level second level. First level adalah bagaimana ikan itu bisa makan, bisa mencari makan, ditelan makanannya. Second level is digestibility. Bagus nggak kecernaannya? Semakin bagus kecernaannya, kecernaan total, kecernaan nutrien, kecernaan energi, maka semakin rendah waste-nya. Setelah dicerna, kemudian pakan itu diserap, nah terjadilah utilization daripada nutrien. Nah, kita lihat di sini hindari ya terjadinya deaminasi oksidatif yang akan menyebabkan pemotongan gugus amin ya pada asam-asam amino. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau kita lihat oxidative deamination ini dapat terjadi karena dua hal. Yang pertama karena imbalance asam amino in the diet, ya, jadi setting asam amino di pakan itu kurang balance. Yang kedua juga akibat lingkungan, environmental factor yang disebabkan juga oleh ikan itu sendiri. Oleh karena itu haruslah ditingkatkan bagaimana kecernaannya ini dengan memilih bahan-bahan yang berkualitas bagus, ya, penambahan berbagai macam exogenous enzim, feed aditif yang saya bilang tadi, dan hindarilah deaminasi oksidatif. Lanjut. Nah, kita lihat di sini imbalan amino asid, kita teorinya kenapa dia jadi terjadi deaminasi oksidatif adalah teorinya asam amino esensial pembatas, di mana ada kekurangan satu asam amino esensial akan mempengaruhi asam amino esensial lainnya dalam sintesis protein. Nah, ini kira-kira saya pikir ini udah ngerti semua ya kalau kita berbicara ilmu nutrisi tentang barrel teori ini, bagaimana balancing asam-asam amino di pakan. Nah, ini mesti imbang, kalau tidak imbang maka akan banyak asam-asam amino yang akan dideaminasi oksidatif yang akan meningkatkan limbah nitrogen dalam bentuk amonia ke perairan yang dikeluarkan lewat insang. Lanjut. Nah, ini kita lihat satu data, ini data lapangan ya. Kita lihat di sini ada 4 macam pakan dengan kadar protein 33, 30, 30, 30 dan 32. Nah, ini kita lihat ya, proteinnya overall di atas 30 semua, tapi kita lihat di sini yang saya hitamkan ini, PR. PR ini adalah protein retention, artinya protein yang disimpan dibandingkan protein yang dimakan. Nah, artinya di sini 3 pakan BCD ini protein yang disimpan ini jauh lebih tinggi dibanding dengan pakan yang A ini. Artinya apa? Artinya pakan yang BCD lebih sedikit mengalami oxidative deamination dibandingkan pakan A, sehingga pakan BCD ini akan mengeluarkan limbah nitrogen yang lebih sedikit dibandingkan dengan pakan A. Ya, jadi disinilah kelihatan walaupun proteinnya sama, jika asam aminonya berbeda maka akan memberikan dampak waste nitrogen yang berbeda pula. Lanjut. Nah, di sini saya hanya menjelaskan bagaimana terjadinya deaminasi oksidatif. Ini justru melibatkan satu asam amino antara, yaitu asam glutamat, ya, yang akan menjadi fasilitator daripada deaminasi oksidatif ini dalam bentuk asat, aspartat transferase ataupun alanin aminotransferase. Lanjut. Nah, di sini kita lihat Bapak Ibu sekalian, jika terjadi, ini publikasi dari belum publish tapi ini dari Kurniasi et al. Ya. Ini kita lihat bahwa ikan jika terpapar dengan asam amino maka akan terjadi ikan terpapar pada amonia di lingkungan, ini akan memicu terjadi cekaman fisiologis di mana amonia di dalam tubuh berdasarkan deaminasi oksidatif tadi ya tidak bisa dikeluarkan. Oleh karena itu tubuh berusaha menetralisir amonia tersebut dengan merombaknya menjadi glutamin dengan mengikatnya dengan asam glutamat. Nah, jika ini terjadi ya akan terjadi balancing asam glutamat oleh tubuh, di mana asam glutamat ini akan disintesis dari asam-asam amino bercabang seperti isoleucin, leucin, valin, aspartat, dan alanin. Nah, ini terlihat di kedua gambar ini kelima asam amino ini turun dengan tingginya kadar asam amonia. Jadi kalau amonia lingkungan tinggi akibat pakan yang kurang bagus akan memberikan dampak negatif sendiri kepada si ikan yang pada akhirnya juga akan menghilangkan balancing dari asam amino yang ada di pakan. Ini dua kondisi seperti pisau, mana yang dua-duanya akan berdampak negatif. Lanjut. Nah, pertanyaannya, dapatkah kita membuat pakan tanpa memberikan cekaman fisiologis dan aman untuk lingkungan? Jawabannya bisa. Ya, karena ini kalau kita lihat many publication ya, wah ini pakannya bagus, ini begini, ini begini. Jadi jawabannya bisa. Lanjut. Yang ketiga, bagus buat siapa? Tentunya di sini bagus buat keamanan pangan. Jadi tidak mengandung antibiotik, heavy metal, dan bahan-bahan beracun lainnya. Lanjut. Saya nggak lihat waktu. Pak Ketua, waktu saya berapa menit lagi, Pak?
Five more minutes.
Excuse me, halo?
Five more minutes.
5 more minutes, Pak Agus. Oke, Pak Denny. Saya kebut dikit. Nah, di sini kalau kita melihat pakan yang baik buat keamanan pangan, tentunya kita harus menghindari pemanfaatan antibiotik. Ya, antibiotik kita sudah jelas ya, is prohibited. Kalau ketahuan bahaya ya, pakan produk-produk kita bisa di-ban baik di Amerika maupun di Eropa. Lanjut. Nah, hindari juga alfa-toksin ya, ini biasanya banyak berbagai macam bahan-bahan nabati ya. Ini juga akan memberikan dampak negatif terhadap digestibility dan cekaman metabolis pada ikan. Jadi di sini beberapa bahan baku ya, ada yang bersereal ya, animal protein juga ada ya, oilseed dan beberapa grains ini mengandung alpha toksin. Saya pikir kalau masih dalam batas ambang it's okay, tapi kalau sudah di luar batas ambang itu sangat berbahaya. Oleh karena itu banyak sekali ya di pakan ini digunakan toksin binder. Saya pikir banyak berbagai macam merek toksin binder yang digunakan pada industri feed mill. Lanjut. Nah, juga salmonella ini sangat berbahaya ya buat yang memakannya. Saya pikir di sini bisa dilihat di literaturnya ya. Di sini ada kalau ada salmonella atau beberapa bakteri lain yang akan berdampak negatif terhadap kesehatan orang yang mengkonsumsinya. Lanjut. Nah, ini juga heavy metal nih, saya pikir nih harus dihindari akumulasinya di dalam tubuh ikan. Begitu juga di dalam bahan baku, saya pikir hampir semua feed mill ya ketat sekali terhadap konten heavy metal ini. Dan kita juga kemarin cukup serius ya di Cirata itu berdebat tentang heavy metal ini sampai ditelusuri sampai sekarang, mudah-mudahan sudah ada solusinya ya. Bahwa kita yakin bahwa heavy metal itu not from feed, karena kalau kita lihat itu semuanya hampir di feed mill itu dicek, dan kalau itu ada kebanyakan heavy metal ini justru dari environment, limbah-limbah industri-industri di hulu yang akan mengalir ke suatu perairan. Itulah main source daripada heavy metal. Lanjut. Nah, dampaknya saya pikir ini benar ya, sangat berbahaya karena ini akan memberikan pengaruh di level yang paling dalam di makhluk hidup, yaitu di level DNA yang akan mempengaruhi ke kode-kode genetik ya. Ini bahaya saya pikir. Jadi memang benar nih mesti kita berhati-hati sekali di mana terjadi mutan ya, yang itu sangat dikhawatirkan. Not only karsinogenik, tapi mutannya ini juga berbahaya kalau dari logam-logam berat. Lanjut. Sama, saya pikir lanjut saja. Nah, pertanyaannya, bisa nggak kita membuat pakan 3 tadi bagus ya, tanpa menghindari physiological stress, aman buat lingkungan, dan food safety? Pasti seorang nutrisionis bisa menjawab, ya kita bisa. Dapat dipublish di mana-mana, ya, kita lihat publikasinya ini tanpa logam berat, limbahnya sedikit, dan tumbuhnya bagus. Lanjut. Nah, yang keempat ini yang mesti kita jawab. Bagus nggak buat bisnis? Profit nggak buat feed mill-nya? buat agennya, buat petaninya. Lanjut. Nah, ini. Nah, kalau sudah berbicara begini, maka yang tadi 3 gampang menjadi sulit. Karena kita mesti berbagi kebahagiaan kepada feed mill-nya sendiri, kepada agennya, dan kepada petani. Kalau cuma kita sendiri gampang. Berapapun setting margin segala macam itu bisa, tapi sudah masuk pada dunia kompetisi, inilah yang menjadi faktor tersulit. Seberapa dalam kita dapat memahami ilmu nutrisi, knowledge tentang bahan baku, knowledge tentang tentang feed processing, feeding management. Nah, itu semua blend into one. Ini juga belum bisa menjawab apakah kita bisa berbagi kebahagiaan kalau kita hanya bisa berdiri sendiri. Tentunya ini jawabannya kita bisa berbagi kebahagiaan, bisa juga kita berbagi penderitaan. Nah, ada yang bersedih, petaninya rugi, manufakturnya rugi, agennya juga nggak dapat untung, pindah deh. Nah, ini juga saya pikir di sini sebenarnya tantangan yang real ya, yang real di kita sekarang. Jadi kalau tadi membuat pakan, menghasilkan misalnya kita, itu saya pikir itu semuanya easy. Tapi begitu dihadapkan pada real condition, pada dunia nyata yang real, nah ini akan menjadi sesuatu yang tidak mudah, tapi juga bukan sesuatu yang mustahil. Lanjut. Nah, di sini tentunya how to make it possible, nggak bisa kita berdiri sendiri, di sini harus ada kerjasama. Bagaimana logistik menyediakan bahan baku yang berkualitas dengan harga yang kompetitif. Production line bisa memberikan suatu jaminan bahwa koefisien teknis produksi semuanya masih dalam ketentuan mutu yang berlaku. Yang tidak kalah pentingnya ini marketing ya. Kalau tidak ada marketing yang handal, tidak ada marketing yang tough, yang dapat memetakan segala macam, nah ini juga belum bisa kita memberikan suatu hal yang dapat menggembirakan semua. Jadi kerjasama 4 inilah dengan suatu soliditas yang tinggi yang akan memberikan sesuatu yang baik untuk semua. Jadi kalau kita berbicara fintech hanya bagian, kalau saya menggambarkan hanya bagian kecil 25%. Belum lagi marketing, mungkin di sini ada lagi, kalau diperbesar lagi bisa ada regulasi dan lain-lain. Tapi intinya kalau kita berbicara nutrient part, kita berbicara about something itu easy to do, tapi begitu kita masuk ke real aquaculture field, itu menjadi suatu kesulitan, sesuatu yang menjadi bukan kesulitan, artinya more complicated ya, agar semuanya itu dapat diberikan senyuman, mungkin diberikan senyuman kali ya, atau kebahagiaan. Lanjut. Nah, terakhir dari presentasi saya adalah, bisakah kita memberikan 4 baik untuk semua? Jawabannya, how deep can you go? Ya, how deep can you go? How deep can you action? How deep can? Jadi semua faktor tadi itu memberikan kontribusi bagaimana kita dapat memberikan bagus buat ikan, bagus buat lingkungan, bagus buat keamanan pangan, dan bagus buat bisnis. Lanjut. Terima kasih banyak Bapak-Bapak. Saya mohon maaf jika ada kalimat-kalimat yang kurang berkenan. Terima kasih Kang Denny, sebagai teman-teman semua. Saya akhiri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore.
Ya. Terima kasih Profesor Muhammad Agus Suparayudi atas presentasinya, dan menurut panitia bahwa setelah 2 pembicara yaitu Ibu Sri Wiseni dan Pak Agus, kita langsung kepada question and answer. QA, please. Panitia, oke, sekarang sudah ada berapa pertanyaan ini? Ada 4 ya? 24 pertanyaan. Sudah ada 4. Pertanyaannya kepada Ibu Seni dari Pak Joko Susilo. Is it still worth if we use stress fish, silage, in the feed. Suppose there would be additional cost to make fish meal sealed and also content of moisture is very high. Silakan Bu Seni, nanti siap-siap Pak Agus untuk pertanyaan berikutnya dari Profesor Esti Handayani Hardi dan juga dari Anonymous.
Ya, terima kasih atas pertanyaan Pak Joko Susilo. Ya, terkait dengan silase ikan ya, memang kandungan dari airnya gitu ya cukup tinggi gitu ya, sehingga di beberapa aplikasi yang ada di lapangan kemudian mencoba untuk menambahkan filler gitu ya. Kalau tadi di beberapa paparan sebelumnya untuk hidrolisat biasanya langsung dengan di spray dry gitu ya. Nah, kalau fish meal silage ini kemudian diberikan filler untuk kemudian mengurangi kadar airnya. Biasanya ditambahkan dedak gandum ataupun polar ataupun dari dedak ataupun pekatul secara umum seperti itu. Jadi penambahannya sekitar 20% itu ditambahkan dalam silase ikan, kemudian dikeringkan gitu ya. Setelah silase jadi kemudian ditambahkan dengan filler sekitar 20%, kemudian dicampurkan secara merata, baru kemudian dikeringkan sehingga nanti akan menghasilkan tepung silase ikan. Demikian.
Oke, terima kasih Ibu Dr. Seni. Pak Joko mudah-mudahan cukup jelas, pertanyaan jelas. Kalau kurang jelas silakan bertanya kembali. Oke, pertanyaan kedua dari Profesor Esti Handayani Hardi untuk Pak Agus dan juga Pak Khalid ini. Kita langsung ya dua-duanya, mungkin Pak Agus bisa jawab sekaligus. Yang pertama adalah bagaimana menurut Bapak pakan yang ditambahkan fitobiotik ya, bukan probiotik, fitobiotik dan ekstrak tanaman. Bagaimana terhadap fisiologi, dampak pada lingkungan dan apa yang harus diperhatikan. Sedangkan dari Pak Khalid, what is limitation of aflatoxin level at ingredient? What is the indicator of excessive carbohydrate at fish appearance? Thanks. Silakan, Pak Profesor Agus.
Oke. Pak Denny, terima kasih. Hai Prof. Esti, apa kabar? Lama nggak ketemu. Salam sukses selalu. Oke. Pertanyaannya fitofarmaka, saya pikirnya ekstrak tanaman memang perlu dikembangkan ya, perlu dikembangkan. Justru yang perlu benar diperhatikan di sini, divalidasi, dihindari zat-zat anti nutritional factor-nya sehingga itu benar-benar bisa berperan terhadap target-target yang diinginkan baik untuk kesehatan, untuk pemacu pertumbuhan ataupun pencernaan. Saya pikir banyak sekali fitobiotik ya dari ekstrak tanaman ini yang sudah dikembangkan. Tapi yang perlu diperhatikan di sini jangan itu berakhir di publikasi. Ya, justru di sini harus dikembangkan terus sehingga sampai level prototype dan sampai level mass production. Karena seperti saya katakan tadi, jangan kita hanya oke, bagus selesai. Tapi begitu dipakai nggak ekonomik skalanya, lah repot. Nah, inilah banyak penelitian-penelitian di kita yang saya pikir perlu memberikan fokus lebih ke arah itu. Jadi secara theoretically, terus mekanisme aksi dari fitobiotik itu terhadap antioksidan, terhadap imun itu sudah banyak risetnya. Jadi saya pikir ini akan dampaknya bagus. Nah, ke lingkungan justru dengan meningkatnya kemampuan pemberian rasa nyaman ke ikan, ini dampak lingkungannya akan semakin kecil. Saya pikir itu, kalau Bu Prof. Esti, jawaban saya mudah-mudahan berkenan. Kemudian dari Pak Khalid, saya pikir what is the limitation of aflatoxin ingredient? Nah, ini ada level-level tertentu yang mungkin setiap itu berbeda. Nah, ini saya pikir kadang bisa terlihat oleh mata, nah biasanya juga bisa ada di level lab, jadi itu mesti kita dapat perhatian sehingga bagusnya whatever level kita harus kasih toxin binder is better. Kemudian indikator eksesif karbohidrat daripada ikannya ini jelas sekali efeknya. Kalau yang paling gampang di ikan tuh kita setelah terpapar pada periode waktu tertentu itu menurunkan feed intake dan kelihatan ikannya itu akan rendah pertumbuhannya dan FKR-nya akan membengkak. Itu saya pikir dari Anonymous nih, saya pikir sama saja jika terpapar karbohidrat jadi hiperglisemia pada waktu yang lama, ya itu akan memberikan dampak yang sama seperti yang saya uraikan tadi di atas. Yang kedua, apakah pakan difermentasi, pakan itu dapat memperbaiki kualitas? Pak, fermentasi ini awas definisi, mohon maaf saya ngomong awas, sorry. Bukan itu. Jadi perlu diperhatikan hidrolisa dan fermentasi, karena kalau kita fermentasi selesainya itu adalah ada alkoholnya. Nah, jadi kalau kebanyakan saya pikir kalau ini bukan fermentasi kali hidrolisa, banyak sekarang abang difermentasi ditambak sebelum dikasihkan dengan berbagai macam probiotik, bakteri, whatever ya. Saya pikir kalau memang itu bekerja mengandung berbagai macam bakteri yang menghasilkan enzim-enzim untuk memecah protein, karbohidrat, dan lemak, pastinya itu akan meningkatkan kualitas dari pakan yang kita berikan. Ya, apakah oksidat kita gunakan sumber lemak nabati? Saya pikir yang menyebabkan sumber oksidatif stres ini terhadap lemak adalah jika lemak tersebut mengandung ikatan ganda unsaturated fatty acid yang tinggi, tapi kita tidak bekali dengan antioksidan. Jadi mau nabati mau hewani itu akan menyebabkan stres oksidatif jika terjadi pemotongan rantai ganda tersebut. Nah itu kira-kira dampaknya seperti apa? Ya saya pikir mana tadi? Yang minyak nabati. Nah ini. Jadi seperti itu, apakah asam sianida tersimpan dalam tubuh dan jika iya depositnya di mana? Nah, sianida ini banyak di darah dia akan mengikat Hb ya. Banyak mengikat Hb. Nah, ini kalau dia mengikat hemoglobin itu akan menurunkan Hb yang akhirnya akan menurunkan kemampuan darah mengikat oksigen yang menyebabkan kemampuan metabolisme itu terhenti. Yang kedua, sianida ini akan memblok ya kerja enzim-enzim protease. Saya pikir deposito di mana? Deposito banyak di hati, ginjal. Saya pikir Bu Aisyah. Bisa ke bawah lagi?
Oke, mungkin Pak Agus kita bergantian dulu Pak Agus.
Oke.
Pertanyaan untuk kepada Ibu Dr. Seni. Ini ada pertanyaan Bu Dr. Seni. Bu Dr. Seni.
Ya, Pak.
Stay with me. Oke.
Ya.
Itu ada pertanyaan bahwa dari Anonymous semua bahan baku lokal yang Ibu sampaikan apakah bisa mencukupi kebutuhan industri, skala industri maksudnya. Kalau mungkin skala pakan mandiri, localized mungkin oke ya. Saya kira oke untuk skala di satu. Apakah untuk skala industri bisa mencukupi atau tidak, atau ada potensi harus dibudidayakan atau segala macam. Lanjut, silakan.
Ya, terima kasih pertanyaannya. Memang ini masih menjadi apa ya? Kalau itu adalah skala besar itu, ini memang perlu suatu kerjasama gitu ya di antara para stakeholder saya pikir ya, karena memang salah satu hal yang paling utama adalah ketersediaan dari bahan baku. Selama ini kalau untuk mencukupi, terutama kalau di pakan mandiri saja gitu ya, untuk mencukupi bahan baku lokal ya untuk kemudian bisa memenuhi di pakan mandiri saja itu kadang masih kesulitan ya, ketersediaannya juga dari musiman, kemudian juga harga itu kadang berpengaruh gitu ya, sehingga itu akan mempengaruhi keseluruhan ya dari kegiatan pembuatan pakan. Sehingga ini menjadi PR bersama kita mungkin ya para pembudidaya ataupun pembuat pakan gitu ya untuk kemudian bisa memberdayakan ataupun bekerja sama di antara stakeholder yang ada.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Senis. Tadi dari pertanyaan dari Pak Oti ini, bagaimana feeding teknologi untuk meningkatkan level 1 atau intake? Untuk siapa ini pertanyaan Pak Profesor Agus atau Dr. Seni?
Prof. Agus mungkin ya.
Mungkin Prof. Agus ya, mungkin Prof. Agus sekali ya. Atau closing statement. Nah, ini pertanyaan terakhir, nanti pertanyaan berikutnya nanti kita akan lihat pada waktunya, kalau masih ada waktu setelah sesi berikutnya kita lanjutkan. Silakan closing statement dari Dr. Ibu Seni dan juga Profesor Agus masalah ini. Feeding teknologi untuk meningkatkan level 1 food intake. Dari Pak Oti, STP nih, STP Pak Oti ini. Lanjut.
Silakan Bu Seni duluan.
Bu Seni silakan.
Ladies first, ladies first.
Ya, untuk feeding teknologi ya, memang food intake terkait dengan jumlah pakan yang dikonsumsi ini memang banyak hal yang harus kita evaluasi ya, terkait dengan palatabilitas, kemudian penerimaan pakan tadi yang sepertinya yang disampaikan Prof. Agus itu sangat menarik, justru lebih menarik gitu ya. Artinya respon pakan dan sebagainya ini menjadi salah satu hal yang penting ya untuk penerimaan pakan pada spesies itu ya, pada spesies ikan yang kita budidayakan. Ini tuh.
Ya, lanjut Profesor Agus.
Oke, saya pikir mengenai feed intake ini palatability ya. Kalau kita berbicara palatability tentunya ada dimulai dari searching respon dan ingesting respon. Nah, ini tentunya akan memberikan dampak terhadap apakah dia vision feeding atau dia chemoreceptor, sehingga bagaimana teknik untuk meningkatkan searching respon tersebut kita bisa berikan hal-hal yang mempengaruhi tadi vision feeding ataupun searching respon. Dan untuk swallowing ini juga akan memberikan dampak di samping nutriennya, juga di sini processing teknologi sangat berperan terhadap palatability daripada pellet yang kita buat, baik untuk ikan air tawar maupun udang maupun ikan-ikan air laut. Saya pikir ini hal utama yang harus diperhatikan. Jika palatability ini gagal, maka proses selanjutnya akan gagal. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Ibu Dr. Seni dan Profesor Muhammad Agus Suprayudi. Terima kasih atas paparan yang begitu luar biasa, begitu menarik. Sampai sore ini masih ada 120 orang join with us. Luar biasa. Saya kira pertanyaan-pertanyaan belum bisa terjawab sampai saat ini. Saya kira panitia jelas itu sudah merekam semua ya. Nanti kita bisa berikan juga buat Pak Agus dan Pak dan Ibu Dr. Seni. Saya kira bisa ada waktu, kita bisa berikan lagi waktu kesempatan untuk menjawab lagi setelah session berikutnya. Dan kalau tidak mungkin itu bisa menjadi bahan untuk dijawab via email dan sebagainya oleh masing-masing pembicara. Terima kasih. Applause buat Profesor Muhammad Agus Suprayudi dan juga Ibu Dr. Seni. Sesi berikutnya adalah kita lanjut kepada tiga pembicara berikutnya, yaitu yang pertama adalah Bapak Romi Nopriadi dari dan yang kedua bersiap adalah Bapak Dr. Ilham dari Politeknik AUP Jakarta, sekarang Politeknik ya, dulu STP, berganti baju. Kemudian yang terakhir kita berharapkan akan menyampaikan nanti melalui Zoom meeting dari Manado, yaitu Bapak Mimit Abdul Hamid sebagai Direktur Pakan dan Obat Ikan. Sekarang sebelum Pak Dr. Romi yang juga menjadi seorang staf peneliti dari Balai Batam Marine Culture Development Center, Director General of Aquaculture, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Kemudian beliau juga menjabat sebagai Vice Chairman di Masyarakat Aquaculture Indonesia. Akan membawakan materi dengan judul The Use of Novel atau novel ini. Novel ingredients and feed supplement in aquafeed formulation. Please welcome times for you, Dr. Romi Nopriadi, Master of Science. Please.
Thank you, Pak Denny. Thank you all. Thank you, participants. As I received the information earlier from the organizing committee, I should present it in Indonesia in Bahasa language, but the slide presentation in English.
No
hopefully
worries.
our colleague from other country can understand what we're talking about and can still actively participate in question and answer. So today I'm going to talk about the use of novel ingredients and feed supplement in aquafeed formulation. Jadi seperti kita ketahui Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini adalah diagram atau grafik yang umum kita temui di berbagai seminar perikanan budidaya. Ini merupakan grafik perbandingan antara capture fisheries dan aquaculture production. Kita sangat beruntung sekali di beberapa tahun terakhir, aquaculture finally dapat menyediakan seafood product more than capture fisheries. Jadi di tahun 2018 kita dapat data dari FAO dan Albert Takor 2020 mengatakan bahwa quantity dari aquaculture ini sekitar 114,48 juta ton, melebihi dari capture fisheries sekitar 97,39 juta ton. Kalau kita bicara tentang aquaculture, tentu tidak lepas dari Aquafeed, karena tadi seperti yang dijelaskan oleh Profesor Agus tadi, bahwasanya ini adalah the major production cost in aquaculture system. Jadi untuk total estimate global compound feed di tahun 2018 seperti yang dipublikasikan oleh Dr. Albert Takon, ini sekitar 52,74 juta ton untuk beberapa spesies ekonomis penting. Nah, kalau lihat average production rate sekitar 7,7%, produksi ikan sekitar 6,8% per tahun. Kalau misalnya di tahun 2018 ada sekitar 45,4 juta ton produksi ikan, kita membutuhkan seperti yang dipublikasikan sebelumnya itu sekitar 52,74 ton. Jadi berdasarkan mathematic modeling, di tahun 2025 kita estimasikan bahwasanya produksi ikan-ikan ekonomis penting sekitar 58,96 juta ton, berarti kita membutuhkan aquafeed ini sekitar 69,57 juta ton. Ini merupakan promising sektor untuk aquaculture. Namun kalau kita berbicara tentang aquafeed, tentu kita masih mindset kita fish meal merupakan salah satu unsur penyusun utama. Dan memang di data di tahun 2018 itu sekitar 18,51 juta ton dari fisheries product, sekitar 4,17 million ton itu digunakan untuk produksi fish meal, either untuk aquaculture, poultry, dan sektor-sektor lainnya. Dan kalau kita melihat bagaimana sebenarnya formulasi pakan saat ini di masa lalu dan di masa yang akan datang, di masa lalu sekitar tahun 1990-an, 69% dari ingredients yang digunakan untuk formulasi pakan itu 69%-nya masih berasal dari animal meal, sementara 19%-nya masih berasal dari plant ingredients. Saat ini dikarenakan banyaknya numerous research, jadi berbagai penelitian ingin melakukan suplementasi ataupun replacement dari tepung ikan ini, maka kini 53% dari formulasi pakan di untuk beberapa spesies aquaculture, 53%-nya berasal dari plant ingredients. Hanya sekitar 31% dari animal meal, dan 16%-nya itu adalah minor ingredients. Namun untuk future, kita sangat mengharapkan bahwasanya plant ingredients ini, karena isu-isu sustainability, jadi 69% kita harapkan berasal dari plant ingredients. Hanya 10% yang kita harapkan dari animal meal. Nah, dikarenakan ini adalah inclusion level, high inclusion level dari plant ingredients, kita mengharapkan adanya novel ingredients di sini untuk melengkapi kekurangan profil-profil nutrisi yang ada di tanaman. Dan saat ini plant protein source sebagai alternatif fish meal ada beberapa jenis seperti soybean meal, cottonseed meal, corn protein, dan canola meal. Namun di antara produk-produk tersebut, soybean menjadi promising alternative for protein source. Namun penggunaan soybean seperti yang sudah kita dengar dari Profesor Dominic Buru kemarin dan juga Profesor Dr. Alan Davis, ini penggunaan inclusion level of soybean meal untuk high inclusion level masih terhadang oleh adanya keberadaan anti-nutritional factors. Walaupun ada beberapa metode untuk melakukan deaktivasi, menghilangkan atau mengurangi anti-nutritional factors, namun keberadaan anti-nutritional factors masih menjadi tantangan tersendiri ketika kita menggunakan plant ingredients dalam jumlah yang tinggi. Nah, kalau kita melihat tentang bagaimana sih sebenarnya resistensi terhadap penggunaan soy protein ini. Kalau kita melihat ada beberapa spesies yang bersifat sangat toleran terhadap penggunaan high inclusion level of soybean, seperti Pacific white shrimp. Kita ketahui tadi ada beberapa presentasi, bahkan 50% soybean meal itu digunakan dalam formulasi pakan udang, dan juga catfish dan tilapia. Ada juga beberapa spesies yang toleran tapi tetap membutuhkan 10-15%, seperti pompano. Kita dapat menggunakan soybean meal dalam jumlah yang besar, namun untuk spesies-spesies ini masih membutuhkan 10-15% animal meal untuk melengkapi kebutuhan gizi yang mereka butuhkan. Ada yang bersifat lower tolerance, seperti ikan salmon. Ada seperti respon allergic, Terkadang hanya 20% dari soybean meal yang dapat kita gunakan dalam formulasi pakan tersebut. Nah, saat ini ada beberapa teknologi lanjutan yang bisa kita gunakan selain dalam menggunakan traditional soy. Jadi ada enzyme treated soy dan ada juga fermented soy. Tadi juga sudah dibahas oleh Profesor Agus tadi. Dan enzyme treated soy ini merupakan kombinasi dari non-alcohol extraction process dan enzymatic treatment, dan fermented soy ini biasa dihasilkan dengan menggunakan mikroorganisme untuk mendegradasi makromolekul menjadi berat molekul yang lebih rendah. Ini merupakan diagram dari bagaimana cara menghasilkan enzyme treated soy diproduksi oleh Nutrivents. Produksi untuk memproduksi soybean meal itu tetap sama, namun di sini ada further processing process, yaitu dengan menggunakan enzim dan non-alcohol extraction process, sehingga didapatkan konsentrasi soy protein dengan crude protein level lebih dari 60%. Dan beberapa function dan benefit yang kita peroleh dari proses ini, highest digestibility ini sudah tentu dibandingkan traditional soy, dan proteinnya dihydrolyze terlebih dahulu sehingga ini menjadi lebih cepat untuk diserap oleh aquatic organisms, dan pastinya akan mengandung low anti-nutritional factors dibandingkan dengan traditional soybean meal, dan dapat meremove soy antigen dan oligosaccharides. Nah, bagaimana dengan fermented soy protein? Ada beberapa proses yang sudah dipublikasikan. Ada beberapa mikroorganisme yang digunakan untuk melakukan fermentasi ini, untuk menghasilkan produk-produk yang disebut dengan fermented soy protein. Beberapa benefit yang kita peroleh dengan menggunakan proses fermentasi traditional soy menjadi fermented soy, ini kita dapat mendegradasi soy immunoreactivity. Jadi contohnya pada salmon tadi, kalau kita menggunakan traditional soy hanya 20%, dia ada respon alergik. Jadi di sini kita dapat mendegrade dengan proses fermentasi ini. Dan yang pastinya akan didapatkan lower levels of anti-nutritional factors pada fermented soy ini, dan dapat menurunkan molecular weight dari soy protein sehingga menjadi lebih mudah diserap, dicerna, dan digunakan oleh aquatic organisms. Kalau kita melihat bagaimana profil nutrisi dari ketiga soy protein ini, kita bandingkan soybean meal di sini, traditional soy protein, kemudian kita bandingkan dengan enzyme treated soy, kemudian kita bandingkan dengan proses fermentasi pada traditional soy, kita melihat ada perbedaan yang cukup signifikan dari sisi crude protein level. Kalau di traditional soy kita mendapatkan level protein sekitar 43-44%, di enzyme treated soy ini kita dapat meningkatkan concentrate protein menjadi lebih dari 60%, dan fermented soy sekitar 52-55%. Dan dari sisi moisture juga menjadi lebih berkurang secara signifikan. Nah, untuk melihat atau melakukan evaluasi bagaimana sebenarnya dampak dari penggunaan fermented soy, kita melakukan percobaan atau trial dengan menggantikan peran dari traditional soy, kemudian kita gantikan dia dengan fermented soybean meal. Dan hasil ini sudah kita publikasikan dan nanti bisa kita didistribusikan kepada para peserta yang tertarik untuk membaca publikasi ini. Bagaimana kita memproduksi pakan? Nah, ini di sini ada formulasi pakan yang kita berikan. Jadi untuk trial ini kita masih menggunakan 15% dari poultry byproduct meal untuk seluruh pakan. Namun di sini kita fokus kepada replacement atau penggantian traditional soy dengan fermented soy. Jadi di sini kita basal diet ada kontrol. Ini adalah komposisi profil komposisi ingredients untuk formulasi pakan standar untuk Pompano, dan kemudian kita replace 50% traditional soy dengan fermented soy. Kita replace lagi 75%, dan juga kita replace 100% traditional soy dengan fermented soy protein. Dan di sini kita berikan growth performance dari juvenile Florida Pompano ini setelah kita beri pakan selama hampir 68 hari. Kita melihat di sini walaupun tidak ada perbedaan yang nyata dari final mean weight, tapi biologically kita melihat ada sedikit perbaikan dari sisi growth performance. Ini tidak adanya perbedaan ini dikarenakan memang variasi yang didapatkan dari pemberian pakan menggunakan traditional soy ini sangat tinggi. Dan di sini juga kita lihat percentage weight gain yang didapat juga lebih baik ketika kita mengganti peran traditional soy ini dengan menggunakan fermented soy. Dan juga FCR ini lebih rendah ketika kita menggunakan fermented soy dibandingkan traditional soy protein. Dan kita juga tidak melihat perbedaan yang cukup nyata terhadap serum levels dan enzim di Florida Pompano. Namun menariknya adalah ketika kita melakukan analisa histologi, kita melihat bahwasanya dengan menggunakan traditional soy dan kemudian kita gantikan peran dari traditional soy protein ini dengan fermented soy, ada sedikit-sedikit perbaikan dari struktur integritas dari struktur distal intestine dari Florida pompano ini. Kita melihat di sini dengan penggunaan traditional soy ada sedikit pembesaran dari lamina propria dengan heavy infiltration of inflammatory cells di sini. Kemudian struktur dari distal intestine ini sedikit lebih membaik ketika fermented soy ini kita tambah hingga 100%. Jadi strukturnya menjadi lebih membaik. Dan di sini kita melihat bahwasanya mungkin ketika kita melakukan next project, ketika kita melakukan pengamatan ini menjadi long term, ini akan kita dapatkan hasil yang lebih signifikan terhadap growth performance dari pompano itu tersendiri, karena kita melihat adanya perbaikan-perbaikan dari sisi struktur distal intestine dari Florida pompano itu sendiri. Kemudian kita coba melihat setelah fermented soy, kita coba melihat apa sih sebenarnya efek dari penggunaan enzyme treated soy terhadap marine fish. Dan saat ini juga kita bahas tentang pompano. Hasil ini juga sudah kita publikasikan di Aquaculture Research. Dan ini adalah tabel formulasi pakan yang kita buat. Di sini ada trial 1 dan trial 2. Ada 2 trial di sini untuk mengamati bagaimana sebenarnya efek penggunaan enzyme treated soy ini. Jadi di kontrol di trial pertama itu ada 15% fish meal, kemudian kita kurangi inclusion level of fish meal ini menjadi 6%. Jadi dari 15% hingga 6%. Dan seluruh pakan mendapatkan komposisi soy protein yang sama. Kemudian kita replace fish meal ini dengan menggunakan enzyme treated soy. Kita lakukan trial ini dengan 2 trial, di mana trial yang kedua ini berdasarkan hasil yang kita peroleh dari trial pertama. Jadi kita formulasikan pakan untuk trial kedua mulai dari 12% hingga 0% fish meal. Kita melihat di sini tidak ada perbedaan yang cukup nyata dari profil amino asid yang kita analisa dari pakan-pakan dengan pengurangan level inclusion dari fish meal dengan menggunakan enzyme treated soy protein. Nah, namun dari sisi pertumbuhan, growth performance dari pompano itu sendiri, kita melihat bahwa semakin kita kurangi level inclusion level dari fish meal, growth performance atau laju pertumbuhan dari pompano juga menjadi semakin menurun. Namun di sini menariknya adalah kita mampu melakukan, akhirnya kita mampu mengurangi sedikit inclusion level of fish meal, karena 15% ini secara historis sudah dilakukan untuk pompano selama beberapa dekade. Tidak ada replacement level yang mampu membuat pertumbuhan ikan pompano itu menjadi lebih baik ketika 15% ini kita ganggu sedikit dalam formulasi pakan. Namun dengan menggunakan enzyme treated soy, akhirnya kita dapat mengurangi sedikit inclusion level of fish meal menjadi kurang menjadi 3% dengan laju pertumbuhan yang secara statistik tidak berbeda nyata. Dan berdasarkan hasil dari trial pertama, kita formulasikan trial kedua dengan formulasi pakan yang sudah kita sebutkan di awal, dan di sini kita juga melihat adanya konsistensi ketika kita mengurangi level dari fish meal dengan enzyme treated soy, di mana ketika kita kurangi hingga 0%, ini growth-nya menjadi lebih lambat dibandingkan dengan penggunaan high inclusion level of fish meal. Ini merupakan grafik sekedar untuk menjustifikasi hasil yang ada di tabel. Jadi memang ada sedikit gangguan dari laju pertumbuhan ikan ketika kita coba mengurangi, khususnya ikan-ikan karnivore seperti pompano, ketika kita coba mengurangi level inclusion level dari fish meal itu walaupun dengan menggunakan advanced soy products. Tapi at least dengan menggunakan advanced soy products kita mampu mengurangi sedikit inclusion level, namun tidak secara drastis atau total replacement of fish meal di formulasi pakan. Nah, kalau kita melihat dari sisi histologinya tadi, kita melihat dari 15% hingga 6%, memang terdapat ada sedikit gangguan di distal intestine dari pompano itu sendiri. Kita melihat di 15%, struktur dari saluran pencernaan dibandingkan dengan 6%, ini sedikit berbeda. Jadi ada semacam pembesaran lamina propria di sini, dengan banyaknya inflammatory cells yang masuk di lamina propria. Artinya distal intestine ini bekerja cukup berat dalam tanda kutip dibandingkan dengan pakan yang mengandung inclusion level fish meal dengan komposisi yang lebih baik. Dan kita juga ingin mengetahui bagaimana kalau misalnya kita kombinasikan plant protein source, advanced soy protein dengan attractants. Nah, di sini juga hasil ini juga sudah kita publikasikan di Aquaculture Journal. Jadi di atraktan yang kita gunakan, kita kerjasama dengan Rhode Island University, kita menggunakan squid hydrolysate Ini adalah proses sederhana dari pembuatan squid hydrolysate dengan menggunakan sistem pasteurisasi. Kemudian kita hasilkan produk-produk hidrolisa tersebut untuk kita gunakan dalam formulasi pakan. Nah, ini adalah tabel bagaimana kita memformulasi pakan dengan menggunakan squid hydrolysate. Kita bandingkan dengan 15% karena 15% fish meal tetap menjadi reference bagi pembuatan pakan pompano. Kemudian kita reduksi penggunaan tradisional soy, kita gunakan tradisional soy, dan kita gunakan kombinasi-kombinasi ini untuk menggantikan peran fish meal. Jadi pada pakan-pakan berikutnya kita totally complete replacement, 0% fish meal, dan kita gunakan enzyme treated soy, dan kemudian kita kombinasikan dengan attractants untuk meningkatkan daya tarik pakan ini terhadap ikan pompano. Jadi di sini kita gunakan 1%, 2%, dan 4% squid hydrolysate, dan kemudian juga kita bandingkan dengan penggunaan squid meal. Apakah squid meal memiliki fungsi dan peran yang sama dengan squid hydrolysate tadi? Kita gunakan juga dengan inclusion level yang sama dengan squid hydrolysate. 1%, 2%, dan 4%. Nah, di sini kita melihat bahwasanya dari sisi pertumbuhan, memang dengan menggunakan 15% fish meal, ini pertumbuhan lebih superior di pompano, namun dengan proper combination, jadi dengan menggunakan kombinasi-kombinasi yang tepat, dengan menggunakan enzyme advanced soy product dengan squid hydrolysate, ini artinya kita dapat juga meningkatkan feed intake dari pakan tersebut dengan menghasilkan final biomass yang secara statistik tidak berbeda nyata. Walaupun secara biologi itu ada perbedaan yang cukup nyata. Dan dari sisi histologinya sendiri, ini sangat menarik untuk kita sampaikan bahwa ketika kita bandingkan 15% fish meal di gambar A, dan juga kita bandingkan struktur pencernaan pompano dengan menggunakan kombinasi enzyme treated soy dan 4% squid hydrolysate, ini memiliki struktur yang sama kalau kita bandingkan dengan 15% fish meal. Namun kalau kita lihat struktur intestin dari pompano yang diberi pakan dengan tradisional soy protein, di sini ada sedikit pekerjaan yang cukup berat sehingga terjadi adanya kerusakan di struktur lamina proprianya, dan ini sama dengan squid meal. Artinya apa? Squid meal walaupun memiliki kandungan protein yang tinggi, namun kandungan peptide-nya cukup lebih rendah dibandingkan protein hydrolysate. Sehingga saluran pencernaan ikan itu akan menjadi lebih baik ketika kita kombinasikan dengan inclusion level yang tepat untuk squid protein hydrolysate. Nah, bagaimana dengan udang faname? Kita ketahui bahwasanya udang faname ini tidak memiliki adaptive memory ataupun non-specific memory dibandingkan dengan aquatic organisms lainnya, dan hanya bergantung pada innate immunity yang bersifat cellular components dan humoral components. Ada fagositosis di situ, ada enkapsulasi, ada prophenol oxidase dan transglutaminase. Dan ini adalah salah satu hasil riset yang saya lakukan di Ghent University. Jadi ketika saya priming itu crustacea dengan menggunakan pure beta glucan, sebenarnya struktur imun sistem dari udang ini secara sederhana coba saya jelaskan bahwa struktur humoral atau struktur cellular components dari udang faname ini dapat kita tingkatkan. Namun peningkatan ini hanya berlangsung dalam waktu yang cukup cepat. Dalam riset saya itu hanya paling lama itu hanya 6 jam. Ketika saya uji tantang dengan vibrio yang menyebabkan kematian massal di hatchery udang faname di Brazil, semua survival rate tetap bagus sampai 6 jam, namun setelah 6 jam, struktur cellular components dan humoral components ini lowering down again. Sehingga udang-udang tersebut menjadi lebih susceptible terinfeksi oleh penyakit, sehingga survival rate-nya menjadi menurun. Dan untuk itu saat ini kita kembangkan pakan-pakan yang kita sebut dengan functional feed untuk udang faname berdasarkan pengetahuan kita bahwa sebenarnya cellular components dan humoral components dari udang faname itu dapat kita tingkatkan walaupun dalam waktu yang cukup singkat. Namun kalau kita aplikasikan dengan feeding management yang tepat, dengan komposisi pakan yang baik, sebenarnya kita dapat meningkatkan dalam tanda kutip health status of the shrimp. Jadi salah satunya adalah menggunakan nukleotide, dan ini adalah riset terbaru yang saya lakukan di Vietnam bersama dengan Dr. Loktran. Kita menggunakan apa yang disebut dengan high protein DDGS. Jadi ini DDGS ini merupakan hasil byproduct dari ketika mengolah jagung menjadi etanol, dan hasil byproductnya tersebut memiliki kandungan protein, konsentrat protein sekitar 50%, dan kandungan yeast-nya itu sekitar 25%. Jadi di sini kita harapkan dengan metode formulasi pakan yang tepat dan juga sistem manajemen pakan yang tepat pada udang faname, kita pada akhirnya at least kita dapat membangkitkan cellular dan humoral components dari udang faname tersebut. Nah, hasil riset yang kita lakukan dengan melakukan uji tantang dengan strain AHPND Vibrio parahemolyticus yang terinfeksi oleh virion sehingga menghasilkan toksin pir A dan pir B, kita dapat meningkatkan survival rate dari udang fanami tersebut ketika kita memberikan pakan dengan komposisi yang kita buat, dan kemudian kita berikan selama beberapa hari, 25 hari, dan kita lakukan uji tantang selama 10 hari dengan menggunakan strain AHPND. Kita lihat di sini adalah dengan inclusion level yang tepat dari high protein di DGS ini mampu meningkatkan survival rate dari udang fanami sehingga udang fanami tersebut menjadi lebih baik ketika menghadapi strain AHPND. Dan ini cukup dapat menjadi solusi dari apa yang dihadapi oleh para tambak udang saat ini, yaitu dengan disease outbreak dari AHPND ini. Dan untuk replacement of fish meal di udang faname, kita tahu sendiri tadi Dr. Davis juga sudah mengutarakan bahwasanya sudah banyak dilakukan riset-riset terkait dengan hal ini, bagaimana kita berupaya untuk mengurangi inclusion level of fish meal di pakan udang, dan coba kita bandingkan kalau misalnya kita kurangi fish meal ini hingga 0%, kemudian kita tambahkan lysine dan methionine, kita mengetahui bahwasanya semakin fish meal itu dikurangi dalam pakan udang, pertumbuhan juga menjadi sedikit terganggu. Namun ketika kita tambahkan lysine dan methionine dalam komposisi yang cukup tepat, ini kita dapat membackup kembali pertumbuhan tersebut menjadi lebih baik. Dan saat ini di Batam juga kita melakukan berbagai uji coba dan berbagai penelitian dengan menggunakan berbagai functional properties. Jadi kita saat ini menganalisa dengan penggunaan nucleotide, penggunaan DDGS, penggunaan beberapa functional properties lainnya pada udang faname. Dan ini akan kita sampaikan nanti kepada Bapak Ibu kiranya kalau berminat ingin melihat hasil produksi yang kita lakukan di Batam. Dan konklusi dari kesimpulan dari presentasi yang saya lakukan hari ini based on research, jadi penggunaan novel ingredient seperti advanced soy product, soy protein concentrate, enzyme treated soy, dan fermented soy ini dapat digunakan dalam formulasi pakan namun dengan komposisi yang tepat. Plant-based protein source ini dapat digandengkan dengan penggunaan several supplement seperti amino acid dan juga corn protein concentrate untuk mengantisipasi kekurangan dari profil nutrisi dan dapat memenuhi kebutuhan spesifik nutrisi dari organisme akuatik yang dibudidayakan. Dan terima kasih Pak Denny atas waktu yang diberikan, dan Indonesian Aquafeed Conference. Saya juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang telah melihat dan juga mendengar presentasi ini. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, terima kasih Dr. Romi atas presentasi yang luar biasa, sangat jelas sekali, clearly enough. Dan sekarang kita lanjutkan karena waktu. Saya kira Dr. Ilham sudah standby. Ya, Dr. Ilham akan menyampaikan efek of dietary soybean meal and organic selenium in juvenile barramundi. Tadi juga sudah dilakukan hal yang sama juga dilakukan oleh Dr. Romi, saling melengkapi. Dan sebelum Dr. Ilham show his presentation, saya akan bacakan sedikit latar belakang beliau. Beliau adalah PhD dari Curtin University of Australia 2015. Good day, mate. Sama-sama kita lulusan Australia.
Oke.
Master of Aquaculture juga dari Curtin University. Kemudian juga Master of Science in Coastal and Maritime Resource Management dari University of Portsmouth, England, dan Bachelor of Science dari STP ya, STP ini
ya.
Sekolah Tinggi.
Ya. Sekolah Tinggi Perikanan.
stable. Please, Dr. Ilham, time for you to present your research and your experience in nutrition for barramundi, juvenile of barramundi. Yes, please, time for you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So someone is helping me for sharing out the screen, or do I have to read on my own, Pak?
Yes, silakan. Sharing from committee organizer. Sudah share. Oke. Save directly. Oke, sip.
Oh gitu ya. Saya tinggal menyampaikan next.
Tinggal
gitu
menyampaikan,
ya.
tinggal. You just
Baik, terima kasih.
say one by one pages per one pages. Oke.
Alright,
Please.
thank you. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you very much to be invited as one of the speakers in this important aquaculture seminar today. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekali lagi kepada panitia dari MAI yang sudah mengundang dan mengajak untuk sedikit kami berbagi terkait dengan apa yang pernah kami lakukan dan coba kami sedang giatkan khususnya di Politeknik UP. Pada hari ini kami diberi peran untuk sedikit berbagi terkait dengan bagaimana tadi disampaikan sebelumnya oleh Dr. Romi, luar biasa, presentasi yang menarik, masih terkait dengan aspek nutrisi. Today I'm going to talk about the effects of dietary soybean meal and organic selenium supplementation in juvenile barramundi, Lates calcarifer. Ini adalah bagian dari riset kami yang kebetulan kami kerjakan di Australia, dan saat ini sebenarnya juga kami dalam tahap still R&D, tentunya dengan aplikasi pada biota atau komunitas lain. Next, Pak. Next, please. Oke, tadi sudah diperkenalkan. Kebetulan saya sekarang ini juga diberikan amanah untuk memimpin Politeknik UP atau kemarin yang bernama Sekolah Teknik Perikanan. Hari ini sedikit memainkan peran sebagai tentu bagian dari akademik scholar di Indonesia dan sebagai bagian dari masyarakat aquaculture Indonesia, sebagaimana Jul sampaikan tadi, ingin berbagi tentang peran dari atau suplementasi dari selenium ini terhadap barramundi atau kakap putih, khususnya terkait dengan pertumbuhan dan aspek fisiologis. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita tahu bahwa Lates calcarifer atau barramundi ini adalah merupakan salah satu komoditas yang cukup penting di Asia. Kalau kita lihat di Indonesia sendiri, memang ikan ini termasuk ikan yang cukup favorit sebenarnya di seantero wilayah tanah air. Ini ikan yang rasanya sangat enak, dan dari sisi biologi sebenarnya kita tahu ikan ini mendiami ini segala macam habitat sebenarnya, freshwater, brackish water, and marine water. Kemudian ikan barramundi ini, kakap putih ini cukup dikenal sebagai opportunistic predators. Dia karnivor ya, banyak memakan atau mengkonsumsi krustase dan ikan-ikan kecil lainnya. Juga ikan ini secara properties, biological propertiesnya juga cukup produktif terkait dengan fekunditasnya cukup tinggi, dan juga hal lain yang bisa diperoleh dari barramundi ini sebenarnya kita sudah cukup tahu Bapak Ibu, tapi sedikit mengingatkan saja. Ini euryhalin, euryhaline, dan can be cultured in range of salinities. Jadi toleransi terhadap salinitas cukup tinggi, dan kita termasuk wilayah atau negara yang masuk dalam kategori main producer country for this commodity or for this species. Next, please. Nah, kemudian to be more specific, atribut atau properti yang menjadikan ikan barramundi ini menjadi komoditas yang penting untuk aquaculture. Tadi sedikit saya singgung. Pertama terkait dengan high physiological and crowding tolerance. Ya, jadi toleransi ikan ini terhadap kepadatan, kemudian perubahan fisiologis cukup tinggi. Kemudian ikan betinanya ini memiliki fekundasi yang sangat tinggi. Kemudian pertumbuhannya sangat cepat ya. Dan hatchery production relatively simple. Ini terbukti di beberapa wilayah ini sudah bisa mengembangkan ya, pembenihan dari barramundi ini. Dan terakhir tentu dari sisi konsumsi, ini kan barramundi ini termasuk kategori the feed well on the pelleted or compounded diets. Next please. Nah, tadi sudah disampaikan sebenarnya oleh Dr. Romi ya, sangat jelas disampaikan bahwa kendala yang dihadapi pada budidaya atau aquaculture tidak saja di Indonesia saat ini, tapi juga di belahan bumi yang lain. Karena kalau kita ini salah satunya kalau kita berbicara tentang budidaya ikan-ikan karnivor, maka di sana ada ketergantungan yang sangat besar, sangat tinggi terhadap konsumsi fish meal sebagai sumber protein utama. Dan ini sudah sejak lama dari dulu menjadi topik riset, topik diskusi yang sampai detik ini pun juga selalu menjadi hal yang selalu seksi. Sehingga tantangan yang dihadapi oleh dunia aquaculture salah satunya adalah bagaimana kemudian menurunkan risiko penggunaan atau ketergantungan terhadap fish meal ini yang cukup tinggi khususnya pada ikan-ikan karnivor. Sehingga kemudian kita mendengar banyak istilah, tadi bisa disampaikan juga oleh pembicara sebelumnya, ada zero fish meal usage ya, in aquafeed diet. Bahkan juga ada istilah bagaimana kemudian ke depan tantangan kita adalah menjadikan ikan-ikan karnivor ini sebagai ikan-ikan yang vegetarian. Kira-kira seperti itu. Dan next please. Tentu dalam konteks ini tadi sudah disampaikan, ini saya pikir sangat relevan tadi Pak Dr. Romi yang menyampaikan terkait dengan penggunaan ya plant-derived protein sebagai salah satu alternatif. Dan di sini memang dalam riset kami juga menggunakan soybean meal sebagai sumber protein, dan tentu salah satu hal yang sudah kita tahu properti asam amino dari soybean meal ini sangat bagus ya, corresponding dengan amino acid yang ada di tepung ikan atau fish meal sebenarnya. Namun di sisi lain ada komponen anti nutrisi seperti trypsin, kemudian trypsin inhibitors, kemudian lectin, phytate ya atau asam pitat yang berdasarkan hasil riset dan ini sudah menjadi telahan banyak temuan findings di banyak riset bahwa keberadaan dari asam pitat ini atau phytate ini akan sangat mempengaruhi utilisasi dari protein dan mineral, khususnya trace element atau mikronutrien atau dalam hal ini mikromineral seperti selenium, zinc dan yang lain. Oleh karena itu, next please. Di sisi lain, ini kalau kita bicara mikromineral atau trace element, ini kebetulan yang menjadi fokus kami di sini adalah nutrisi berbasis selenium. Memang ini salah satu trace element, tapi tentu kita paham Bapak Ibu semua bahwa trace element ini memang dalam pembuatan pakan dari sisi komposisi jumlahnya dibutuhkan sangat kecil. Tapi walaupun dia kecil, ketiadaan dari elemen nutrisi ini bisa menjadi masalah yang krusial tentunya dan bisa berdampak secara mikro ke pertumbuhan maupun secara makro ke produktivitas aquaculture. Nah, kita tahu bahwa dalam banyak literasi kita bisa membaca selenium containing GPX protect cell and membrane from oxidative stress. Jadi ada salah satu fungsi di sini, keberadaan selenium di sini adalah untuk fungsi perlindungan ya, baik pada level sel maupun pada subsel ya, subselular. Kenapa? Karena memang selenium ini merupakan elemen struktural yang sangat penting dari komponen antioksidan yang bernama glutathione peroxidase atau GPX. Nah ini kalau kita melihat ini banyak atau membaca banyak referensi terkait dengan nutrisi selenium, maka di sana kita banyak temukan bagaimana kemudian GPX ini menjadi salah satu indikator penting yang kemudian akan memberikan salah satu pencerahan kepada kita bagaimana kemudian kita harus memberikan kandungan atau komposisi trace elemen ini secara proporsional pada pakan untuk kita tidak lupakan tentunya dalam kita meramu dan membuat pakan. Nah, sebenarnya dalam pakan yang mengandung fish meal ini sudah juga mengandung konten selenium ya, atau di sana kemudian secara otomatis juga ada konten GPX, tapi dari berbagai macam literatur referensi kita tahu bahwa ternyata kandungan selenium yang terkandung di fish meal kalau itu masih misalnya digunakan ini juga tidak cukup untuk kemudian mendorong atau memberikan dukungan stimulan terhadap pertumbuhan maupun aspek fisiologi maupun aspek imunologi. Next please. Nah, ini publikasi ya. Sebenarnya kami memulai riset dan penelitian kami ini dari bukan hanya sebenarnya dengan ikan kakap, tapi juga kami melakukan di yellowtail kingfish ya, di ikan yang lain yang juga ini Sirollalande yang juga merupakan ikan ekonomis penting yellowtail, dan ini publikasi kami bisa diakses, kita laporkan bahwa ternyata hasil riset kami ini menunjukkan bagaimana kemudian selenium ini memainkan peran yang cukup vital, yang cukup penting, khususnya baik ketika kita memanfaatkan atau menggunakan pakan berbasis atau menggunakan protein berbasis nabati, maupun kemudian ketika secara teknik kita menggunakan pendekatan-pendekatan yang berbeda, misalnya pada pengaruh dari temperatur, pengaruh dari suhu, ataupun yang lain. Next please. Nah, dalam kajian kami mencoba fokus bagaimana kami melakukan investigasi terkait dengan dampak dari penggunaan soybean meal ini yang secara simultan ini ditambahkan atau disuplementasi dengan organik selenium. Kami menggunakan produk Cellflex terhadap parameter pertumbuhan, kemudian akumulasi selenium dalam fillet, maupun terhadap parameter-parameter lain seperti antioksidan GPX activity maupun dari kondisi histopatologi dari juvenile barramundi ini. Next please. Dari sisi eksperimental animal and diet, kami merancang penelitian ini dengan memanfaatkan juvenile berukuran 5 gram. Ini kami lakukan di Perth, di Western Australia, bekerja sama juga dengan State Aquaculture yang ada di Fremantle. Kemudian tentu sebelum riset ini dimulai, ikan-ikan diberikan perlakuan aklimatisasi selama kurang lebih seminggu untuk kemudian dilakukan aklimatisasi terkait dengan air dan pakan dan yang lain. Dari sisi treatment atau perlakuan, kami menggunakan pendekatan ada 6 jenis pakan yang kemudian juga dikatakan sebagai treatment yang sifatnya adalah isoproteik dan isokaloritik, dan kandungannya, next please. Next please. Ya, ini ya dari bahan-bahan penggunaan fish meal ini sebagai kontrol yang tanpa dan dengan penambahan organik selenium untuk konsentrasi 0% dari soybean, kemudian 25%, dan terakhir ini dengan konsentrasi yang cukup tinggi yang agak ekstrim sengaja kita pilih yaitu 75% dengan soybean. Jadi tentu dengan di sini di screen bisa dilihat bahan ingredient yang kami gunakan untuk pakan dari riset atau percobaan yang kami lakukan, dan pendekatan ini adalah kalau kita lihat tentu adalah two-way ANOVA ya. Jadi ada dua kondisi. Yang pertama dua faktor. Yang pertama adalah dari penggunaan soybean meal yang 0, kemudian rendah dan tinggi. Faktor yang kedua adalah penggunaan atau tanpa aplikasi organik selenium di dalamnya. Next please. Kemudian dari kondisi uji yang kami terapkan selama penelitian ini menggunakan semi recirculating aquaculture system dengan aerasi, kemudian penggunaan central drain dan juga biofilter. Kepadatan ikan per tank ini di angka 20 ekor ikan ya. Tadi yang kami sampaikan 5 gram. Kemudian untuk pemberian pakan berdasarkan apparent satiety, dan ini dilakukan secara selama 60 hari uji atau durasi penelitian. Next please. Data-data yang kami coba kaji selama penelitian berlangsung, mulai dari data-data yang terkait dengan pertumbuhan, kami melihat pengaruh dari pemberian pakan ini terhadap specific growth rate, dari weight gain, kemudian dari pemanfaatan pakan, ya feed intake and feed efficiency, kemudian terkait dengan parameter tadi kami sampaikan untuk GPX ya, sebagai salah satu parameter penting dari komponen antioksidan dari selenium ini, dengan uji random laboratory test combination ya dari K, kemudian selenium ini menggunakan ICP, dan histochemistry ini juga menggunakan pengamatan di bawah mikroskop. Next please. Ini beberapa temuan yang bisa kami share pada kesempatan seminar kali ini, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dari beberapa parameter yang kita amati, ini memang ada beberapa hal yang menarik di sini. Pertama, kalau kita lihat setelah dilakukan analisis berdasarkan two-way ANOVA, memang tidak ada interaksi yang spesifik dengan dua faktor tadi antara soybean meal dan organic selenium. Namun ketika kita melihat faktor by faktor antara soybean meal dengan organic selenium ini, di sana ada beberapa yang data dan temuan yang menarik. Contoh, ternyata kalau kita lihat, pertama dari sisi SBM-nya sendiri, tentu dari final weight, kemudian SGR maupun weight gain, memang ada perbedaan yang cukup signifikan ketika ikan-ikan barambun ini diberikan konsentrasi SBM yang cukup tinggi. Jadi memang cenderung pertumbuhan terbaik itu diperoleh pada kandungan level SBM yang rendah. Namun di sisi lain kita juga melihat mendapatkan data yang menarik bahwa ternyata suplementasi dari organik selenium ini mampu menunjang final weight, kemudian SGR maupun weight gain dari ikan-ikan kultifan ini. Nah, ini menarik. Padahal kalau kita lihat dari data yang ada ini tidak ada perbedaan secara signifikan berdasarkan analisis statistik dari feed intake-nya. Artinya sama, namun kita bisa menduga bahwa memang ini dapat disebabkan karena efisiensi pemanfaatan pakan, khususnya tadi kalau kita lihat untuk treatment perlakuan pakan yang diberi tambahan atau aditif dari organic selenium itu. Kemudian juga dari sisi FCR ini juga ada perbedaan yang cukup menarik di sini, bahwa ketika suplementasi selenium ini kita menggunakan konsentrasi di 2 gram per kilogram organic selenium pada aplikasi pakan, ini memberikan FCR atau nilai FCR yang lebih rendah khusus untuk pakan yang diberikan suplementasi organik selenium. Next please. Kemudian yang terkait dengan aspek hematologi dan GPS activity dari ikan barramundi ini setelah 60 hari masa pemeliharaan, yang menarik dari parameter yang kami lihat yaitu hemoglobin, hematokrit, leukokrit maupun GPX. Untuk 3 parameter pertama, HB, kemudian hematokrit dan leukokrit, tidak ada perbedaan secara signifikan. Di sini ada kesalahan sedikit untuk satuan dari HB ini bukan persen tapi sebenarnya gram per DL ya. Kalau kita lihat di sini ada perbedaan yang mencolok dari GPX ya, dari glutathione peroxidase. Artinya apa? Ini penggunaan organik selenium ini mampu memberikan dampak yang positif, yang bagus ini terhadap aktivasi dari glutathione peroxidase ini. Sehingga memang di kesimpulan yang kami sampaikan bahwa dari parameter ini berdasarkan temuan di berbasis lab tentunya, ini menarik bahwa pada saat kita menggunakan memanfaatkan protein berbasis nabati dengan kandungan yang cukup banyak, misalnya soybean meal, maka tentu akan menjadi catatan dengan kita melihat data seperti ini. Next please. Kemudian setelah itu pada tahap berikutnya kami mencoba melakukan uji coba lagi dengan menambah konsentrasi selenium atau organik selenium dari pakan yang tadi dari uji coba pertama yang kita anggap terbaik. Dan kita lihat di sini memang di sana ada variasi dengan bertambahnya kandungan selenium, baik untuk parameter final weight, kemudian specific growth rate, weight gain, feed intake, FCR, survival maupun dari thermal growth coefficient-nya. Nah, kita lihat memang cenderung untuk SGR misalnya ini ketika kandungan organik seleniumnya juga tinggi di atas 5 miligram ya selenium per kilogram, ini memang cenderung SGR-nya relatif rendah dibandingkan dengan perlakuan yang kurang lebih di 4,47 atau dan hingga 5,48 miligram selenium per kilogram. Next please. Dan ini grafik atau kurva yang kita bisa peroleh ketika kita coba plotkan data yang ada tadi. Kita coba lihat antara hubungan antara perlakuan atau tingkat konsentrasi selenium ini terhadap kandungan konten selenium yang ada di fillet atau yang ada di daging dari ikan barramundi ini. Nah, kita melihat memang ada kecenderungan semakin tinggi konsentrasi aplikasi konsentrasi selenium pada pakan juga akan memberikan dampak terhadap penambahan atau konsentrasi dari masal selenium. Nah, next please. Nah, hal lain yang menjadi catatan kami di sini adalah terkait dengan dampak dari selenium, peran dari selenium dari histological structures, di mana ikan yang kemudian kita kategorikan sebagai selenium deficient fish ini mengalami anomali, di sini mengalami masalah terkait dengan selenium deficiency induced myopathy. Jadi ada kerusakan jaringan. Ini kita nampak di gambar ya A, B, dan C, di mana yang normal itu ditunjukkan pada gambar A. Kemudian yang terkait dengan gambar B dan C itu adalah ini gambar yang kita potret dari kondisi histologi ikan yang terpapar dengan selenium yang minim atau yang deficient. Next please. Sehingga dapat kami simpulkan bahwa pertama, dietary organic selenium supplementation at an appropriate level improve growth, JPEX activity, accumulation of selenium in the tissue and histological performance. Jadi memang bagaimana kami laporkan tadi berdasarkan data uji, maka tentu temuan ini menjadi menarik bahwa ini aplikasi organik selenium ini bisa mendukung kinerja pertumbuhan untuk ikan kultifan. Ini kita rekomendasikan di konsentrasi kisaran 3,5 sampai dengan 4,5 mg selenium per kilogram, dan ini tentunya untuk pakan dengan pemanfaatan soybean meal pada konsentrasi yang cukup tinggi. Ya. Kemudian juga kami simpulkan di sini bahwa GPX juga terkait dengan kerusakan jaringan, ini ada kaitannya dengan GPX juga sebenarnya. Dan terakhir yang kami sampaikan bahwa sebenarnya banyak ini dasar dari temuan ini kemudian memberikan dasar untuk strategi-strategi berikutnya bagaimana kemudian kita melakukan upaya-upaya untuk bagaimana cara memanfaatkan protein nabati dalam konten yang tinggi lagi untuk bisa dimanfaatkan pada pakan-pakan, untuk pada pakan ikan, untuk ikan-ikan yang sifatnya karnivor. Sehingga di riset kami berikutnya sebenarnya mungkin dalam kesempatan berikutnya bisa kami share. Contoh kami melakukan upaya untuk mengurangi kandungan-kandungan anti nutrisi dengan cara-cara fermentasi dan segala macamnya dikombinasikan juga dengan penggunaan organic selenium. Demikian Bapak Ibu, that's all what we can say today, dan ini beberapa publikasi yang kami sudah ini kan kami bisa share, bisa diakses. Masih banyak, masih beberapa juga publikasi yang lain. Demikian, sekali lagi terima kasih to be invited by MAI ya untuk share pada sore hari ini. Saya tutup saja. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, terima kasih Bapak Dr. Hilman atas presentasinya yang luar biasa, saling berkait-mengkait dengan presentasi Dr. Romi. Nah, sekarang semasa kalau orang bilang, bahasa Melayu bilang semasa kita menunggu pejabat, bukan pejabat, di sana pejabat itu jadi ibu ya. Pejabat itu kantor di sana. Bapak Dr.
Sudah bergabung Pak Mimit, Pak Denny.
Sudah bergabung. Oke, terima kasih.
Baru nggak saya Pak, ternyata sebenarnya alokasi waktu 30 menit ya. Tadi agak buru-buru saya.
Oh, nggak apa-apa, tapi nggak apa-apa. Nanti justru ada waktu untuk question and answer. Oke, silakan Bapak Direktur Pakan, Ikan, dan Obat Ikan, Direktorat Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya, Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan, Bapak Mimit Abdul Hamid, untuk melakukan presentasi. Sebelum beliau presentasi, saya akan bacakan sedikit background, latar belakang dari Bapak Mimit. Ya, Bapak Mimit dilahirkan di Sukabumi, Bapak Mimit Abdul Hamid dilahirkan di Sukabumi, kemudian beliau lulus dari Universitas Pertanian Bogor, IPB sebenarnya, Institut Pertanian Bogor, IPB University, sebagai sarjana perikanan, kemudian melanjutkan studi untuk master degree di Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, Department of Aquatic and Bioscience Fish Culture Laboratory, Jepang. Silakan. Kalau terima kasih Bapak Tomamit, masih terengah-engah kelihatannya beliau karena baru tiba dari Jakarta menuju Bandung. Luar biasa, kita apresiasi sekali dengan waktu yang sangat begitu padat, masih menyempatkan diri untuk bisa tampil di seminar atau conference pakan aquaculture yang kami selenggarakan bersama-sama antara MAI, GPMT, dan juga USEX. Silakan Bapak Mimit Abdul Hamid untuk menyampaikan paparannya menyangkut policy dan kebijakan untuk Direktorat Pakan, Ikan, dan Obat Ikan selama 5 tahun ke depan. Silakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Saya mengucapkan apresiasi yang sebesar-besarnya atas seminar Indonesian Aquafeed Conference ini yang diselenggarakan atas inisiasi dan sponsorship dari GPMT, USEC gitu ya, dan teman-teman sekalian. Dan juga saya mengucapkan apresiasi yang sebesar-besarnya ini di dalam 2 hari terakhir masih begitu banyak masih yang istiqomah untuk mengikuti acara seminar ini sampai akhir. Kemarin seminar ini diawali oleh Bapak Dirjen Perikanan Budidaya ya yang membuka, dan sepertinya akan ditutup dari Direktorat Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya juga ini, dari Direktorat Pakan dan Obat Ikan. Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini ingin saya sampaikan terkait dengan program penyediaan pakan berkelanjutan ya yang dilakukan oleh Direktorat Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya dalam rangka mendukung peningkatan produksi perikanan budidaya, apalagi target khususnya terkait dengan produksi keberlanjutan dari penyediaan pakan ini untuk memenuhi kebutuhan budidaya. Lanjut. Dan ini adalah sesuai ya. Lanjutkan. Next. Bahwa ya masih slide kedua ya, kembali. Mohon kembali dulu ke slide kedua. Nah ini, jadi bahwa kebijakan untuk 5 tahun ke depan ya terkait dengan penyediaan pakan dan juga terkait dengan obat ikan adalah kebijakan kita pengelolaan pakan ikan dan obat ikan ya yang kompetitif, ya, berdaya saing, berkelanjutan dan bertanggung jawab. Jadi, nah dalam melaksanakan kebijakan untuk 2020-2024 ini kita melakukannya dengan 4 strategi ya. Jadi strategi yang pertama itu adalah terkait dengan pengembangan pakan, penyediaan pakan atau pemenuhan kebutuhan pakan. Yang kedua, pengembangan bahan baku dan pakan alami. Dan ketiganya, pengawasan terkait dengan produksi dan distribusi pakan ikan sendiri, dan juga pengawasan yang kait dengan produksi dan distribusi dari obat ikan. Nah, terkait dengan pengembangan pakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pakan itu, beberapa langkah yang dilakukan ya dalam memenuhi untuk strategi satu yaitu pengembangan pakan mandiri ya dalam bentuk mendistribusikan paket mesin ya ke seluruh Indonesia, ke kelompok-kelompok pakan mandiri, begitu juga dengan bahan bakunya. Setelah itu juga adalah meningkatkan kapasitas produksi dari unit-unit produksi yang ada di balai-balai kita, di UPT ya. Ada 10 UPT yang memiliki unit produksi pakan di antara 14 UPT Direktorat Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya. Dan adalah pengembangan formulasi pakan berdasarkan bahan baku lokal. Setelah itu adalah pelatihan pembuatan pakan termasuk formulasi pakan, dan juga kita mendirikan atau membangun pabrik-pabrik pakan skala medium ya yang ada di daerah-daerah. Nah, untuk kebijakan dalam pengembangan bahan baku pakan dan pakan alami, kegiatan-kegiatan kita yang khususnya kita sedang dijalankan sekarang adalah kita melakukan identifikasi dan mapping ya atau pemetaan sumber-sumber bahan baku lokal. Salah satu kegiatan ini juga kita kerjasama dengan Sustainable Fisheries Partnership ya untuk memetakan sumber-sumber bahan baku terutama tepung ikan begitu ya. Jadi produksinya berapa, lokasi-lokasinya di mana ya, terus bahan-bahannya seperti apa, dan kita ingin mendorong pabrik-pabrik atau produsen-produsen tepung ikan yang ada untuk mengoptimalkan produksinya. Setelah itu kita juga dalam menjalankan pengembangan pakan alami ini juga kita melakukan berbagai macam percontohan pakan alami ya seperti Tubipek, Magot, Moina. Setelah itu juga pengembangan pakan alami di UPT dan menetapkan standar nasional Indonesia untuk pakan. Nah, untuk menjaga kesinambungan dalam artian kualitas sehingga produsen-produsen pakan itu konsisten dengan kualitas yang ada, maka kita lakukan pengawasan atau pengontrolan berupa kewajiban adanya registrasi ya terkait dengan pakan-pakan yang disebarkan yang sesuai dengan SNI. Jadi harus dilakukan registrasi baik dengan pakan dengan kualitas mutu 1, kualitas mutu 2, itu wajib dilakukan registrasi sehingga kita bisa mempertanggungjawabkan dari sisi kualitasnya. Setelah itu juga kita penguatan laboratorium yang ada di balai-balai dan melakukan monitoring dan langsung pengambilan sampel ya untuk menguji kualitasnya dari pakan-pakan yang diproduksi oleh perusahaan di level-level dari pabrik, distribusi sampai ke toko-toko. Setelah itu kita juga untuk menjaga dan mendorong produsen ini konsisten dengan kualitas produknya, maka kita meminta mereka untuk disertifikasi cara pembuatan pakan ikan yang baik atau CPPIB ya atau Good Manufacturing Practices. Itu ya terkait dengan bagaimana kita menjaga kesinambungan dari sisi produksi dan kualitas terkait dengan penyediaan pakan. Lanjut. Ini untuk kegiatan yang pertama yaitu gerakan pakan mandiri yang sampai sekarang ya mampu memperlihatkan bahwa bisa memproduksi pakan dengan harga murah ya dan dengan kualitas yang baik. Ya tentu saja ini memang belum merata untuk keseluruhannya, tapi kita dorong bahwa seluruh kelompok pakan mandiri ini bisa meningkatkan kualitasnya dengan mereka juga diregistrasi pakan yang diedarkan oleh mereka, yang digunakan oleh mereka diregistrasi sehingga mereka didorong untuk memenuhi kualitas standar yang memenuhi syarat-syarat untuk registrasi pakan dan juga CPPIB. Nah ini mendistribusikan kegiatannya adalah mendistribusikan mesin pakan dan bahan baku, ya juga mendorong tumbuhnya home industry untuk produksi bahan-bahan baku lokal ya dengan bahan-bahan yang ada di sekitarnya. Dan ini juga kita mendirikan pabrik skala medium ya untuk di daerah-daerah yang ini memang masih baru kita laksanakan satu kali ya, yaitu di Pangandaran. Ke depan kita ingin ada di daerah lain seperti misalkan di Kalimantan, di Sulawesi begitu, untuk juga bisa di kabupaten-kabupaten atau provinsi ini mendirikan pabrik pakan skala medium, dan ini setelah itu membangun jejaring produsen pakan mandiri dan juga melakukan segmentasi khususnya terkait dengan ada produsen yang mau produksi pakan mandiri, ada juga nanti kelompok-kelompok yang khusus memproduksi bahan-bahan baku ya, menyiapkan bahan-bahan baku. Jadi kita melakukan segmentasi terkait dengan produksi pakan mandiri ini. Setelah itu juga kita melakukan clustering produksi pakan sesuai dengan pengembangan kawasannya. Ada nanti kelompok-kelompok pakan, produsen pakan di kawasan udang ya, di kawasan budidaya air tawar misalkan patin, lele, atau di kawasan nila dan sebagainya. Dan juga penelitian terkait dengan pakan dan bahan baku pakan. Lanjut. Nah ini paket distribusi gerpari ya, jadi ada 3 jenis, yaitu ada mesin penepung, ada mesin pakan, pencetak pakan baik yang tenggelam maupun yang apung. Juga ada distribusi bahan baku yang memang ini jumlahnya tidak besar ya, tetapi hanya sebagai pemicu aja di awal untuk proses produksi di awal sebagai pembelajaran penggunaan mesin dan formulasi pakan ya. Jadi ini beberapa bahan baku yang didistribusikan, ada tepung ikan, tepung kedelai, dedak ya, tapioka dan sebagainya. Ini masih skala kecil ya. Jadi untuk penepung itu 150 kiloan per jam, untuk pencetak sekitar 200 kilo per jam itu untuk yang tenggelam ya. Kalau untuk yang apung 50 sampai 100 kilo per jam kapasitas mesin yang didistribusikan. Jadi ini hasil dari produsen-produsen mesin dalam negeri, tetapi memang masih yang skala kecil. Lanjut. Nah ini totalnya ya dari tahun 2015 sampai 2019 ini total sudah 484 paket mesin baik itu pencetak maupun penepung yang sudah didistribusikan ke seluruh Indonesia ya, sampai ke daerah Ambon ya, Maluku. Memang yang belum terjangkau adalah daerah Irian, tetapi sebagian besar ini di provinsi kabupaten di Indonesia sudah kita distribusikan paket mesin dalam rangka gerakan pakan mandiri ini. Lanjut. Nah ini contoh-contoh profilnya seperti ini ya. Jadi produksi mereka itu bervariasi ya, antara yang mampu 50 sampai ada yang 4 ton ya, 50 kilo sehari sampai ada yang 4 ton per hari begitu ya. Rata-rata biaya produksi itu sekitar 6 ribuan, mereka menjual 6.500 sampai 7.000 begitu ya. Ini salah satu contoh yang ada di Sumatera Selatan begitu. Lanjut. Ini memang data produksi gerpari yang tercatat di kita sekitar 34 4.000 ton untuk di tahun 2020 ini ya. Dan ini kalau kita kompilasi dengan data yang dari APMN bahwa produksi pakan mandiri di Indonesia ini untuk di tahun 2019 sekitar 115.000 ton ya. Kalau kita bandingkan dengan produksi pakan nasional yang diproduksi oleh perusahaan yang tergabung dalam GPMT ya, yang sekitar berapa 1,795 juta ton ya, itu maka persentase produksi pakan mandiri ini antara 5-10% ya kontribusinya terhadap produksi pakan nasional. Kalau di 2019 itu sekitar 7%, jadi masih kecil begitu ya. Tetapi saya pikir ini segmen tetap perlu dipelihara dan tingkatkan karena ini menjaga kesinambungan dari kegiatan usaha atau budidaya dari para pembudidaya ikan. Lanjut. Nah ini kegiatan yang kedua, pengembangan formulasi pakan berdasarkan bahan baku lokal ya. Ini sebagai salah satu contoh aja formulasi pakan yang digunakan dalam pembesaran ikan patin dengan berbasis kepada PKM atau palm kernel meal ya. Jadi porsi PKM-nya di sini 19,22%. Jadi biaya produksi pakan ini sekitar 4.800 atau $0,3 ya. Kalau dihargakan dolarnya 14.000, ini kandungan proteinnya sekitar 25%. Biasanya dijual oleh produsen ini di angka 5.300 ya. Jadi mereka mengambil keuntungan sekitar Rp500 ya per kilo. Lanjut. Nah ini juga ternyata setelah mereka lakukan uji performance ya, perbandingan performan pakan mandiri dengan pakan komersil pada pembesaran ikan patin. Pada waktu itu pembesaran ikan patinnya menggunakan pakan komersil dengan protein 24-26, sementara pakan mandirinya 22-25%. Biaya produksi ikan per kilonya untuk yang menggunakan pakan mandiri 5.000, sementara untuk menggunakan pakan komersil 7.500. Ya, jadi production cost-nya 8.300 ya. Yang bawah 8.300 dan 10.000. Dan kalau kita lihat pertumbuhannya meskipun memang lebih baik yang pakan komersil tetapi tidak terlalu jauh. Kalau di FCR memang yang pakan mandiri 1,7, yang di pakan komersil 1,3, tetapi karena biaya produksi pakannya ya, yang tadi yang pakan mandiri 5.000 sementara yang 7.500 harganya, maka menjadi biaya produksi per kilogram ikannya itu menjadi lebih murah untuk yang pakan mandiri dengan profil pertumbuhan seperti itu dan juga warna daging ya tidak terlalu jauh. Jadi yang di kanan itu adalah profil daging patin yang menggunakan pakan mandiri, yang di sebelah kiri itu adalah yang dengan menggunakan pakan komersil. Lanjut. Kalau kita lihat juga dari sisi analisa ekonomi ya, ada pakan mandiri dibandingkan dengan pakan komersil di beberapa lokasi yang ada di Jambi ini, di Tangkit, di Desa Tangkit, di Kota Karang, di Batanghari, itu menunjukkan bahwa keuntungan dengan menggunakan pakan mandiri ini lebih besar sekitar 11,94% sampai 25% ya dibandingkan dengan pakan komersil. Artinya di sini ya dari sisi kegiatan usaha ini bisa menjaga kesinambungan, apalagi ini harga patin ini di beberapa lokasi ini rendah ya, sampai sekarang saya pikir mungkin di daerah Tulung Agung 13.500 atau 14.000 begitu ya. Di Jambi pun 13,5 14.000 begitu. Jadi memang dengan adanya pakan mandiri beberapa kegiatan pembudidaya patin itu menjadi berkesinambungan ya, karena masih bisa bertahan ya dengan menggunakan pakan mandiri ini. Lanjut. Next. Nah ini contoh yang lain saya pikir jadi beberapa formulasi pakan berdasarkan bahan baku lokal ya. Ada yang ini untuk formulasi pakan untuk ikan nila ya, di beberapa lokasi digunakan begitu ya. Ada berdasarkan base maggot ya, yang berdasarkan maggot ini protein 25%, kandungan maggot, komposisi maggot yang digunakan 32,95%, dedak dan sebagainya. Jadi ini 4 contoh formulasi pakan untuk pembesaran ikan nila dengan protein 25% dengan menggunakan bahan-bahan baku lokal. Lanjut. Ini kegiatan kita itu yang ketiga itu adalah pengembangan bahan baku lokal. Kita ngelihat kebutuhan dan kesediaan bahan baku lokal yang ada ya. Ini kita memang sharing atau bekerja sama dengan Kementerian Pertanian yang sebagai host yang utama terkait dengan beberapa bahan baku untuk pakan ikan ya. Jadi yang ada di kita kan menjadi domain kita itu adalah tepung ikan di kelautan dan perikanan. Tetapi yang lainnya itu adalah di Kementerian Pertanian seperti kedelai, jagung, dedak, ya, kopra, PKM. Kita melihat bahwa ternyata bahwa untuk kebutuhan tepung ikan itu di sini 2,5 juta, sementara ketersediaannya cuma 79.000 ton. Jadi untuk yang melebihi ketersediaannya dibandingkan dengan kebutuhannya itu adalah dedak. Ya. Dedak itu ketersediaannya 4,8 juta ton, sementara kebutuhannya 1,4 juta ton. Bahan baku lokal yang lain yang sudah mulai kita gunakan yaitu PKM, itu ternyata bahwa ketersediaannya 913.000 ton sekian, sementara kebutuhannya 5, juta ton. Ini memang bukan hanya untuk kebutuhan untuk pakan ikan, tetapi juga untuk pakan ternak yang lain atau untuk diekspor. Lanjut.
Pak Mimit, punten.
Ya.
Bisa lebih percepat?
Ya. Lanjut. Bisa dilanjutkan. Nah ini tepung ikan, saya bikin tepung ikan lokal. Lanjut. Nah ini data potensi tepung ikan nasional ya, jadi potensinya ada sekitar 140.000 ton ya dari yang ada, sementara produksinya di tahun 2019 ini sekitar 62.000 ya, 62.000 ton, jadi sekitar 45%-nya ya, dari potensi produsen tepung ikan yang ada di Indonesia ini melakukan produksinya, jadi sekitar 45%-nya. Lanjut. Nah ini kalau kita lihat bahwa data impor tepung ikan kita ya, yang paling tinggi dapat data impor bahan baku kita yang paling tinggi itu adalah memang kedelai ya, masih sangat tergantung kepada impor. Di 2019 itu 246.000, di 2020 sampai sekarang 160.000. Nah itu meningkat ya, untuk di 2019 sampai 2020 trennya menurun. Sementara yang kedua itu adalah tepung ikan terus gandum begitu ya. Jadi tepung ikan ada di posisi kedua dengan di tahun 2019 itu impornya sekitar 99.000 ton. Lanjut. Nah ini beberapa potensial raw material lokal lainnya yaitu maggot ya. Maggot yang kita sekarang juga kembangkan ya untuk menjadi bahan baku di dalam pembuatan pakan ikan. Lanjut. Next. Jadi maggot ini, nah ini lokasi pengembangan maggot di seluruh Indonesia ya. Ada sudah banyak sekali, ada sekitar 85 grup begitu ya di seluruh Indonesia. yang mengembangkan maggot, yang memang ada tiga tujuan terkait dengan pengembangan maggot yang sudah dilakukan. Yang pertama terkait dengan isu lingkungan ya, penggunaan sampah organik sebagai bahan baku budidaya maggotnya. Yang kedua memang digunakan untuk pakan bagi ternak ya, seperti ayam, burung, dan sebagainya. Nah, hanya sekitar dari kelompok-kelompok produsen maggot ini hanya sekitar 25%-an ya, 10-25% yang sudah menggunakan maggotnya untuk kepentingan pakan ikan, untuk digunakan untuk kepentingan budidaya ikan, pakan ikan. Dan kita akan mendorong terus baik itu penggunaan maggot dengan proses penepungan dan menjadikan pakan menjadi pelet, atau juga penggunaan maggot secara langsung. Yang memang penggunaan maggot secara langsung tidak bisa digunakan seluruh porsi dari feeding rate-nya, tetapi digunakan hanya maksimal 60% ya dari feeding rate sehari-harinya penggunaan maggot secara langsung, artinya yang fresh maggot begitu. Dan ini sudah dilakukan oleh beberapa kelompok pembudidaya yang ada di Jawa Barat ya. Lanjut.
Pak Mimit, punten Pak Mimit.
Ya lanjut.
Pamit.
Ya.
Pamit, punten bisa 2 menit lagi atau gimana?
Ya bisa.
Nanti dilanjutkan dengan diskusi sih nantinya. Nggak apa-apa.
Ya,
ini selesaikan aja dulu Pak Mimit. Ya.
Lanjut. Nah ini ya saya pikir kegiatan kita yang selanjutnya ya kita meningkatkan kapasitas UPT kita, balai-balai kita di dalam memproduksi pakan untuk memberikan bantuan pakan secara langsung kepada para pembudidaya pemula begitu ya. Kemarin kapasitas kita yang di balai itu memproduksi pakan hanya mampu 150 sampai 300 kilo per jam. Kita akan tingkatkan menjadi kapasitasnya sampai 1 ton ya per jam. Setelah itu kegiatan kita yaitu melakukan kegiatan monitoring, pengawasan ya, untuk menjaga kontinuitas dan konsistensi dari kualitas pakan-pakan yang diproduksi oleh perusahaan-perusahaan maupun balai dengan mendaftarkan atau registrasi pakan ya yang akan didistribusikan. Jadi tercatat udah sekitar 1.587-an merek ya yang sudah terdaftar dari pakan-pakan yang ada di Indonesia, dan diantaranya adalah ada juga pakan dari kelompok pakan mandiri. Memang masih sedikit merek dari kelompok pakan mandiri, sekitar 19 merek ya dari sekian kelompok atau ratusan kelompok. Setelah itu juga dari pakan yang diproduksi oleh UPT sudah 15 merek yang diproduksi. Setelah itu kegiatan kita yang lain adalah sertifikasi CPPIB ya, untuk menjamin bahwa produsen-produsen itu menerapkan prinsip-prinsip good manufacture practices di dalam memproduksi pakannya. Dan CPPIB juga sebagian besar dari apa yang sudah tersertifikat ya adalah memang dari perusahaan. Dari 60 sertifikat itu sekitar berapa 36-nya itu adalah memang dari perusahaan pakan komersil yang sudah tersertifikat CPPIB. Yang lainnya adalah dari pakan mandiri dan juga dari unit produksi balai-balai Direktorat Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya. Itu saya pikir yang bisa saya sampaikan ya, beberapa program terkait dengan bagaimana kita menjaga kesinambungan produksi pakan dalam rangka mengawal peningkatan produksi perikanan budidaya. Demikian, terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Bapak Mimit atas presentasi yang luar biasa. Tadi kita telah mendengarkan Bapak Romi, Bapak Dr. Rimo, Dr. Ilham, dan juga Pak Mimit. Sekarang kita masuk ke sesi question and answer. Jelas tadi Pak Dr. Romi dan Dr. Ilham jelas fokus pada nutrisi ya, sedangkan Pak Mimit jelas tadi menjelaskan kebijakan-kebijakan, polisi-polisi, strategi-strategi dalam pengembangan produk pakan aquacultur untuk menunjang pembangunan perikanan, baik yang dilakukan oleh pabrikan besar maupun yang dikembangkan secara homemade industry atau dan juga industri skala menengah UKM. Kira silakan, mungkin ada sudah pertanyaan sudah banyak sekali ini, sudah lanjut. Saya lihat pertanyaan pertama adalah dari Pak Agus Budiman, ini mantan dari Kementerian Kelautan Perikanan. Pak Romi, apakah dengan fermented soy ada perubahan jenis asam amino dan ada komposisi asam amino dibandingkan dengan kedelai normal? Silakan Pak Dr. Romi menjawab.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Denny. Jadi mungkin bukan kedelai, keledai, enggak kedelai ya. Ya, jadi memang dari tradisional soy protein sendiri Pak Denny, komposisi proteinnya kan sekitar 43-44%. Dengan proses fermentasi yang kita lakukan dengan microorganisms, itu menjadi fermented soy, itu konsentrasi proteinnya itu meningkat menjadi 55-56%. Tentu dengan peningkatan protein level ini, komposisi asam amino juga semakin meningkat. Khususnya yang paling menarik adalah soy protein itu biasa tradisional soy itu rendah dalam komposisi methionine. Jadi itu biasa komposisi methionine ini ada sekitar 0,2 sampai 0,3. Namun dengan tadi kalau bisa saya tampilkan grafiknya dengan fermented soy, dengan proses fermentasi untuk tradisional soy protein itu sendiri, level methionine itu dapat ditingkatkan menjadi 0,4 sampai 0,6. Jadi komposisi asam amino profile seperti yang ditanyakan oleh Pak Agus tadi, itu secara otomatis meningkat ketika komposisi proteinnya juga meningkat, Pak Denny.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Dr. Romi. Tadi pertanyaan juga langsung ke Pak Mimit ya. Pak Mimit tadi potensi komersial budidaya barramundi di Indonesia dengan pakan komersial sangat sulit untuk profitable. Any idea atau komen Pak Mimit?
Terima kasih Pak.
Oke, salah nih tadi. Salah, ada dua ini ya. Pak Mimit, potensi yang luar biasa dari biji karet, apakah ada strategi untuk menggunakan bahan baku tersebut menjadi skala industri? Sedangkan Pak Ilham nanti sampai berikutnya Pak Ilham ya.
Oke, siap.
Pak Ilham siap. Secara komersial bergantian jadi. Apakah skala eksponensial budidaya barramundi di Indonesia dengan pakan komersial sangat sulit untuk profitable? Any idea atau komen? Silakan Pak Mimit dulu.
Ya, silakan Pak Mimit.
Ya, memang bahwa biji karet merupakan salah satu sumber yang memiliki nutrisi yang baik ya sebagai alternatif sumber protein bagi pakan. Bahwa potensi biji karet seluruh Indonesia begitu luas ya, ada jutaan hektar begitu ya, kalau nggak salah di atas 5 juta hektar ya. Nah kita juga memang sudah memulai nih, memang sudah memulai, cuma masih di dalam taraf bagaimana sebenarnya untuk bahwa menyediakan biji karet menjadi bahan baku yang siap digunakan untuk pakan ikan itu menjadi profitable atau ekonomis begitu ya. Karena kalau potensinya begitu besar tetapi ternyata yang menjadi hindrance atau hambatannya itu adalah bagaimana mengumpulkannya, dan itu perlu cost begitu ya. Sehingga biayanya menjadi besar untuk mengumpulkan 1 kilogram biji karet. Nah, ini yang akan kita harus membuat strategi. Kita memang sudah membuat perjanjian kerjasama dengan Kementerian Pertanian ya, Dirjen Perkebunan untuk pemanfaatan biji karet. Jadi kita ingin memanfaatkan kelompok-kelompok pengolah biji karet yang sudah dibentuk oleh Kementerian Pertanian di beberapa wilayah seperti di Sumatera Selatan, di Riau. Ya, ada yang baik kelompok-kelompok itu dalam pemanfaatan biji karet dan udah biasa mengumpulkan biji karet. Itu kita ingin memanfaatkan kelompok-kelompok itu juga ya untuk bekerja sama dengan kelompok-kelompok pakan mandiri di budidaya ikan ya di daerah Sumatera Selatan dan di Riau. Karena kita belum sampai sekarang memang bagaimana menyediakan biji karet ini menjadi bahan baku yang ekonomis. Kalau dari sisi potensinya besar ya tidak diragukan lagi. Setelah itu juga dari sisi kandungan nutrisinya besar, itu ya memang sudah tidak diragukan lagi. Tetapi bagaimana menyediakan menjadi ekonomis untuk bahan baku pada pakan. Jadi ini adalah strategi teknis di lapangan ya. Jadi terkait dengan kelompok yang menyiapkannya, terus misalkan dihargakan berapa itu biji karet yang dikumpulkan oleh masyarakat itu ya, sehingga bisa sebanding setidak-tidaknya dengan harga tepung kedelai ya. Tepung kedelai yang di level berapa? 4.000, 5.000 begitu ya. Untuk menjadi bahan di pakan itu di level 4.000, 5.000. Nah, maka kita akan struktur harganya di dalam biji karet dan teknis untuk pengumpulannya biji karet yang kita lagi siapkan ya strateginya. Itu dari saya, mudah-mudahan bisa tahun depan ya kita bisa betul-betul laksanakan. Dan satu lagi adalah prototipe terkait dengan mesin pengolahnya ya. Saya lupa. Prototipe mesin pengolahnya jadi untuk biji karet ini. Jadi ada pemecah, ada pemecah antara bijinya dengan dagingnya. Setelah itu harus mempunyai fungsi 3, pemecah. Setelah pemecah, pemisah antara kulit sama dagingnya. Setelah itu pengepres. Ya, jadi bagaimana merancang mesin untuk pengolah biji karet itu dengan melakukan 3 fungsi tadi. Ya, pemecah, pemisah, dan pengepres yang memisahkan biji karet dengan minyaknya. Gitu. Itu juga yang kita rancang kerjasama dengan produsen-produsen mesin pakan yang ada di Bogor ya. Demikian dari saya. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Mimit. Lanjut ke Pak Ilham dan nanti selanjutnya Pak Dr. Romi lagi kembali. Karena ada pertanyaan dari Bapak Budi Tanganjaya, teman lama saya.
Ya.
Oke, lanjut Pak Ilham, lanjut.
Terima kasih Pak. Ini terkait dengan pertanyaannya menarik memang, bahwa di budidaya kakap putih itu, barramundi itu di Indonesia memang kalau menggunakan atau dengan praktek yang ada menggunakan pakan komersil, faktanya sangat sulit untuk menguntungkan atau profitable. Memang ini menjadi paradoks memang ya. Di sisi lain, ini barramundi ini menjadi ikan yang masuk dengan kategori ikan yang komoditas penting ya, dan cukup digemari atau diminati ya. Tapi kalau kita melihat dari performa atau kinerja budidaya, memang menjadi problem manakala kita lihat pada beberapa atau banyak kondisi. Ini misalnya dari data performa kinerja pakan, ini masih FCR yang dicirikan dengan FCR yang masih tinggi gitu kan ya. Kemudian sehingga ujung-ujungnya karena biaya produksi aquaculture itu banyak dominan dari pakan, maka kemudian profit marginnya menjadi rendah. Ini jadi masalah. Tapi kalau terkait ide atau komen saya, memang lagi-lagi mungkin kalau dalam konteks kita harus lihat masalahnya ada di mana ya. Jadi we have to really be able to identify the problem. Sebenarnya masalah realnya itu ada di mana? Apakah memang dari pakannya itu sendiri atau dalam konteks terkait dengan pemanfaatan atau utilisasi pakan, atau dari faktor lain? Karena kan di budidaya ini bukan hanya terkait dengan pakan, tapi juga terkait dengan bagaimana kita memanage kualitas air dan lingkungan, termasuk dalam hal manajemen SDM juga. Ini kan kadang-kadang maaf gitu kan, dalam pengalaman kami ketika banyak diskusi dengan teman-teman di lapangan yang berkecimpung di bidang budidaya, kebetulan beberapa 2 tahun belakangan ini kami konsen di riset terkait dengan produktivitas. Contoh kecil, pada banyak kasus ini SOP yang sudah ada, ini kemudian pada pelaksanaannya kemudian tidak mengacu kepada SOP misalnya. Nah, misalnya terkait dengan pemberian pakan ya, terkait dengan ketepatan pemberian pakan, terkait dengan frekuensi pemberian pakan dan yang lainnya. Jadi pakannya sendiri mungkin sudah bagus dari sisi ingredient, dari sisi kualitas, tapi kalau kemudian di sana tidak mengacu ke SOP, ini masalah. Nah ini dalam beberapa temuan yang kami lihat di lapangan ya. Tapi di sisi lain sebenarnya ada juga kalau kita lihat industri yang berbasis pakan komersil ini kemudian dari sisi revenue ini masih dapatkan margin profit yang cukup bisa memberikan kelegaan ya. Artinya masih potensial menurut saya ke depan untuk kita kembangkan dari budidaya pakan berbasis budidaya barramundi berbasis pakan buatan ini. Tapi lagi-lagi memang kalau saya ini mari kita lihat petakan problemnya ada di mana. Ada 5 biasanya sumber masalah itu. Pertama dari main-nya, dari SDM. Yang kedua mungkin dari sisi material, bahan baku. Bahan baku di sini bisa dari kualitas dari ikannya sendiri maupun dari pakan, bahan bakunya segala macam, atau konten atau kandungan nutrisinya. Kemudian bisa juga dari faktor terkait dengan yang lain atau mesinnya, dari sarana prasarana yang ada gitu ya, atau mungkin terkait juga dengan faktor lingkungan atau mother nature. Nah, ini tinggal di mana kita sudah bisa petakan nanti ada di mana cause of the problemnya. Jadi kita harus melakukan root cause analysis. Begitu ketemu, mungkin kita di sana baru bisa melakukan langkah-langkah perbaikan atau strategi. Kalau memang masalahnya ada di bahan baku, ada di pakan, ya tentu kita tahu apa yang harus kita lakukan, jenis improvement apa yang perlu kita lakukan. Tapi kalau dari SDM, ini juga tentu pendekatannya akan berbeda. Kira-kira gitu komentar saya, Pak Dini, terkait dengan pertanyaan terkait. Thank you.
Akan Pak Dr. Romi menjawab pertanyaan Pak Budi Tanganjaya menyangkut hydrolyzed SBM pada Pompano.
Ya, terima kasih Prof. Budi atas pertanyaannya. Ini very good question, Pak Denny ya. Jadi memang untuk penggunaan hydrolyzed soybean meal ini memang memiliki dampak-dampak yang berbeda efektivitasnya. Namun yang saya perlu berikan komen di sini dengan Prof. Budi adalah memang bagaimana cara kita melakukan replacement yang baik. Hydrolyzed soybean meal ini bagus kita lakukan untuk mereplace sedikit dari traditional soy protein dalam formulasi pakan. Namun kalau kita gunakan produk hydrolyzed soybean meal ini untuk completely replace the fish meal in the diet, itu mungkin hasilnya akan tidak terlalu baik ya Pak Denny ya. Karena seperti yang saya utarakan tadi waktu saya coba replace 100% fish meal dengan enzyme treated soy, itu kita melihat semakin kita mengurangi komposisi tepung ikan dalam pakan, itu akan berpengaruh negatif terhadap pertumbuhan ikan pompano yang kita pelihara. Nah, di sini mungkin strategi yang terbaik adalah bagaimana kita coba mereplace traditional soy tadi untuk meningkatkan komposisi profil nutrisi yang ada dengan hydrolyzed soybean meal. Namun di satu sisi kita juga mempertahankan inclusion, paling tidak minimum inclusion level dari animal meal dalam formulasi pakan, sehingga mereka dapat complement each other. Karena kita dalam hal formulasi pakan, kita juga harus memikirkan bagaimana pakan yang kita hasilkan ini juga ekonomis bagi masyarakat. Jadi kalau misalnya kita terlalu menggunakan hydrolyzed soybean meal dengan harga yang jauh lebih tinggi dibandingkan traditional soy, ini justru juga akan memberatkan para pembudidaya. Jadi strategi yang terbaik adalah bagaimana kita mereplace traditional soy tersebut dengan certain level of the hydrolyzed soybean meal, namun di sisi lain kita juga mempertahankan minimum inclusion level dari animal meal. Terima kasih Pak Denny.
Iya, selanjutnya ada pertanyaan dari Bapak Doro Romi lagi dari Brawijaya. Apa namanya Brawijaya? Ini Pak Romi, penggunaan soya dan coba menambahkan taurin.
Ya, taurin memang sangat penting ketika kita menggunakan soy protein sebagai primary protein source. Karena taurin ini dia dampaknya ke hati dari organisme akuatik. Jadi bagaimana dia mengakomodir transport dari lemak, dari oil yang kita gunakan, dan juga berbagai fungsi-fungsi lainnya. Nah, memang taurin ini dalam formulasi pakan kita paling sarankan itu maksimum itu menggunakan 5% dari komposisi formulasi pakan untuk taurin. Dan sumber taurin yang kita gunakan itu bisa dapat bersifat alami atau sintetik. Saat ini ada beberapa perusahaan yang menghasilkan feed aditif dengan functional properties, itu menjual taurin dalam jumlah bebas, dalam kondisi bebas, dan yang dapat kita sarankan adalah karena taurin bukan termasuk essential amino acid, walaupun dalam buku Nutrient Requirements NRC yang menjadi kitab suci para nutrisionis mengatakan bahwasanya taurin itu termasuk essential amino acid, ini masih debatable Pak Denny, masih debate apakah memang itu essential amino acid atau bukan. Tapi memang taurin itu sangat dibutuhkan ketika kita menggunakan soy protein dalam jumlah tinggi. Jadi penggunaan taurin masih sangat dibutuhkan ketika kita menggunakan plant protein, dan sumbernya dapat digunakan sumber-sumber sintetik yang sudah banyak beredar di pasaran.
Oke, terima kasih Dr. Romi. Tidak ada pertanyaan lagi kelihatannya, dan saya kira sesi siang hari yang dimulai jam 1 dengan 5 orang pembicara, dimulai dari Ibu Dr. Seni dari Gajah Mada University, kemudian Bapak Profesor Agus dari IPB University, kemudian Bapak Dr. Ilham dari Politeknik STP ya. Kemudian Dr. Romi dari Balai Perikanan Budidaya Batam, kemudian juga terakhir dari Bapak Mimit Abdul Hamid yang membicarakan strategi dan policy untuk pengembangan pakan aquacultur untuk 5 tahun ke depan dalam menyongsong peningkatan budidaya perikanan kita yang luar biasa. Nah, saya kira semuanya berbicara dari mulai detail, tadi kita bicara nutrisi, komposisi, dan sebagainya dengan berbagai dampak dan berbagai alternatif pengembangan bahan baku, terutama tadi ditampilkan data-data impor tepung ikan kita. Dan memang kemarin dengan bantuan SFV kita bentuk namanya Steering Committee Tepung Ikan Nasional yang diangkat oleh Bapak Dirjen Perikanan Budidaya, Bapak Dr. Slamet Subiakto, dengan ketuanya dari Bapak Mimit, untuk kita sama-sama memetakan bagaimana potensi tepung ikan nasional yang selama ini masih gelap, gitu ya, lokal itu masih gelap, begitu. Akhirnya kita bisa mendapatkan gambaran bahwa ada tepung ikan yang dihasilkan dari byproduct dari industri perikanan, baik pengalengan maupun pengalengan ikan lemuru, ikan tuna loin, dan lain sebagainya. Itu sudah kita dapatkan angka-angkanya, dan kemudian ada tradisional produsen tepung ikan Indonesia dengan berbagai tingkat protein levelnya, tingkat SNI-nya, sehingga kita bisa melihat sekarang mulai tergambar sedikit bahwa potensi tepung ikan lokal Indonesia ada sekian, yang kita bisa tingkatkan menjadi sekian. Kemudian ada dari import yang kita akan coba kurangi, yang kemarin naik dramatically ya, sampai 120.000 ton, kita akan kurangi, dikurangi dengan produksi lokal maupun dikurangi dari substitusi dari tadi soya, fermented, juga hydrolyze segala macam dan lain sebagainya, yang begitu technical. Saya kira luar biasa, dan ini adalah sesi terakhir untuk Indonesia Aquaculture Feed Conference pertama, dan nanti akan ditutup oleh Bapak Denny Mulyono sebagai mewakili chairman dari Gabungan Perusahaan Makanan Ternak Indonesia, dan saya sebagai moderator terakhir pada sesi ini mengucapkan syukur, alhamdulillah, terima kasih buat semua pembicara, dari mulai pembicara tadi pagi sampai terakhir Bapak Mimit sebagai Bapak Mimit sebagai penutup pembicara hari ini, dan ini adalah hari kedua dan hari terakhir, dan mudah-mudahan kita bisa bertemu lagi di tahun depan untuk kesempatan yang berikutnya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Denny Indrajaya yang sudah memoderasi jalannya sesi kedua yang cukup panjang, sesi terakhir pada Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020. Untuk selanjutnya, kita akan sambut perwakilan dari Gabungan Perusahaan Makanan Ternak yang juga akan memberikan summary untuk kegiatan kita di hari kedua ini. Beliau adalah salah satu ketua dari Gabungan Perusahaan Makanan Ternak. Kita panggil Bapak Denny Mulyono.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu bagi kita semua. Terima kasih untuk setiap support yang Bapak Ibu berikan, baik dari pembicara, sponsor, dan juga setiap person yang bekerja untuk support acara ini bisa berlangsung, baik secara teknis. Saya sebentar summary dulu untuk hari ini, di hari kedua dari Indonesian Aquafeed Conference, di mana pembicara dari pagi sangat menarik sekali, yaitu sejak dari pagi tadi ada Ellen Davis dari Auburn University, lalu dari Pak Biosol dari Diana Aqua, ada Martin Guerin dari Adiseo, Desi Michelle, Bu Seni dari UGM, lalu Bapak Muhammad Agus Supayudi, saya kenalnya Pak Kikit ya, Prof Kikit dari IPB, lalu Pak Romi dari Batam, Dr. Romi, lalu Pak Ilham dari Politeknik KUP, dan terakhir dari Pak Mimit. Pak Mimit, apa kabar Pak? Semoga tidak kelelahan, baru turun dari pesawat. Jadi saya pikir kita agak sedikit santai sore ini, closing. Menarik, saya ada beberapa catatan sedikit mengenai hari ini, di mana Ellen Davis tadi pagi menyampaikan, dan menarik begitu banyak yang bertanya dan sebagainya. Dari Ellen Davis sampai yang beberapa mengenai bahan baku, saya melihat bahwa menarik bagaimana soybean bisa menjadi bahan baku yang menggantikan fish meal pada akhirnya, dan saya lihat sejak tahun 90-an ya. Dan bukan hanya soybean saja, tapi soybean meal, setelah itu ada juga produk turunan lainnya ya ada value added produk lainnya seperti fermented soybean meal, dan juga ada juga tadi yang hydrolysate yang saya tadi lihat dari presentasi Dr. Romi. Menariknya adalah Ellen Davis tadi menyampaikan bahwa fermented product will increase the digestibility in general, and you have to take into account not only the digestibility, dia bilang ada yang lain-lain juga yang akan berpengaruh, baik itu up and maksudnya bisa enrich atau bisa juga ada beberapa yang justru menurunkan kualitasnya. Dan ini yang menarik dalam hal ini, artinya dari sekian banyak pembicara, banyak sekali membicarakan replacement untuk fish meal atau animal protein itu dengan soybean meal, soybean dan turunannya. Dalam hal ini kalau saya boleh sampaikan. Dan dari sisi kami sebagai industri, terima kasih untuk setiap bahan yang disampaikan, juga bagaimana tadi Jesse juga menyampaikan mengenai apa yang terbaik untuk memproduksi pakan udang. Tadi sampaikan juga untuk pakan yang ini, dia menyampaikan harusnya ada yang menggunakan mesin dengan twin screw agar mendapatkan hasil yang lebih baik. Dan juga Bu Seni tadi ada menyampaikan juga mengenai alternatif bahan baku dengan daun kelor, yang walaupun menurut kami secara industri itu perlu lebih lanjut bisa diperhitungkan industrial skill-nya seperti apa, karena masih mahal sekali saat ini. Saya tahu daun kelor bubuk ini betul seperti Bu Seni tadi sampaikan, harganya 210.000 sekilo. Itu untuk saat ini kami pikir belum bisa digunakan secara industri. Tapi ini menarik, artinya ada hal-hal baru yang mulai dikembangkan dan dicoba. Lalu Pak Agus Supayudi, ini masih ingat ini pembicaraan yang beliau sampaikan juga, bahwa tadi disampaikan di sini di forum ini bahwa pakan ikan itu harus bagus dengan 4 variabel, bahwa itu harus nyaman untuk ikannya, juga baik untuk lingkungannya, tidak mengotori, tidak merusak ya Prof. Lalu setelah itu memenuhi standar keamanan pangan, baik untuk manusianya. Lalu yang keempat adalah secara bisnis itu menguntungkan baik untuk si produsen pakannya ataupun juga bagi si pembudidayanya. Jadi dalam hal ini menarik karena dari sini saya melihat Prof. Agus mencoba untuk menyampaikan dari sisi secara keseluruhan, artinya dalam usaha ini harus menguntungkan dari semua pihak, juga termasuk lingkungannya ya, tidak lupa. Dan oke. Pak Romi juga, Dr. Romi juga menyampaikan mengenai beberapa bahan baku yang ataupun juga formulasi pakan yang merupakan hasil penelitiannya ya Pak Dr. Romi, menggunakan squid hydrolysate, lalu squid meal, dan juga yang lain-lain. Di sini ada soy protein concentrate. Bahkan saya menarik buat saya adalah soy protein lalu di fermented lagi. Itu saya tahu dari beberapa teman-teman dari pembicaraan juga, Dr. Romi tidak berhenti untuk mencoba menggunakan beberapa bahan baku baru ataupun hal-hal yang baru untuk memberi formula baru untuk ikan, terutama di marikultur ya terakhir. Lalu Pak Ilham juga mengenai SBM dan organik selenium pada juvenile, barramundi, dan juga untuk yang lainnya, di mana selenium ini penting sekali. Bahkan ini yang menarik buat saya ya, saya catat di sini, selenium juga memberikan FCR yang lebih rendah pada pakan yang dikonsumsi. Ini saya pikir perlu ada riset yang lebih lagi, Prof. Ilham, Pak Ilham, maksudnya untuk bisa kepada spesies lain ya, mungkin bisa dibagikan ke mahasiswanya, sehingga ini bisa diharapkan bisa membantu para pembudidaya dan kami semua sebagai pakan. Lalu Pak Mimit, terima kasih Pak untuk paparannya juga mengenai program pakan yang berkelanjutan, dan di sini juga termasuk program pemerintah terhadap pakan mandiri terutama ya. Diharapkan kita semua bahwa pemerintah dengan perusahaan pakan atau pengusaha pakan, dalam hal ini baik perusahaan pakan secara korporasi ataupun juga pakan mandiri UMKM, semua bisa bekerjasama dengan baik untuk memastikan bahwa usaha aquaculture ini bisa berjalan dengan sustain. Saya pikir seperti itu ya, kita sepakat seperti itu. Akhir kata saya cuma mau menyampaikan menutup bahwa sebagai host GPMT, sebagai host dari acara ini, kami meminta maaf sebesar-besarnya kepada setiap speakers, sponsor, juga partisipan yang telah mengikuti jalan acara ini, dan karena di beberapa segmen kita mengalami masalah teknis sejak dari awal. Mohon maaf karena ada masalah dengan internet dan satu dan lain hal. Kami berharap mohon dimaafkan, dan berterima kasih juga untuk setiap sponsor yang ikut. Terima kasih untuk USEC, US Soybean Export Council, juga untuk Diana Aqua, lalu ADCO, dan juga DSM yang sudah memberikan supportnya bagi terlaksana acara ini, kepada setiap pembicara, dan juga kepada penyelenggara, yaitu MAI, dalam hal ini juga dimotori oleh Pak Ruli. Terima kasih untuk supportnya, dan juga tim teknis yang tidak dapat saya sebutkan satu-satu telah support agar acara ini bisa berjalan dengan baik. Tidak lupa berterima kasih untuk inisiator yang telah berusaha payah memikirkan ini, tadinya untuk offline Bapak Ibu, tapi karena pandemi yang tidak pernah berakhir, akhirnya kita putuskan akhirnya online setelah berkali-kali merubah jadwal. Berharap pandemi selesai, tetapi belum selesai hingga hari ini. Kita tentunya sambil berdoa bahwa semua akan segera berlalu, dan mudah-mudahan tahun depan kita bisa melakukannya secara offline, harapan kami. Saya ingin menyampaikan mewakili teman-teman yang lain, inisiator, bahwa tujuan kami membuat acara ini, conference ini, Indonesian Aquafeed Conference, adalah bukan untuk membuat acara lainnya, tandingan, tidak sama sekali, tetapi benar-benar ingin kegiatan ini ataupun conference ini ke depan akan menjadi hub pertemuan di mana produsen pakan, baik itu pabrikan, pakan mandiri, regulator maker, researcher, bahkan investor, itu bisa datang, bertemu, men-share produknya, men-share penemuannya, apapun yang terbaru, agar ada keberlanjutan dari usaha ini yang lebih efisien, lebih ekonomis secara, dan juga lebih baik secara quality. Dan berharap ke depan bahwa apapun yang dibagikan dari baik pembicara dari luar atau dalam negeri, ke depan kita akan ada spirit yang terbangun, terutama saya berharap dari dalam negeri, spirit yang terbangun untuk riset-riset yang dihasilkan mulai terpikir bukan lagi dari skala lab, tetapi apa yang bisa dibuat di upscale menjadi skala industri dan ada di Indonesia bahan bakunya. Jadi SBM itu kan dari luar, dan itu kita pasti akan tetap pakai menggantikan fish meal yang kita tahu di Indonesia sendiri fish meal keberadaannya tidak selalu ada, dan kita nggak bisa kontrol untuk bahan bakunya itu ikan dari lautnya. Saya pikir perlu ada alternatif lain selain daripada soybean meal, selain daripada rice bran di Indonesia sebagai pengganti baik itu protein ataupun sumber karbohidrat atau sumber serat dan sebagainya. Demikian. Saya tidak mau panjang lebarkan lagi, bersyukur, berterima kasih untuk setiap partisipan yang ada. Saya yakin ada 85 peserta yang saat ini masih ada. Sejak dari awal, saya sangat amazed sekali, nggak ditinggalkan pun, kami sangat amazed, artinya ini berarti, dan ini berharga, dan ini bisa menambah sesuatu bagi kita semua dari berbagai sisi. Saya kembalikan waktu dan tempat kepada organizer. Terima kasih, selamat sore, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Denny Mulyono yang sudah memberikan summary terhadap pelaksanaan Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020, baik hari pertama maupun hari kedua. Tadi disampaikan bahwa inisiatif yang dilakukan oleh para inisiator untuk menyelenggarakan Indonesian Aquafeed Conference ini tidak lain tidak bukan adalah sesuai dengan tema yang kita usung, yaitu menyediakan pakan yang berkualitas, pakan yang bisa memberikan efisiensi, dan pakan yang memiliki kredibilitas. Atas nama Panitia Penyelenggara Indonesian Aquafeed 2020, kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya kepada masyarakat aquaculture Indonesia, Gabungan Perusahaan Makanan Ternak, USEC, United Soybean Export Council, kemudian juga para sponsor, Adisio, Diana Aqua, DSM, dan juga para media partner, Info Aquaculture, Trobos Aqua, dan Minapoli. Juga kepada para moderator dan fasilitator, terima kasih sekali atas supportnya. Kemudian juga khususnya kepada Direktorat Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya, Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan yang telah mendukung dan menggerakkan para anggotanya ataupun para peserta dari daerah, baik dari UPT maupun dari Gerakan Pakan Mandiri. Bapak dan Ibu, sebelum kita menutup, kami ingin sampaikan bahwa materi presentasi akan kami kirimkan linknya via email setelah kami mendapatkan clearance atau persetujuan dari speakers, karena ada beberapa materi yang masih kita menunggu persetujuan, nanti kita akan kirimkan sekaligus. Kemudian untuk sebagai bahan perbaikan kami dalam penyelenggaraan event ini, kami memohon Bapak dan Ibu bisa mengisi polling. Bisa mengisi polling yang linknya sudah kami sampaikan di chat room dan juga ada di layar Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, ahaslides.com/IAC 2020 poll. Ada di chat room, Bapak dan Ibu mohon kontribusinya untuk dapat mengisi. Kemudian juga akan ada survei yang akan dihususkan kepada pabrik pakan atau feed millers dan juga para pembudidaya, baik pembudidaya ikan dan udang yang menggunakan pakan, yang akan dikirimkan lewat email. Jadi survei ini khusus diminta oleh USEC untuk mendapatkan masukan terkait dengan penyediaan pakan aquaculture di Indonesia. Baik, masih ada satu door prize, saya ingin bacakan. Pemenang door prize untuk 1 unit smart band Xiaomi jatuh kepada Bapak Joko Susilo dari Kargil Indonesia Medan. Bapak Joko Susilo dari Kargil Indonesia Medan. Silakan mengirimkan data-datanya kepada panitia, bisa melalui chatroom ataupun melalui kontak penyelenggara event ini. Baik, Bapak dan Ibu, mari kita akhiri Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020 ini dengan mengucap Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Kita sudah bisa menjalankan ini selama 2 hari penuh. Luar biasa sekali antusiasme Bapak dan Ibu untuk bertahan hingga akhir. Kami mencatat total ada 419 peserta yang mengikuti dari awal hingga akhir sore hari ini. Selaku penyelenggara, kami memohon maaf jika selama pelaksanaan terdapat masalah non-teknis maupun teknis, baik itu internet yang tidak stabil ataupun jika ada hal lain yang kurang berkenan. Sekali lagi, terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu. Semoga Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020 dapat bermanfaat dan kita berjumpa kembali, insya Allah, di Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2021. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih semuanya.
Greetings, hello aquaculturists, this is Marta Mamora, Technical Sales Aquaculture for Adisio here in Indonesia. We are very happy to participate the program of Indonesia Aquafeed Conference and look forward to share vision how Adisio is looking in aquaculture and addressing solutions which are specific to achieve sustainable and profitable business in aquaculture. We are very proud to be a part of Adisio Group, which is a large of international group with more than 1.4 billion US dollar sales.